I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the blitz. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing all with big manodas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the bait lead. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Balling and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the Rorschach and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by cop, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the blitz. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Peace. The Eric Last Science of True Knowledge. You know, you can catch me on Facebook, TikTok, Bing, YouTube, Instagram, TrueHot30. First, before we get started with the special guests, we're gonna go to the Queen of the Lions Den, Karimba. Tell them where they can find you at.
Right here on the Lions Den. Please like the video if you like the information. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already done so. Thank you.
Oh yeah, and subscribe to the new channel. They got the Ultimate Debate League, and get ready for the debates that's coming up. I can't wait. You know, there's a lot of those good subjects coming out, a lot of good betas. There's a tournament going on if y'all don't know, so just get prepared. I think it's starting this weekend, if I ain't mistaken. I don't put no date on it, but I think it started this weekend. It starts this weekend, so y'all be look out for that. And we got special guest Kemetian Adept. Tell them where they can find you at.
Peace and love, family. You know, you can actually find me at Kemetian Adept Heruphant. You know what I mean? And anywhere, when you see that name, basically it's easy to find because I'm the only one that have it. And so you can find me at the same thing you see going across the screen there, Kemetian Adept Heruphant. All of my work is there. So
Okay. Let's get started. Kamisa say he has some stuff to say about some people that's putting his name in the dirt and speaking on him, but keep running and not willing to face him and debate him. So I'm gonna let him speak for himself with that. I just had to put that in there. But, we should let them know what your discussion is today, and what you're gonna be talking about.
yes, sir. First, rise and giving praises to the great God and man, and the ancestors, all of them. I honor every one of them. Rising upon that seven. Our discussion is going to be exposing, man, these individuals out here that's trying to ride, my coattails, so to speak. We always call them clout chasers or whatever the case may be. And first we want to deal with the liars, and we're going to expose exactly what they've been doing. And this is all coming out of nowhere. And I do feel that these individuals are in cahoots, because it ain't strange that both of them ended up on the same channel. I just so happen to catch them. That's how it happened with me, brother. When they be running a mile, I be sitting there and don't even be thinking about it. I'm doing something else. Next thing you know, I catch this demonstration. And that's what we're going to do, expose them for who they are. And we're going to give the truth to our people, and let it be known, because there's a lot of hatred coming toward, the Moors, just like, our people being hated on another level as well on every aspect. But we got a group of so-called Indians out here, that call themselves aboriginals. They have a hatred toward us like normally our people have their disposition is like the one they have toward, the European. That's how they treat the Moors, and it's like real racism, brother Eric, mad scientist. It's crazy, but it's a lot of people out here racist toward the Moors, bro. That's how I see it. The same way the European treat us, you got people want to treat the Moors like that. No matter what they come forth with, they want to disrespect Prophet Noble Drew Ali. They want to disrespect what he brought when that brother died for our people. They ain't got no respect for the ancestors. You feel me? And so that's one of them right there in the chat, right there. We gonna spank him too, because he part of the reason. Open the knowledge. We got something for you too. We gonna expose you.
Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Stay on that. Stay in the
yeah, we
chat
want him to stay right there. We finna expose him too, because he was the one trying to suppress. He was one of the ones that was in the plot. So they had their fun last night, but now Kemetian finna show what's really been going on. See, what the narrative was put that we supposed to have a discussion, right? And we're gonna get into that. However, the discussion was supposed to end up being a debate between me and Top Cat. I didn't even know the guy. I didn't even know Inky or none of them. But they started challenging me on the panel. And we ended up setting the debate up, and this guy didn't even show up. We were supposed to hold this debate on this channel. The Lions Den. We ain't say nothing about holding no debate. And JJ will tell you that. And Karima. We didn't say nothing about holding no debate on Top Cat channel. But he lied to that panel last night. There you go right there, Renegade J. I'm finna put him out here right now. That's the other I'm finna spank. This is the ex-student right here that I told class is dismissed. You finna get this work too. I'm finna expose both of y'all. Y'all can't control the narrative tonight. So let me get into this thing, because we ain't gonna waste no whole lot of time with this. I'm finna expose every last one of them. So we're gonna go to how, this is special measure between me and Top Cat started last night. And then we'll get to the other cat, even though that's a different situation, but it ties in, because you're gonna see he is in this area too. And that guy that's calling himself Open Knowledge has been taught by this dude that I taught been in my classes of Arabic Quran, and Open Knowledge don't even know that come from me. I'm the one that brother got that Quran from. You see what I'm saying? The Tajweed and all that. He know what he read. So, you know, when I was dealing with them classes, I just recently gave it to him. And I'm going to show you also that cat in my class. And I'm going to show you him there recently, too, when I get to him. But I want to deal with Top Cat first and foremost, since me and him was supposed to have the class first. I'm going to show you what was going on. Now, there was a show that we did on Sonnet. I'm going to share my screen. There was a show. Here it is right here. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh, you know what? I got to share the audio too. So let me stop sharing and I'm going to share the audio because I got to make sure y'all can hear this. Okay, there we go. Share the audio. Now share the entire screen. Yeah, there we go. And I'm going to start with the first thing dealing with Top Cat. He the first order of business. And Top Cat said that he told his panel this right here. Because he was looking over the video that Sarnetta was on the other night. And basically, this brother, Sabir Bey, you know, was there, and Sa invited me to the panel. And so this is what he was doing. He was recapping. This is legendary Top Cat recapping, you know, the particular video. Okay, let me play it.
Hey, do y'all remember that time where I had came on and I was waiting on this Moor, and I was supposed to have a fade with this Moor. He was gonna prove that the Moors are American. That's the dude right there, Kemetian. And so we ain't never get it off. You know, I got bigger fish to fry, but I'ma get him. You know, in the back and forth, he ain't got nothing. He all over the place. He mixed everything together. That's why he a Kemite and a Moor. So, but yeah, I'm still gonna look at him
himself. Honest to a prophet, noble draw. So he didn't know I was there in the chat because me and Sabir was on the panel. So I'm wondering what he doing on our video. So I want to see if it showed when I said somebody say you were looking for me, unless he took that out of there. It was a second. There it go right there. Okay, this is when I started coming up in here, right? Yeah, there we go right there. There it go right there. You can see that brother E-Mad Scientist right here with me in the chat.
What's the name? Which one?
It's me, Kemetian, right here.
Oh, you talking about in the chat talking? No, it's too little for me to see.
It's too little?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. I'm gonna blow it up. You see it now?
Okay, yeah, I see it.
So I said, he didn't know I was there. So I say, somebody say you was looking for me. Here I go. I say, Moorish Imperial Allen Son, my appeal is universal. My doctrine is impregnable. LTPF injustice, right? 360 Vicegerent, Lord of the Plane of Soul, and all manifest, right? So he starts saying, bro, come on in here. Get out the chat, right? You see? And then I basically kept hitting it. I say, two mountains will never meet, but two men will, right? So everybody like, you need the link. Now, when have you ever seen me run from a debate, brother E? No. Have you ever seen that?
No.
You see? But he like, come on up in here. So I say, ain't nothing but some hot fish grease over here. So he talking about, yeah, I love all that right there. You know what I mean? So I say, we would draw on neutral grounds. Because I knew when I get on that panel with him controlling the narrative, he get in the feeling, you know how they do. They going to mute you out, want to kick you out, or try to overtalk you.
Yeah.
You feel me? And so basically, you know, I wasn't going to go on there, but I say, I'm going to go on here to show this guy that I ain't got no problem jumping on this panel, even though I knew it was going to go left. You feel me? So I said it's fruitless to jump on a panel where you control the narrative. You feel me?
Exactly, yeah.
Because we know most people going to be disingenuous.
Yep.
I say, you ran from our debate, right? This is what I told him. So I'm putting him out there, right? I say, you ran from our debate. I'm trying to make it by look. And you'll see it real quick. He gonna be trying to get me on the panel, and I'm gonna eventually get on there. And I'm gonna let you hear a little bit of how this thing started going a little bit, but I want to go further into it. The lie that he told them, saying that I didn't come to his channel to do the debate.
Chunk that shit up. Let's see what you got. I don't think you got nothing. Ramsey's little nephew.
See, yeah, he disrespected now.
Yo, Ty, can you pull that link up?
Despite the Ramses, right?
Hold on.
So he like, come on in here, Kemetian.
Oh, hey, that's what I wanted to say. Not because
I'm bridging the gaps. So I come in, this me, and I tell Sarnetta them that. I tell everybody, they know that. They know that about me. I'm about uniting the people. That's when I bring heat, when I feel like somebody in opposition to unity. Not about the information of what you think you is. I'm gonna be the one on the front line with you. You feel me?
Yeah.
You know, if one want to go back and forth for the information, that's all good and well too. But that ain't my MO, so to speak. Unless that's why Jabbar running from me. Them dudes you calling out Reggie, all them dudes running from me over there, bro.
Oh yeah, I've seen
them already. They running from me because I touched them already. So I got my hands on them already.
They running from me and I got them upset, and that's why Sarnetta.
Hey, who is this renegade brother? Hey, say renegade. We have a rule over here, family. No banging in the chat. If you have something to say, brother, get on the panel.
So he talking to the other cat that I'm finna expose. He in the audience, right? He been doing clips. I'm gonna show you the clips he been doing all week. He done made like 100 shorts about Kemetian. You know what I mean? Promote me, basically. Thank you for the free promo since you down there in the audience. You know, so what happened is, this is the truth. You know, and I jumped on there and he acted like he was going to be cordial right there, but you're going to see it turn out different. This is the original clip right here when we were supposed to debate each other. You see him right there, Chief Top Cat, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. He say we ran from his channel. Watch this. This is how it happened. This is how that came up.
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to straighten some things out. I had, I heard a few things. And
now Inky coming at me because I spoke on the Masons. I ran him off the chat too.
I'm a Mason.
Yeah, you know what we're doing.
But there's no Masonry that teaches that Jacques de Molay was Jesus. That's not a fact.
And see, that's what he do. See, he took my words and tried to change. I said Jacques de Molay was the last 22nd Grand Master, and that shroud of Turin that they be saying is Jesus was really the shroud that was covered over Jacques de Molay when they took him down off of that stake, you know, or the cross, so to speak. And that's what they call it, the second Messiah. That's the history of where that come from. You know, that's why the Catholic Church and the Masons is enemies toward each other. You know, a lot of people don't know that. So he came in talking about, I said Jacques de Molay was Jesus. See how they twist your words?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's deep though, because a lot of people don't know about the beef between the Catholic Church and the Masons.
Yeah, and for people that don't know what the Shroud of Turin is, we're gonna show them that since I mentioned it. The Shroud of Turin right here, family. This, I remember seeing this on Unsolved Mystery when I was a young shorty. You know, back in the days, I remember looking at this particular episode. This is the last 22nd Grand Master right here. He was just took down, and he wasn't dead neither.
And that looked just like that blanket they tried to see was like Jesus illuminated.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
The shroud, they call it the Shroud of Turin, but it was Jacques de Molay, and they put it over him. He wasn't dead. He was healing from his wounds. You know, but then they later burned him at the stake, and he prophesied their death. At least they said really it was the Knights Templar that carried out, because he told them popes that they was gonna die, everybody that was involved, because they crucified him first, took him down off the cross, and that show you that you don't die from crucifixion, you know. And then they took him and they burned him at the stake. Before they burned him, he said that they was all gonna die, and everybody that was involved with that ended up dying. So people said the Knights Templar was the one that carried out the murder. And that's why they called the books the Second Messiah. This is the book right here. I read this 30 years ago, family. And then they used some of this in the Da Vinci Code too, by the way. You know, and also Holy Blood, Holy Grail, where they talk about Jesus having children.
Yeah, I was about to say, ain't that, because I was about to say, I didn't want to say the wrong name, but the Da Vinci Code was about the Mason and the Catholic.
Yeah. See it right there? And they even, this is a new copy. The original hard copy didn't have this. This is the new version of it. See what they talking about, the great secret of the shroud of Turin?
Yeah, I
This is
see it.
this from 30 years ago, family. You know, and they
Blow,
probably got,
blow it up a little bit if you can.
okay, this is actually an excerpt of the book. You know what I mean? So on the inside, they got a new cover. They actually got the cover with the Shroud of Turin. But you know, it talk about the Pope John, Paul, and all of them. You know, when they basically put him up there, they talk about how Jesus had a brother, he had a wife. Mary Magdalene was his wife, and a lot of this they put in the Da Vinci Code too. This book here, the Second Messiah, you know, and you got to read. It's a good read too, good brother. If y'all ever get a chance to read this, you know, read it. You know, but that's what it's talking about.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna
so I
definitely
was
go read it now.
right. And so when I be telling people stuff, I ain't telling these things that's coming out of nowhere, just speaking it. I'm saying what I done studied, bro. I know what I'm talking about. Just cause you don't know it and you ain't never seen it, don't mean that it ain't right. So I can just do this here. I don't even have to go into it, but I'm just showing you. See how they put the Shroud of Turin there and him there? And so that's how they was passing that off as being Jesus. That's another cover. See, they didn't have these covers. I had the hardback, you know, back then when I read it. And this is also the other book. I actually got this book here with me too. Holy Blood, Holy Grail. I found it again at Goodwill.
So can I ask you why did they try to say that was Jesus? Do you know why they?
Basically to pass off, you know, the crucifixion narrative.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, to legitimize the crucifixion narrative. You know, and so this is it, right? This is the same cover they had back then too. Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Like I say, I found a copy too recently from Goodwill. I got it up there in my library. You know, but this in these two books is what gave birth to the information in the Da Vinci Code. A lot of that stuff by Mary Magdalene and all that. So this is what I was referencing when Inky came in. I wasn't saying that was Jesus. I was speaking on the Shroud of Turin, you know, was created basically from being placed over him. That was his impression. And that was a secret. It's a Masonic secret. You see what I'm saying? They last 22nd Grand Master, Dr. And so basically they was passing him off, and that's why they named the book The Second Messiah. You feel me? And so, like I said, it's a powerful book. It deals with the history of the Knights Templar and all of that. He was the last Templar.
I'll be able to read it in that with the website the way you showed me how to do it last time.
Yeah, you can probably find this as a PDF if you go look for it. I'm pretty sure. Because it's old. But the thing is, what happened in this information too, what a lot of people don't know about this Holy Blood, Holy Grail, is that you know, the Knights Templar tell you that they took an oath with the Muslims under the tree. They called it the splitting of the M. M in Arabic means knowledge. That's the same word in Hebrew that is translated from where it's stated olam, O-L-A-M. That word is actually where the word alchemy come from, knowledge, meaning the hidden knowledge of creation. It is these two words that basically gave birth to the word alchemy, and then alchemy became science. So really science come up out of that word.
Yeah, I heard that before.
Yeah, the observation of creation, basically. So real science, when people be talking about religion and science ain't one fool, the real science is looking behind the creation. You know, what you see with your naked eye and then going into it. That's all them European did. That's why Einstein tell you that anybody that's a serious investigator would know that it's something greater than them, you know, when it comes to dealing with all the science they deal with. Yeah. So they was dealing with intelligent design, a lot of them scientists. They wasn't dismissing the creator, you know. So now you see a lot of them coming back around to intelligent design, you know. But so I wanted to show that to straighten that out with that guy Inky. But he ran. You're gonna see he run. And then that's when me and Top Cat gonna lock in. Who said Jack D. Molay was Jesus? Nobody said that.
Okay, but
nobody said that.
Okay, I might have misheard it. I'm moving around. I also heard that Albert Pike wrote the Scottish Rite. degree.
He did write.
No, he did not write the Scottish Rite degree.
Hold on, brother. I wouldn't argue that. I didn't say he wrote it. I said he.
Now I was speaking on the Scottish Rite thing too. I guess Top Cat said the same thing to a certain degree, but I was saying Albert Pike wrote, the Scottish Rite before he was a Mason. He was actually a Klansman at that time, but they actually it said in the book. I got it right here.
I heard that before too.
Yeah, I got Moors and Dogma. He wasn't even a Mason when he wrote it, and they accepted it.
Yeah, because the Klan really is like a type of secret society.
Yeah, they're a part of it. That's the one that do their dirty work. They met at the Maxwell House. That's why now, law enforcement, they still like to meet at the donut shop and get some coffee.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? The Maxwell House is the Klan's first meeting in 1865 in Tennessee. So for people that like Maxwell House coffee, you might want to reconsider what you're drinking. So basically, that's why people say, well, let's have a conversation over a cup of coffee. That really had to do with what nigga we gonna lynch next. That's really what was being said. So he came in trying to say a Haitian was the one that wrote the Rites of Masonry. No, that Haitian didn't. He wrote one degree, and that wasn't even the degree that the European accepted.
He added 20.
Hold on. But your man said that. Wait. Your man just said he did.
And I got it right here. You want me to put it up here where they said it right here in the book? That's Moors and Dogma, that he wrote it before he was a Mason and it was accepted.
Go ahead and pull it up.
You want me to pull it right here? I got it right here.
Now listen, go ahead and pull that up and read it, but just know that doesn't make it correct. After you read that, I'm going to tell you and everybody else, because I'm also Haitian. So I'm going to tell you the exact author.
Are you, family?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you the exact author who wrote it. I'm going to tell you where they wrote it. And then I'm going to tell you who they passed it off to. And no part of Albert Pike was in there. So go ahead.
Well, you a Scottish Rite Freemason, brother.
You got a different book, but see, let me show you.
No, it's not about a different book. I'm a Mason. Are you a Mason? Have you ever been a Mason? Hold on.
There's many types of Mason.
This what he's doing.
I'm asking you a question. Are you a Mason or have you ever been a Mason?
You don't want the answer to my question.
Are you a Mason or have you ever been a Mason?
You don't want the answer to my question. Because
okay, so here's my problem. Non-Masons that don't know Masonry be online talking about Masonry like they know what they're talking about.
Wait, hold on. You gotta hold on. Everybody mute. Yeah, because hold on. Yeah, he's gonna respond. This ain't that type of back and forth. This is, build or at least, give him opportunity to respond. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now let me say what I say, and if he say something, mute him, Kareem, because that's his job to do what he's doing. He's supposed to hide this stuff. Now, this is from the book Magnum Opus, the great work written by your guy, Albert Pike. And it's called The Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, right? In these degrees, they tell you, it says one of the rarest and most important books ever published on the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry is now available for the first facsimile reprint. In 1855, the Supreme Council, 33rd degree ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, Southern Masonic jurisdiction, appointed a committee to revise the fragmentary rituals in their possession. This task was completed 2 years later when in 1857, Albert Pike single-handedly published the so-called Magnum Opus, great work, being his first revision of the complete rituals of the Scottish Rite. Only 100. Don't cut me off.
Yeah, Commissioner, you're getting him too much there right now, man. I don't know if Inky know who he running up on. But go ahead.
He asked for
go ahead, man.
We're gonna give it to him. We're gonna give it to him. Now he can do what he want to do after that, because I ain't gonna argue with it. I'm just reading it to him. He said it wasn't, and I'm showing it is. So it says Pike's ritualistic revisions were so impressive, he was made an active member of the Supreme Council and became the most revered sovereign grand commander in the history of the Rite, i.e., 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason is what they made it. So I'm a case closed right there. Now you can argue against that if you want. Now I'm gonna show y'all what book that is. I got it on my shelf right there.
I like how Karima stepped in, dude, knowing that he was trying to cause confusion, just to you know what I mean, trying to get you all balanced and stuff.
Yeah, he was trying to keep the information from being heard. You know, so I got this book and it get that same history in it right here on my shelf. Moors and Dogma, you know, and it got magnum opus. That's basically, you know, this great work is what they call it, but it's really Moors and Dogma. I got this whole book right here, all the degrees in that masonry right here on my shelf. I got Duncan's ritual, all that stuff up there, and I ain't no mason, you know. So, hold up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got all of that there, and I ain't into mason. So I'm gonna show you now. I'm gonna let you go back. Top Cat gonna get involved in a second here. So they can go look this up and they're gonna find just what I said. All that other stuff.
Hold on. Do I get a chance to respond? Or we getting
real quick. But real quick. Now I don't know if you know the history of Kemetian around here, man. I know you're up and comer in the line. And this guy right here, he's strategic and surgical with it. I'm just letting you know.
That's all I need.
Go ahead, man. You're a top cat, better watch out. I'm just letting you know. Go ahead.
It's not about watching out. All of these are facts. So first of all, for the listening audience, if you paid any attention, what I said was Albert Pike did not write the Scottish Rite degrees. The brother then had me muted so that he could read that page from the book that clearly talks about him remixing the degrees that were already in existence because the Scottish Rite was already in existence. So now the actual person who created those rituals, his name is Etienne Morin. He wrote the rituals in Haiti.
Now watch this. I'm gonna show y'all how disingenuous this guy is. Hold up. I'm gonna show who he talking about. Oh, I did the wrong one. It was actually supposed to be here. It should pull him up. Where is he at? Is it this one? Let me see. It should come up right here. Let me see. It actually showed that this guy, and the reason it ain't pulling him up because it's pulling the European Masonic order up. But it's Etienne Morin, and I'm trying to find it. And that's why it ain't out here like that, because they're going to put the European stuff up here first. And a lot of Prince Hall stuff is hard to find online. You won't find a lot of Prince Hall Mason degrees online. Where's that thing at? Let me see. Maybe able to find it like this here. Okay. Okay, that's talking about the lodge. Let me see it again. I'm gonna try to do this. See if they let me do it this way. I actually pulled it up.
Yeah, while you looking for that, I just want y'all to know that this Mason stuff goes way, way deeper than y'all think it is. I'm not gonna speak on too much of it because certain entities and social media get scared when you start talking about stuff too deep. But yeah, it gets real deep, man. So that's why they try to silence people like Kemetian. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they know I'm giving up the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, here it is right here. This is it right here. This is what he was trying to speak on. He was trying to talk about the guy here, ATM Morin. They actually got him mixed in here. He didn't write a whole degree of rights. He wrote 1 degree. They got everything. I'm trying to get to the actual information. It's in here. I just got to go in here and pull it out. Okay, they went through the 30 degrees right there. That's 30, 34. I want the actual straight to the point. I don't want to go through all that right there. See it right there? When it's talking about 1763. Let me see if I can pull that out like this right here. Because sometimes you can pull it out right here. This is what he was talking about. Okay. Probably the Prince of the Royal Secret too. There it is right there. You see that? This is it right here. It says 1763 Morin established these degrees in the French possession in the West Indies. At the time, Morin promulgated a right of the 25 degrees of the Order of the Royal Secret and Prince of the Royal Secret. Sometimes Freemasons call it the right of perfection. You see? So when you deal with that particular degree, that's the one they giving him a credit for, so to speak. He didn't write all of those rituals. And he tried to pull that because he say he Haitian, basically. You see? So now when you go into that there, we're going to go a little further because this is when your guy, Top Cat, go to channel.
Because he sat with the indigenous of Haiti, where the only place that active magic and ritual work was popping at. So he left France and went to Haiti.
Hey, wait, what was his name again?
Etienne. That's his first name, Etienne. I might be butchering it because he's French. His last name is Morin, Morin. His middle name is Stephen, if you want that. He wrote the degrees. Hold on, you want me to keep going? He wrote the degrees in 1744.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
After he wrote the degrees in 1744, he initiated Henry Franklin.
And the real degrees actually come from basically the Grand Lodge of England, bro. They existed way before, this stuff that they talking about. That's a whole nother measure. They had a whole monitor they created.
You ever heard of Henry Franklin? No, you never heard of Henry Franklin because y'all not Masons. So at that note, we're going to shut it down.
Okay, so JJ kind of, I've been out on.
So that's when he ran.
And see, this the problem I have with Mason because the first they'll tell you, oh, it's no secrets, it's nothing that we have from people. Everybody's out in the open. Everybody. Then he comes and say, oh, you're not a Mason, you don't know what you're talking about. See what I mean? You saw y'all saying people probably missed that contradiction he did to us. So.
Right. And I tell them all, I'm a Mason daddy because Masons stole what they have from Moors.
Exactly.
It was taught by Moors. And European Masons don't even recognize a Negro Mason. That's a whole nother story. We can get into that. I got a whole case where they were suing the so-called Negro Mason. So
On the YouTube streets, I just popped back in. So what is the two differences that you and Kemetian are having? I kind of missed that.
The difference is
you and Top Cat. Who was it? Top Cat? Who y'all having?
Yeah, I don't know. That's Inky that came in here, but he's saying that because he Haitian. But I don't care where the degrees come from. But what I'm telling you is Scottish Rite rituals were written by Abbott, and they were.
Hey, tell him don't go nowhere. I don't know if he was talking to me or if he was talking to the brother.
Yeah, he gonna come back, Top Cat. I think he just dropped his mic for a second, man. You know how you drop the mic, then you might
I
peek back in.
I hope he ain't dropped it and think he dropped some balls.
I just want to let you know that's one of the around. He been around the track a couple times. He just rejuvenated his debate career, so you might want to watch what you say around this guy. I'm just letting you know, Top Cat.
Man, I'm the best that ever done it, bro. Ain't none of these niggas, man.
He dropped the ball, Kemetian. Okay, you and Top Cat gonna have to deal with this guy. I'm gonna be quiet.
He thought he had dropped some bars, but what he did, bro, it still didn't change what I said being the truth, because a council accepted him into the council and accepted the degrees that he wrote. It said, and he the author of that book. They ain't pushing no E.M. Morton. You hear Albert Pike name more than anything. When they talk about the rituals of the 32, you're going to always hear Albert Pike. I can promise you ain't finna hear no so-called Negro write no degree. He just wants you to believe that it was some of our people that was teaching voodoo and voodoo that wrote the rituals. Come on, man, get out of here. Just because he was a Haitian don't make him right. You know?
Right now. Okay. So he said it started from voodoo. Well, maybe you and him can have that discussion, man. We can set that up for some kind of big pay-per-view event where y'all got to just teaching. You know, we want teaching. We don't want all the flim-flam like Jesus say. We want to educate people.
And see, that's what I ain't gonna give you. But Judah, you got to remember what I've been telling you for years. That's what their job is to do, to keep me from talking. I'm giving you the truth. So I don't supposed to be giving you this according to him. So he's supposed to throw a monkey wrench in the game. Get everybody.
So Inky and Just Us, Kaya, we got a couple Masons that hang around in the den. I'm just gonna keep the 7,000. And you know the travelers and all that. So you know the code. Sometimes like the Greg says, them cats try to speak over JJ head, but my interpreter is right there with me. See, he teaches JJ what they're saying, Top Cat. So you gotta have you some interpreters in the tribe, Top Cat. Go ahead and speak a little bit, Top Cat, what they were trying to do to you. And now this ain't no us versus them. I'm just saying, how did you get into the fight? But not the fight, but the discussion. What happened? I was out. Go ahead.
I say this here. The brother came in and he addressed some things that I didn't say. So I wouldn't even say I'm a part of the conversation, because the two points that he brought up were points that the other brother who was speaking on the bill brought up. But I just ain't like how he burned out. He ain't let the man rebut or none of that. You know, I don't know if he, if he wasn't sure or what. You feel me? He just ain't want to stand in front of it or the information or what. But people being a Mason, that don't mean nothing. You got different degrees in Masonry. What type of are they some African?
Who you saying they want to let them rebut though? You got to clear that up for the audience. Who you saying? Kemetian or the other guy?
He didn't let Kemetian.
No, the other guy that came in.
Why you leave? Let the guy rebut and answer your question or respond to what you said. Why you leave?
Well, that's called dropping the mic and leaving on your own terms.
Insecure about the information, bro.
No, he said a lot. Kemetian said a lot. So you can't just drop the mic and think that you covered a whole bunch of what Kemetian just brung out.
I'm trying different tactics and strategies. Remember, I'm a debate consultant now. You see, so I can sit back. Go ahead.
If you notice, all the other brothers that has been Masons, they admitted to all the truth that I said. They ain't got no upset, but they know I'm telling the truth.
He is busy though. I will say he will come back. You know that he is busy. Now I will say that.
But see, his response is that of an active Mason though. See, these other brothers saying they ain't dealing with it no more, and so he put as an active Mason. Now one Inky follow Dr. York.
I know he used to hang with Polite. Now I don't know how. I know he used to wear the hat like Polite.
I think he was.
Now he got a debate coming up with. Hold up, he got a debate coming up with Judah. We're gonna We're gonna revamp it.
Well, man.
Now see, that's one of them cold. Everybody listen, last one.
Yeah, I just asked him a simple question because he said, you know that stuff about Israel.
The Scottish Rite Freemasonry.
That's what I'm. Okay, hold up. You got to look. See if you go through the history.
You know, I mean, the American.
I want to.
Okay, distinct. How you pronounce it? Let me get the introduction right. My fault.
American Indian.
Well,
he Indian. See,
I got indigenous blood that go back before the American Indian in me. This is when we engage. I got Austrasian. I got Austrasian blood in me that came in.
Austrasian. See, Top Cat, his Indian bloodline go a little deeper than yours. You probably use. See, Top Cat used 22 in me. You gotta use 23 in me. He didn't use 22. You know, that's all it is.
Blood is what I got in me.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
I said you use 22 in me instead of 23. That's what I
heard that weekend joke. I'm talking about what.
Come on, man. That was funny. But go ahead.
What the brother said?
Go ahead, Kemetian. Go ahead.
Okay, now I was just finna show these pictures of this area I was telling y'all about.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's a.
But how do yours go all the way back to Austria? What you say, Australia?
They said,
and that's what he was thinking. See, I can read his mind without even. So go ahead and get into that before you skip off into the other part of this.
They said that my DNA was a contributor. They said because it's rare for somebody over here to have that DNA. You know what I mean? But I'm L3H. Yeah. I'm L3H, which is the parent stock that E1B1A come from.
So how did your people get to America?
They migrated from the Sudan. My mitochondria did, and the further you go east, you end up in the west. So they were the ones who came on the straits that you hear them talking about in science. They came with
Bering Strait. So you came from the Bering Strait family.
They came with that stock. Now my father's line. I come through Ramesses the Great, but that DNA, a lot of that migrated across the Sahel, which basically goes into Mauritania, you know, Chad, coming out of the Sudanic region as well, and that's the portion that.
And how did they get to America?
See, Tom K, you ain't ready for this type of high level conversation, man.
I'm listening like everybody else, JJ.
That lineage, some of them came through slavery. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I tell our people, I never been one to say it ain't never been slavery. It's just indigenous. I tell people some of our people came from slavery and some of them was already here. You see what I'm saying?
One of your lines came through slavery and one of your lines came through the Bering Strait.
Well, this is basically the overall aspect of what they're saying that particular blood lineage went. But I'm just telling you what's in me, the percentages that are in me.
Yes, sir.
They would tell you
other than the percentages, brother, would that be any other way for you to verify that story you're telling us?
You say if it wasn't the crazy part about it, if you don't know me, brother, with all due respect, I had been teaching this particular form of migration. JJ them can tell you that. I showed Kareem them charts immediately. And it's crazy that what I had been teaching without knowing my DNA was actually true to the core. I was teaching it before I got the results back.
How long have you been learning this information, brother?
I've been teaching, bro, for 30 years. But I've been teaching on this particular subject about 10 years. About the migration of the Moorish people.
So are you older than 1990, brother?
Man, I'm 43 years old, bro.
Okay, so before 1990, what method were you using? Or did you come to the same conclusion before 1990?
In the time of the 90s, brother, I was more studying basic things and teaching basic things that had to do with our people, being universal, being always here in the planet.
See, Top Cat, he could speed read through a book and know what he got a gift like that. Like you might have a gift to you make people laugh, and you need to tighten up on some of your pseudo scholarship, but I can work with you on that, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a consultant now. JJ 7000's consulting firm will help you be a better debater. I see you trying to step into that, that area.
And my brother, I'm gonna say this: I was one. JJ will tell you that was against DNA, but I had so many people challenging me, talking about take the DNA. Y'all heard them challenging. Take the DNA. Yeah. You see where you come, because they wanted to prove to me that I ain't got no Kemet in me. So I was kind of skeptical about taking it, and I took it. And so when I took it, what really blowed me is that it found my cousin, bro. That I didn't even put my grandmama name in there because that's my cousin on my daddy's side.
Oh, you found a cousin back in Egypt, brother?
No, brother, listen to what I'm saying.
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Listen to what I'm saying. They found my cousin, my father's nephew. I didn't put my father's line. I didn't put his name on here, nor did I put my grandmother on my mother's side information, not my father's. But they found my cousin that is of my father's name and a couple of more of my people, which is spooky to me, to be honest with you.
I have a question? Quick question. Did your family put their DNA in before?
This is what I'm trying to tell you. He put his DNA in, but it's not under what I put my DNA on.
Right.
Listen to what I'm saying. He put it in under my father's lineage. My grandmother that come through him, that's how we link up. But my grandmother on my mother's side is what I submitted. She ain't related to my grandma. On my daddy's side.
Is this guy alive who did this?
Yes, sir. He younger than me. This my young
so are y'all finding people who did?
Now, listen, check this out.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you what we find. When I put the information in there, I see on his side who he put in there that I didn't put in there. And those people that he put in there are my relatives, obviously. But there are also other first and second cousins of people that I knew all my life. But I didn't know
they're alive, family.
Listen to me, brother. Yes. So these people, they are people that I know. Listen, I've seen them. And they are related to me, but I've been knowing them for years.
Seen them, Top Cat.
And I didn't know we was related. So my thing is, I'm just saying it's spooky at how accurate it is that it can pick up on something I didn't even put in there. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, now I have no problem with that part because
they can find your
family also had.
Well, basically, I'm speaking on the accuracy of the DNA. When I put it in, I didn't put my dad's lineage in there. It picked it up automatic. And some people that I basically been knowing all my life, they related to me, but I didn't know it. So they took the test and it linked all us up. And that's why I was saying it was spooky. So if somebody got your DNA and they put it in there and it's linked to you on either side of your family, it's going to pull them up, so they can find whoever is related to you if they take that test. But that shows like complete accuracy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm about to take my test on next week. Which one you use?
I use 23andMe, and Top Cat didn't use what I use, and he seen it last night. He was like, they didn't pull up the native ancestry in my chart. See, 23andMe they put native ancestry and everything up in there, and they said my native ancestry come from the Aboriginals. That was 23,000 years ago, way before these new modern Indians, the Alouettes and the Americans. And I'm gonna show that to you in a minute, because I'm gonna show you the PowerPoint I was getting ready to debate, because that was this finna come into a challenge. I want to get
DNA, and we cross-reference the DNA with our genealogy.
He statements, especially like the stuff like I want to
help you manage the moderators. So if you have that wrench, you can manage the moderators too.
Now. Yeah, go ahead, Ram. Hey, Ram's his cousin, nigga. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, King. I ain't even say that. Nigus. Go ahead, Nigus.
Yeah, Ramesses is actually much more recent than this right here, basically. So it say the stories of
you went back 275,000. Ramsey go back 3,100 or something.
What they were saying is my maternal DNA. I mean, my paternal DNA go back to 275,000 years ago. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And that's on my father's side, ancient father's side. But then the maternal DNA, it goes back around that same time period as well. But it's out of the Sudan. What they call Put. Some people call it Ethiopia. Some people call it Kush. In other words, Tarseti, the original people that established the Egyptian empire. And that's why it has that link to Egypt in there, basically. You know what I mean? And so it also shows that they migrated across the Sahel. I'm going to get into that in a second.
Something like that.
He tried to hide this last night when we was talking.
35. Okay, yeah.
The Fulanis, all of them are Moors.
Yeah.
I'm going to get into that myself, but because that's just showing that I share the paternal lineage with Ramesses, right? But I
the Americas, but it went through the East.
The challenge
the further east,
because I want to be able to get to that other end.
Nation magazine also says.
I got it wrong, but I'm gonna go ahead and get the correct name. I
went through this, which I'm gonna go
that?
through this anyway.
Okay, go ahead.
That's the one that
there you go.
My maternal mother.
Who are the kids?
I want to go right here when he deal with the challenge, because I'm gonna go into all this where y'all can see that in a few minutes.
Watch this. I'm gonna go here then.
He was trying to challenge it.
Of sure.
Say that again. Go right when he challenged for the debate.
His brother, bro.
Okay, Zion, let him go. Let them.
I'm ready. He more scholarly. He do PowerPoints. A lot of people don't even do PowerPoints with the information. So I would get in the ring with you, brother Kemetian.
Yeah,
on this topic.
Let me make it plain. Not one time did I say the Indians were Muslim. What I said was there were Muslim chiefs that was at the head of these nations. I got documentation to prove it. You want to debate that?
Yes, sir. We can debate. Let's find something else to go with it. Let's find something else to go with it, though.
Set it up.
Let's find something else to go with
it. And that way we can get back to the subject.
Let's find something with. Okay, what about the Moors? You said that they were Moors. That the
you
Indians
definitely don't want to talk to me about the Moors, brother.
Brother, that's what. Well, let's put that on the book as well.
Oh yeah, you can do that too.
Well, let's put that on there as well. What are Indians Moors?
What are Indians Moors? Oh
yes,
my
sir.
God. Oh my goodness. He don't know. He don't know who he talking to, do it.
Brother, I'm about to find out, right?
Okay, all right.
So when you want to do this?
Kamish, can I ask one question?
You want it, bro. I'm ready.
One question. Now, a lot of
I do it tonight. Somebody whenever we're ready.
Ain't no do it tonight because I got to get on tonight. And they know what.
Yeah, we made flyers. We promoted for
Yes, ma'am.
We can have a discussion before then, though.
So what's up tomorrow then?
Yeah, it has to be anytime after about 3:30.
Okay, all right. What you on the Eastern time? What Pacific? You Eastern Pacific?
Yeah, I'm Eastern time.
Okay, I'm on Central time. So what about 7 o'clock tomorrow? 7 p.m. Central time.
What time that is on my time?
8.
Nah, do it. Check this out. Do it at 6.
You ain't got nothing to do with this, bro. This
homie,
man wasn't gonna get.
This is my show right now. I can kick your ass off,
bro.
I can kick your ass off. It's my show.
Hold on, this is his show, so please be respectful.
Show respect.
Yeah, but JT, no, hold on, JT, let them build because you can't. They have to pick the time because they have to be available. So let them build.
Let me stop and honor our brother JT too, man, because I know that brother soldier. He's straight for his straight shooter. Honor to you, brother, for allowing me to give this measure, even if though it was your show, JT, brother. I give honors to you. But yeah, for that brother, it would have to be a time, like I say, around 3:30, after 3:30 Eastern Standard. Because tomorrow, what I do 7 o'clock nightly, I'm participating in my own conference call. Okay. I'm an official of my own governing body, so I have to be present there. So when I set it have to be outside of that time.
Okay. 1,000 parts to the body. 1,000 parts real quick to the body real quick. 1,000 parts. I heard something. I was in the audience and I heard something about a debate. Did I hear debate? I had to come on, jump back on. I was minding my business until I heard debate. What's going on, man? We got something set up for the line up there?
We finished strap
Go
up.
ahead.
Oh,
all right. Yeah. What's the topic so I can promote it, man?
Or the Indians Moors.
Oh, man. Y'all heard it here first. Are the Indians Moors?
You hear that, Jay?
Is it Moors or Muslims? Which one is it? Is it Moors or Muslims? Which one is it?
No, what it was.
Hold on. Or the Moors, okay, or the Indians Moors. Okay, we'll deal with that.
He said he want to get past that other subject. He want to dish.
Well, Moor can mean black. And I'm just letting you know, Top Cat. So you putting yourself in a particular predicament. You have to go by the proper preparation.
Hey, don't talk him out of it. Don't don't talk him out of it. He probably got something.
Some of the himself now. Maybe come up with something else. But all right, go ahead.
Brother, I am the best that ever did this
That's
shit,
an
man.
easy kicking, yo.
Y'all are witnessing greatness right now.
Now, I'm a debate consultant now. See, I'm a debate consultant. I might have to put you under my tutelage. You know, certain titles you can't take, man.
I'm still undefeated. Y'all can't even get past the bar, bro. You see what I did to the bar?
Oh, yeah, well, shit, I bought them up years ago, man. Look, I went out and got the book for
You gonna prove that the Indians ain't more.
Correct, and you gonna prove that the Indians are more.
All right.
Okay, now stop that.
Now, I want you to
wait. This is discussion or debate? Wait a minute. This is discussion or this is debate? What we doing? So I know how to format the shit up.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm gonna have to go out and find some judges. Y'all want 3 or 5 judges?
Man, look, bro.
We do a poll too.
I don't know what.
I mean, how y'all gonna decide who win? I mean, you know, y'all call it discussion, man. We just let the people.
Man, come to my channel, bro. We'll get a lot of people in there.
Nah, wait a minute, man. How you gonna come over here? This is debate channel league over here. I tell you what, we'll visit each other's channel, bro. We don't have no problem with that. But you setting up over here. I'm gonna bring your people over here, and then listen. Bring your people over here to support you. I tell you what. Somebody from your camp can help me pick the judges, Top Cat. Bring one of your generals over here.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yep, there you go. Yep, and we agree on the.
So he agreeing with the judges being picked, but he wants some of his people to pick judges too, to be on our channel, right? But he lied and said we were supposed to come to his channel. That's what I'm getting at. Now he trying to say that I was running from this young cat they calling Jay, Renegade Jay, but he ran from me. You see the hypocrisy in that right there, Brother E, in the panel?
Oh, yeah.
You see that, right? But he got on there and talking about, yeah, this Kemetian, he's supposed to came over there, but he didn't show up. You're a liar.
Judges, yeah, we're getting together. Go ahead, Kemetian.
Hey, this discussion should be had here because I was always taught wherever you show
up. Yeah, that's going down here. You can live stream. He can live stream it from his channel. You got StreamYard, you can live stream it at the same time. You don't have to take from nobody. See, that's the point of what I be trying to tell everybody. Everybody can go live from your channel and do what it do.
You gotta mute your mic when she speaks. That she got a bunch of devices going there. So, but yeah, that's a good idea. And also, Top Cat, listen, one of your generals can come work with one of our generals. Like we'll have Yasha and one of your generals, and y'all go out and pick 5. Y'all go out and pick 5 good judges, right?
All right, how long you gonna be on? I'll go get somebody right now. How long you gonna be on?
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead. If you got somebody you want to introduce us to, we're gonna help them. And we'll have
Jay,
somebody.
You want to end it about 7 o'clock?
We get ready to end it here pretty soon because somebody else coming.
You know, I done really established my point already. I ain't got to go no further in this. So we can all agree that he agreed to have that discussion on our panel, right? Lion Den family.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay, now this is where it get good at right here, right? We're going to go back to that other video and you're going to see where it get crazy, and we finna give you some commentary because he was literally hiding my slides. I didn't find out till I went back in there. He was hiding my slides. And then I was thinking I was sharing, but it wasn't sharing. So the people couldn't see my sources.
The link is in the chat. And let me tell you about that cat, Top Cat. I think this is my first time seeing the brother.
Yeah, but see, he was in my class, right? That's why I ain't got no respect. This young man told me I'm gonna take everything I said down about you, and he's still banging. I still ain't with it. I'm going at him now because you a snake. You know, talking about the North versus the South and all that foolishness. This man sat up under me, Top Cat, for a whole year damn near. You know, listening to me teach. Got the books that I told my people to get. I took him in my intimacy, you know what I mean? And then he come up on the class where we dealing with unity. The women want to come together in unity, and he come through the back door to try to introduce what he feel like he got a gotcha moment and disagree with me about. And I bust his behind on the spot. He trying to act like he won a debate or something, but I'm always ready. I keep mine in the head. You know, I ain't never got that demonstration nowhere else. It's always there with me. I keep this scimitar out the oil. This scimitar that I got, man, stay sharp. It never get dull. So he did that, bro. And then when I exposed him, the cats that was with him, Top Cat, they say, dang, man, this man taught you. He say, man, that's cold-blooded, brother. You gonna go against your teacher like that in the public? You know what I mean? And they start getting on it. Because they were correcting me and telling, bro, you lying about what that man said. He was trying to put words in my. I wasn't gonna even go up on his panel. But I went up on his panel because he was dogging them sisters. And ain't no man that's gonna sit there and let a dude do that right there, even in the flesh. You feel me? And that's why I'm at his head now. Because never outshine the master. Or try to. Especially when you ain't there. You know what I mean?
I can dig it. I can dig it.
Well, you can say to me, you learn from me. I'm Jordan and you Kobe. R.I.P.
Well, let me say this here. We had a brother Renegade J here. I don't think we ever met. Family. Introduce yourself. Let the people know where you come.
I'm gonna show you some of the stuff that I'm referring to about this cat, because he in the box banging, and your boy trying to get him up there. He gonna get on. He actually on the panel right now. And I'm gonna show you, you know, this stuff right here. Because I can see my computer working pretty good. So I'm gonna be able to expose this stuff right now. Now, you'll see he been doing shorts on me through the whole week, family, even though he said he was gonna take them down. This man is very disingenuous and he clout chasing. He definitely clout chasing, trying to get some attention. This young man. So these some of the things he been putting out.
Yeah, what's going on, Kemetian?
What's going on?
I don't know if you remember who I am. What's going on, bro?
That's why I said it. You didn't hear me speak to you earlier.
Yeah, I heard you.
I never forget you, good brother. Ain't this what we've been building on right here, me and you?
I learned a lot from you.
Yes, sir.
But the students coming with questions.
That's all right.
And go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, come on through. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I consider myself a student right now.
Yeah, what's going on, Kemetian?
What's going on?
I don't know if you remember who I am. What's going on, bro?
Okay, so you see that right there. So you heard me say that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And I consider myself a student right now, right? So at this time, I don't know he coming on this panel to try to redirect the course. He done already plotted to do this. He was just in my class that following with a prior Saturday and the other ones before that. You feel me? But he came in to try to challenge, you know, a statement that he misinterpreted it. And you're gonna see the sister gonna check him on it. But I'm gonna show you all the shorts he been putting in. He should have reached out to me, not get up here and say, "Oh, he because I didn't contradict myself."
Well, okay, and Commission, you know what? But listen, that he didn't exactly do that. What you said, what he did was, though, he disagreed with you, and then he attacked a specific point. So I don't think you see what I'm saying. So you know, because I don't think he was wrong with what he was trying to say, but you definitely, Renegade, was wrong with how you attacked his specific point, because that's how we got to this point here.
Exactly.
Because you kind of went in on what he was explaining, and you wouldn't exactly let that go. So then what Commission did was say, okay, well, you know what? Gloves is off. Debate time. Source up. Source up. And let's do
he
that.
brought a gun.
You should have reached out to me. Now that dude that you hear talking, that's the dude that, you know, with them basically hear more. But he called it out what they was doing. You see what I'm saying? You can see all these shorts he been putting up. He been doing it the whole week. Now I'm gonna go into the clips and let you see actually what was going on. It's a sister in here that's a Moor, and he got upset with her, and that's why he was basically coming at me. You know what I mean? Unbeknownst to myself. These are the clips in here when he was going into that stuff. And every time I go to try to play these clips here, it seems like it don't want to let me play it. You know, but I definitely can play it from my phone if this don't load up. It always do this when it come here. You know, it's something going on. I don't know if he got it to where I can't play them directly. You know, but I know all these other clips played if y'all pay attention to it. But it will play from my phone. I don't know if it's also me being on the phone like I am right now. I'm gonna show it to you. If it don't play here, I'm gonna just pull my phone out and let y'all hear it. Because you don't necessarily have to see it, but you can hear it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do because I don't want to waste too much time right here. I'm gonna just play it off my phone. Let's see. Let me open it up. Because y'all need to hear this foolery right here. I got them all right here. Okay. And you'll be able to hear them pretty clear too. Let's see.
All right. So again, Kemetian brought up this nice, beautiful display of this African-looking statuette or sculpture, and he said it's a Phoenician, and under it had the label of Moor or Moorish, something like that. And then when it was like the excerpt or the explanation of the image, it said the descendants, this is from memory, the descendants of these Moors are the modern day Tuareg, Amazigh, and they named one other North African tribe, right? So what did I say? I said, why doesn't it say that the descendants of these Moors today are the Igbo, the Mande, the Soninke, and West African tribes, which is where we would say that we come from if we're going to pick anywhere in Africa? Why is it only connecting to those North Africans? So then we started to go into what these people look like. All right. So again, Kemetian brought up this.
Okay, nice, that's one part right there, right?
This
I'm gonna show you the other clip behind that. Right? You're gonna see the sister start trying to correct.
So big bro Kemetian thinks he's a quick typer and puts in Mauritanian slaves, hits enter real quick, and thinks nobody caught it.
There, okay, let's stop that right there.
So he types in Mauritanian.
He said I typed Mauritanian slave in there trying to be slick when I was trying to show the people who the original Mauritanians was. What he don't know is I've been telling our people for the longest that it was the Moroccans that enslaved the Moors. And that's what I was trying to show. Sister Karima can attest to that. How many times you done heard me say that, Sister Karima, in relation to dealing with the Mauritanians, that the Moroccans enslaved the Mauritanians? Or even Eric, the mad scientist. I done told you that too, right, bro?
Yeah, because I remember actually about the Moors and the Morocco and Europe and America. What was the differences? I remember you explaining that.
Right. So I didn't even have to pull up them. He thought I had to put Mauritanian slave to try to be slick. All I got to do is put Mauritanian people up here. And then pull the same pictures up that I was saying before. Now, the ignorant would try to say, oh, look at them mixed people. But we can do that over here in America. If we want to be dumb like that and say, okay, everybody in America is Europeans. But what about these people over here? Go ahead,
I heard you say plenty of times, and plus, you not only that, you did a debate by yourself because Tomcat didn't show up, and you still continue to present the information. So
and I presented it, and I'm finna pull that up too, sis. The same PDF. I'm finna pull it out because that's what he was hiding last night. Top Cat. You feel me? So this young cat basically is trying to misinterpret, or actually trying to basically misdirect the course and make them think I'm trying to hide something from them by putting Moorish slave up there. So the same thing come up with Moorish people and Moorish slave, but I was emphasizing a point to show that the people in Mauritania was enslaved by Moroccans. But look at how he tried to twist the narrative.
Slaves and brings up all these black people and say, this our people, family, this our people. You can't tell me they don't look like us. Fine. But give the history and don't act like you didn't type slave. Now,
did I have to type slave just then, family?
And I'll tell you,
to pull them people up? No, it's right there. Mauritanian people. You see? So, watch this.
Where I got it from. And I'll read it to you whenever you're ready, Dulcinea.
So now this when the sister finna get on it.
So, Dulcinea, do you know the historical context of why these North African kingdoms have people who are intermixed and admixed? So
now he asked her that question, right? So watch this. I'm finna show you the other drawing here. Hold up, let me pull that clip up again. Cause we're gonna expose you tonight. You can't get away with what you got away with over there on Top Cat channel. Now one of y'all can't do that now. The people finna get clarity.
So those images he showed on Google was from 7 AD, huh? Or was that more recent?
No, those are recent pictures as far as when he showed up the indigenous, when it was showing the indigenous people in the areas being black. Yeah, that's what it literally showed. I can pull that up too. That every time that it showed a black person in those tribes, it had indigenous under that name.
No. He typed in he typed in slaves.
He typed in Mauritanian slaves first.
He never typed indigenous.
No, I didn't say he typed in indigenous, and this is why I say that.
So why would it come up?
You're very, because it came up on its own. Once he typed in as far as Amazon, and he went down as far as the Amazon.
And it was all those white people with tattoos on their face.
Until it got to the indigenous woman that it said clearly.
Oh, so
now let me show you what the sister was saying, because he tried to switch the narrative and speak on the Amazigh people, right? And say, oh, look at all them Europeans, right? But little did he know, I scrolled up and this is the picture I hit right here. You see, because just because you see light-skinned people there don't mean they the only people there. So when I hit this right here, it say who are the indigenous people of North Africa. You see, and that's why the sister said it came up by itself. You see, that's what she was explaining to him. And this is what she was saying right here, family. And he tried to deny it. So when I actually went here, this is why she said it became indigenous people. Because if you go into all of these areas now, it'll tell you who were the original people that was there, the indigenous people. So though you see bright-skinned Arabs that add mixture there, it's showing you that the original people was our people. You understand?
Yeah, because they was because I did a book on them about it to read.
Yeah, so he was being disingenuous. Watch she try to check him now. And then he gonna try to talk over. Watch this.
You because she's black, but you're gonna ignore.
It literally said that under the name. He didn't put that up. He didn't write
so funny,
it said that on that.
I got a quick question. So those images.
Now you heard that, right? And now I just proved what she said. I didn't pull indigenous up. It came up by itself, right? So he's saying that I put that in there and I tried to twist it. Now watch this. Watch this.
It's just disingenuous. There was nothing that he typed in that alluded to indigenous people. But
see how he lied?
My question didn't get answered as to why that article didn't connect them to West African tribes. It just didn't do it.
He's saying this don't connect them to West Africa. Who are the people of West Africa up here, the Amazigh people? Don't Amazigh mean furthest people of the West, brother Arab married scientist? You know, so the Amazigh people deal with the people of the sun. Watch
this. I don't want to give it all away just in case I do end up having this debate, but I want to read. Dulcinea asked me for a source. So, this is from page 90 of Pre-Colonial Black Africa. The white populations then inhabiting the land were under the strict authority of the blacks. I talked about that. In 990, the Berber center of Limtunas, Autogos, was governed by a black farber who levied taxes. So remember, I said, under these black kings, these white North Africans were still able to acquire slaves. That was my argument. And that's why we have black people that were mixed in. So this is just some context. In the name of the emperor on the goods and which is disingenuous.
Which don't have nothing to do with what we talking about. So he reaching right now. He trying to basically justify a point of contention that he created. Now watch this.
Or was that more recent?
No, those are recent pictures as far as when he showed up the indigenous, when it was showing the indigenous
people in the areas being black. Yeah, that's what it literally showed. I can pull that up too. That every time that it showed a black person in those tribes, it had indigenous under that name.
He typed in he typed in slave.
Now what she was referring to is these. She was referring to here. Every time I pulled up a picture, it said indigenous under there. This is what the sister was referring to, because she seen me when I pulled this up. You see? And I didn't have to tap it in. It came in once I hovered over the sister and then opened all of them up.
I didn't say he typed in indigenous, and this is why I say that.
So why would it come up?
You're very, because it came up on its own. Once he typed in as far as Amazon, and he went down as far as the Amazon.
And it was all those white people with tattoos on their face.
Until it got to the indigenous woman that it said clearly.
Oh, so she's indigenous to you because she's black, but you're gonna ignore.
It literally said that under the name. He didn't put that up. He didn't write
so funny,
it said that on that.
I got a quick question, right? No. Hold on,
okay, so she trying to get him right, but he's so busy trying to come in. Now he say he want to make this a teachable moment. He wasn't trying to attack the bill. You see what I'm saying? But if I'm your teacher, I taught you. You should reach out to me directly. You don't wait until I'm up on the platform teaching some people and they all embracing what I'm teaching, and you come in and try to interject nuts and bolts or apples and oranges. You see what I'm getting at, Eat a Mad Scientist? It ain't that you oppose me. It's what you were doing.
Yeah.
You being deceptive. And now I told him, I say, I don't know what you personally got against me, but I didn't know that this was plotted. And your boy finna call him out that was with him. Watch this. Once he find out that I taught it.
Or was that more recent?
No, those are recent.
Hold up. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Okay, here it is right here. She gonna call him out.
What he likes to do is misinterpret what people say because he's not listening. He just hears to try to argue, and then when he comes in wrong instead of actually listening to what people were saying. Because I have it pulled up before he even came on the panel. Kemetian admitted that the Moors sold slaves, and then he came in like, you said the Moors didn't sell slaves, and that's what he does all the time. And that's what he says about me, as far as always misinterpreting what I have said instead of sitting back and listening, which the brother needs. That's what's going to make you better. And I think this debate is going to be good for you, because then you'll have to listen to actually debate him. And then you can go by point instead of making up things.
There you go. So she called him out again, right? I'm sitting there in the audience looking at this at the time. But he got so disrespectful. I say, man, let me go in here and check this cat. I wasn't going to go in there at first, because you know when you go on somebody's platform, they're going to try to control the narrative. Just like he did. You feel me? So watch this. Watch this.
What he likes to do is misinterpret what people
not
say
that
because
one.
he's not
that
listening.
one. It's actually this one right here.
What you're accusing me of is what you're doing, because you lied about Kemetian saying that he said Moors never sold any slaves. I have that clip pulled up.
Okay.
Well,
you want to do this?
Saying that the Moors sold slaves, and then your first question when you came in was like, Kemetian said Moors never sold slaves, which was a lie. What you do is you don't listen, and you need to sit back and listen more and hear what's actually going on before you're trying to debate people, brother. And that's what's going to make you better in your 30s and why you're a little lacking in your 20s.
All right, so I want to share something with you guys, because maybe she thinks I'm lying, but I know what I heard Kemetian say.
I haven't pulled up a Kemetian saying that the Moors have sold slaves.
All right, so here's what happened. He contradicted himself. So thank you.
No, I have the original time of him saying it, not before you asked him. I have the original time pulled up before you even came on the panel where he said the Moors sold slaves. What you're accusing me of is what you're doing, because you lied about Kemetian saying that he said Moors never sold any slaves. I have that clip pulled up.
Okay. Well, you want to do this?
Saying that the Moors sold slaves, and then your first question when you came in was like, Kemetian said Moors never sold slaves, which was a lie. What you do is you don't listen, and you need to sit back and listen.
Now watch this.
Sister Freedom asked him, well, didn't the Moors sell slaves? And Kemetian said, I'm glad you asked that. So then he went into as far as that the Moroccans were enslaving the Moors, but yes, the Moors sold slaves as far as well too. And he was like, there's always been people that have been against us in our own nation from the beginning of time. That's what he said.
And basically what I was saying is that you got sellout people that come from amongst our people, period. But I was saying you can't put a blanket indictment on a people, because you'll have to do that all the way across Africa. That's what I was discussing with the other sisters. Because actually, the Moorish prince, Abdul Rahman, was sold by the Igbos. And then he was sold to the, and then the Mandingas actually had something to do with it. And then the Gambia had something to do with that, right? So all of these people, our people, was doing these things to each other. It didn't have nothing to do with one particular group enslaving our people, is what I was saying. So he said that's a country that, no, it's not. I'm saying you had select people there, but don't put a blanket indictment, because when you say the Moors enslaved the people and you try to make it look like the Moors as a whole, this was them doing this, and it wasn't nobody else involved, you deceiving the people. You see what I'm saying, brother? Mad Scientist?
Yeah, I see it.
And so my thing is, if you're gonna do that, then you got to say everybody in Africa, but stop trying to demonize the Moors and make it seem like the Moors was the one slaved the people and it wasn't no other African tribe. They was doing that with each other in warfare. You feel me? Anything go in warfare. So Moors was getting sold, Moors was selling, you know, vice versa. But I'm saying the Arabs was the ones that enslaved the Mauritanians from the get up, you know, outside of all of that. And so watch this. Watch this. Hold up. You got to hear this stuff here, because your boy fit to come out now. Even Draven said they ain't the same people though. The Moroccans and Moors, they ain't the same. Now that's one of his cheerleaders right there. The same one in the chat.
Before he ever came on, he said, yes, the Moroccans are the first ones to sell the Moors into slavery. That's what he said. That's what he said. And then he said, but yes, Moors sold other Moors into slavery too. From the beginning of time, we've always had traders and always have gone against each other. That's his exact quote.
Hey, bro, you see how that sister quoted me to the T? Exactly what I said.
Yeah, see, I heard him.
She was listening. You feel me? He was listening for a point of contention. You feel me? But she was listening to the information, and the other sister confirmed it, right? Watch this.
Right. While he lies about it, I'm definitely going to put the real clip of Kemetian putting it and saying,
what is the real clip?
Came
I'm
on
gonna make
my
a fake
channel.
clip.
And my channel is Important Conversations with Dulcinea, and that's where the clip will be, the real clip.
Right. What is the real clip? I want it. The real clip.
I'll have to show how to scramble minds as well, sis. What happened is way before Renegade came on. Sister Freedom asked him, well, didn't the Moors sell slaves? And Kemetian said, I'm glad you asked that.
So she going into the portion that I done already posted, right? So I don't have to go there no more. But she kept exposing. She kept exposing him, right? Now this is how it turned. Now what a name.
She has to have a rebuttal. Renegade. So she said her clip was before you came on, Renegade. So if you saying her clip was before you came on, then it could be a highly probable chance that you didn't hear Kemetian say what she's saying.
All right, y'all talk about two different clips. Do you see what I have on the screen, brother?
That's what I'm hearing right now.
Do you see what I wrote on the screen? They're gonna play the fucking.
Yeah, but Kemetian said it twice though, because that question came back around again.
Right. Okay.
That's our question. Y'all, do we really want to get to the bottom of this?
Yeah, Davis, I got you. I'm bringing it up right now.
Well, cool. If we really trying to get to the bottom of it, then you play your clip. Let her play her clip.
Watch it. Nobody has to say anything. You can watch
it. She has to have a rebuttal.
Yeah. So right, he was trying to keep her from playing a clip, basically. And so your boy Darvis, he finna expose him in a minute.
When you say when you say Fula,
Those are all still Moors.
All right, that's exactly. So he said all these people are Moors.
Kemetian said
he contradicted himself.
And he won't let me play because he knows he lied about it.
No, you can play it, but you're gonna.
Fake and you're a liar, and you just sit back and listen.
Like stop.
Peace.
Here it goes.
We heard that part. We heard that part. Let Mama play her clip. We got that. Let little Mama play her clip.
Contradicted himself.
That's his cheerleader right there, the one in the box right there with him. Open knowledge talking.
Somebody contradicting himself. It's a big difference. It's a big difference between lying and no. He didn't never say Kemetian. He didn't never say Kemetian was lying. He said Kemetian contradicted himself.
No, he lied what a Kemetian said. He lied, and he doesn't want the clip to be played.
So you say, so you see the sister ain't letting up. She ain't letting him go. You see that, Brother E, right?
Yeah, I see.
She on it. She ain't letting him get away with it. I ain't got on the panel yet, though. Watch this.
I got this.
Not that one. That's the other. He say, this is what I want to go right here. Here it go right here. So those white Arabs that you talking about are light-skinned people that's in that land, those are the ones that I will refer to. All you have to do is ask me, what do you mean, Kemetian? Then I can tell you this. But you too busy looking for a point of contention. So you didn't get it. It went over your head. And I said all of our people participated in enslaving each other. I said they were sellouts in all of the groups. You see what I'm saying? But don't try to make it like the Moors, you know, basically put a blanket indictment on the Moors as a whole and say they enslaved the people. And I was showing that the Mandingas enslaved the Moors. So I was showing that, brother. So I don't know what type of point you're trying to raise here as a contradiction, but they've been telling you that the whole while, but you ain't listening. And that's why you where you are now. And you don't want to say, I'm wrong, all right.
I'm in a great spot. You're trying to control the narrative.
So those white Arabs that you see how arrogant he is, right? After all that done been put out there, watch this. So I don't know what type of point you're trying to raise here as a contradiction, but they've been telling you that the whole while, but you ain't listening. And that's why you where you are now. And you don't want to say, I'm wrong, all right.
I'm in a great spot. You're trying to control the narrative, and that's not what it is. We heard the contradictions.
Hold on, young bro.
It's what people do. They make truth with falsehood and confuse people because they say something that's correct and something that's false.
I know that.
Right. Let them finish. Let them finish.
So what you are doing is the sisters have exposed you. I didn't even have to come up here. I say I'm gonna sit back and watch this young brother and see will he admit to his wrong now that it has been exposed. And you still won't admit that you're wrong. That's a sign of somebody that don't want to learn, brother. So I don't know what type of point you're trying to raise here as a contradiction, but they've been telling you that the whole while, but you ain't listening. You feel me? Now watch this. Sister Dulcinea, she put it out here. Even the other sister, Gemini, told you. No, he was speaking on this before you got here. But you were steady, no, he said this. And even the brother that listened to it, you know, our brother Travis, he's seen it. And you still, that's a consensus against you, telling you you're wrong and you still bullheaded. Sister Dulcinea, she put it out here. Even the other sister, right? Gemini told you. Watch this. It get deeper now, family. As a student, you see, I gave you wisdom, knowledge, understanding. You know what I'm about. You 99 people. You came on a bill where we talking about building, and you basically tried to. I look at it like you ambushed the bill to try to tear it down. Because if our people on here was honoring what was being stated, and you know you studied under me, even if you disagree, anybody know that when you study under your teacher, you don't never come with a disagreement with your teacher.
Whoa. I don't mean to cut you. Okay, man, one quick question. Did you study under him?
See, now his partner done picked up.
Jay, did you study under him?
Yes, sir. Now he finna expose. He finna expose.
Look at the Norse you can run the round table. Moorish, you do not run the round table. Y'all trying to put me in a corner and tell me how to speak.
It got something to do with stamina.
Like the kitchen law.
It's
Okay, so watch this. Watch the brother. Watch what the brother say to him, because now he done found out he's stuck.
We don't say this, we debate with each other. But I'm talking about a loud teacher speaking of us, and we got some, hidden agenda against our teacher.
Huh?
Peace. Can y'all hear me? It's almost illegal to come and interrupt a bill when that's your teacher. No matter how we feel about our teacher, we both pull our teacher aside and be like, listen,
you got a point.
What if you done reached out to your teacher a couple of times and your teacher never?
He don't even know me. He talking about, what if he done reached out to your teacher? That man ain't reach out to me.
And this might be your way to.
He had just been in my class that weekend. So he wasn't reaching out. He could have said something to me then. I would have let him on the panel. But I didn't know he was a snake all the while. Watch this.
Wait, your teacher, like, look, it didn't happen like that, though. Get on here. Hold on.
It didn't happen like that, though.
This was my student. If you can recognize that he was your student, you should recognize enough that when he reach out to you, you should reach out back to him, because this was my student.
No, but it didn't happen like that, though. What? No.
So the sister trying to correct him too. The other sister, Sister Gemini. Watch this. Watch Darvis though.
We don't say this. We debate with each other. But I'm talking about a loud teacher.
Hold up. Here go. It keep rolling up to the next one.
You was just in my class this past weekend, right?
You mean on your YouTube channel?
Yes, sir. On the YouTube channel where you came.
I always come through and support and say Islam.
Yeah, you see how messy trying to be?
I let you on the panel, right or wrong?
Yeah, right? Last summer I was there almost every week.
Yes, you were. And your name was J then, wasn't
it? Yes, sir. And now we the renegades, so sometimes we run down on them now.
It wasn't renegade, Jay, was it? But I was right then, and I'm commissioned now. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, wait, hold on, because you got like 5 names, brother.
No, sir.
All right, say your whole name.
You was just in my class this past
right.
weekend, right?
So we done exposed him, right? Now watch this. It's gonna go deeper.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to give you the opportunity, good brother. Be honest. You know, don't let these people out here corrupt you and think that what they call edutainment is the way to go. Because what you're going to do is you're going to lose, character doing that. Be real. Be honest and say, I'm wrong. And that's what it is. We can move on. Oh, I had a misunderstanding, Kemetian. I thought you said this. So if you know we cool, you should have reached out to me. Not get up here and say, oh, he contradicted, because I didn't contradict myself.
Well, but okay. At Kemetian, you know what? But listen, that he didn't exactly do that, what you said. What he did was, though, he disagreed with you, and then he attacked a specific point. So I don't think you see what I'm saying. So because I don't think he was wrong with what he was trying to say, but you definitely renegade was wrong with.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to give you the opportunity, good brother. Yeah.
Watch this. He done tried to privatize the video now, y'all, because he don't want me to expose. Yeah, he done privatize the video. Hey, he done privatize the video. So he don't want me to show y'all what his partner said. Basically that, man, y'all went in there to plot on that man. That's what he was getting ready to say. So you see what I'm saying? You see what's going on, E?
Yeah, I see it.
You see? Basically that cat, Darvis, and I hope Darvis in here. Is Darvis in that chat? Because I'm going to let Darvis say it if he is. If you in the chat, Darvis, let us know you here. Let us know you in the chat, bro. So you can say what you said on that call. You know what I mean? After you found out that dude was, he in there, Darvis Baylock. Yes, sir. Good brother Darvis. If you there, let us know you in the chat. And we're going to let you up on the pentagram, man. Since he trying to hide it.
that man came up there. Basically, Darvis was saying that, yes, you did, bro. Yes, you did. It just said this video is private. I was playing all the clips and it just changed, bro. I was playing them all, but now when I hit one of them, okay, there it go right there. Now they owe them again. Now they owe them again. So, okay, here we go. You know what you did, but I call you out. Watch this. Hold up, young brother. When I came in, I say when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, right? And I say I consider myself a student right now. So that killed anything that True is talking about over there. By him saying that
how are you killing anything I'm talking about when I didn't even get to finish, brother? I wasn't even done.
Now there's somebody else cheerleading for this cat.
As to the argument I'm making. But I sat here patiently, let you finish, let everybody else finish. But I have to be characterized based off of half of the statement I was trying to make. But you know, I'm gonna just call a spade a spade. You Moors don't want to admit that the Moorish Empire, aka the Ottoman Empire, did in fact have slaves and were involved in the slave trade. And you know what? Now I'm on y'all ass. If y'all want to look on that topic, I'm on y'all ass. All y'all Moors were involved in the slave trade.
It's ours.
Hold up. Okay, so you hear that, right? This is the cat they calling Truist, right? He was on there and he was going and he was on the panel last night too. Now this is this dude's site, Darvis. I mean not Darvis, but Darvis was there, but this is Renegade J's site. The same cat I'm going in at, right? And he hollering it's up, right? Now, this lets you know where his head was, right? Watch this.
You missed all the front end stuff because what actually happened is when you said that word, well, they have to stop acting like they above correction. Correction wasn't it. He had a point and he pointed that out, but he pointed it out a little, with all that rah-rah in the back of his throat. That's how that happened, but he wasn't trying to correct him. He was making a point on his point. If there was no correction, it was not like that. But now, this is why we had to get it from Renegade himself. Were you trying to purposely do that? But he said, no, it's just his energy. His energy is kind of rah-rah. He's a young man. I get that. We get that. So it's not that a commission is above correction. That's not it. That's not it at all. You misinterpreting that whole moment. That's not what's going on here.
Yeah, because it's a sister that's in there talking about commission think he above correction and rah, rah, rah. And so that sister was checking that sister. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't have a problem with this brother coming forth saying what he said. I don't get upset over information. I'm a man that believes in loyalty over everything. You see what I'm saying? And if I'm loyal to you, I'm going to let you know what it is when it come down to that right there. I ain't going to come from a whole nother angle out of the blue. Because I consider that ain't solid. You feel me? But I ain't got nothing against the young brother. He didn't do nothing. I proved what I said. I brought information out. I brought sources. Everybody seen them. So I'm not upset. He is the one that has to live with that. And may he learn from this and not put himself in this situation, even though he don't want to admit it now. I understand that he want to save face. All I say is just be honest, family. It's just information. And we but you got to think of the people that's watching us. So what I'm trying to say is, okay. I don't have a now watch this. Watch this. Oh, it get good. And the people in the box on point. Like they said, the brother say loyalty over everything. The sister say sound like jealousy and envy. That's exactly what's going on in here, sir.
Trying to understand the shift from the set of names to another, one map to another. Historians face a series of challenges that can be separated into two general kinds. So the idea that later on in this book, he says that all those people in North Africa.
Oh yeah, that's the other cat rooting.
It's a bunch of nonsense. Because in his introduction, which lays out the background information you need to know for the rest of his thesis, and this is a thesis paper.
So this dude done went and tried to pull my source on inventing Berbers. Y'all can look this book up.
in the book deal with telling you, and I think I showed this to either Mad Scientist and Sister Karima, how the word Berber was given by the Arabs, and then the word Mari was the original name. And y'all remember me showing that to y'all a couple of times, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I also had the book called Africa the Dawn. It was talking about the Beavers and how the Arabs came down to North Africa. A lot of them was like Beavers mixed with like Arabs and
right,
and like the Moors. I think the Moors was like the people from Negro land and
Mari,
Beavers. Yeah,
the Mari, and I was showing that name Berber was given in the book, and then the Berbers. That's what it's talking about. How the name Mari was replaced with Berber. You feel me? So he went and tried to read from that source that's dealing strictly with that topic and looked like it was debunking. But what he did is read a portion out of there and misinterpreted it for the people. And this is the type of stuff they doing. This is all people. I don't even know these dudes. Don't know none of them except that young one.
That prior to the Arabs coming into that area, there was no single people, no single identity, none of that. They were a bunch of fragmented groups of traders and cattle farmers and blah, 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 blah. None of this super Moor empire, then these Arabs came in and took over. None of that stuff is true. He made it up.
That's what they always like to say. But he can't pull his own source, and I challenged him. I say, show your source. Prove it, right? He couldn't prove it. You feel me? So watch this right here. Watch this.
When it comes down to dealing with the word Mari, they are showing you that word is where Moor comes from. They are showing you that the word Berber was invented later. That's the whole pretext of the book. So what are you talking about? You take one part in there, you say that, but now I'm finna whoop you and him. Watch this. I'm gonna share my screen. Let me share my screen. And I want you to go back and replay this over and over again. I'm finna show both of y'all something tonight.
Right, bro, you got it.
Sources. Let
the man work then, King.
You asked me what that source is, right? So I'm finna show you a whole bunch of sources now. I ain't gonna overdose you though.
Don't expose your weak hand, brother.
I'm gonna show you why Kemetian, they run from it on Sarnetta channel. This is why right here. Watch this. Let me pull this right here. There it go, right there. I've been doing this right here, family. Hold on. When it comes down to
it's okay.
the word Mari,
so hold up, it's finna go into that measure right here.
Measure from the same book. The Himyarites are married, who were driven from the continent of Asia by the Khorassans, right? And the Persian between the years 560 and 600 AD. These people, though often called Arabs, were probably not Semitic, but of the same stock as the ancient Egyptians. What do you mean? Between whom the Maoris, there appears to be a similarity of language, which sufficiently curious to those who consider distance intervening between Egypt and the Pacific. Let us, however, remember that the ancient ethnical name of Mari can be traced from the Mari or Moors of Mauritania to Mahir, the Red Sea, to the Mari of Luzon or the Maruks of Umbro. So you see how far this name Moor goes. So now leave no doubt, King. Now you done made me open up the bag on you now. Open the bag up, King.
See, that's the dude Darvis that's finna expose him. Here it go right here. Watch this.
Did that just say that?
Let that man work. Let that man work, brother.
Let me show you something. Don't stop me.
No, you can keep on going to me.
Don't stop, King. Keep it going.
I'm finna land the plane. Watch this. Now let's go into the old biblical text of what they call, right now, the Geneva Bible, right? This is before the King James.
Hey, get on, Darvis, bro. We're gonna let you get on so you can speak. They were trying to suppress you the other night on that show. I want you to let them know how this man was already plotting on trying to come up here on my show.
Y'all playing with me, and then I'm gonna take you back here and bring you right back home.
Drop that link in the chat so Darvis can get up here, Karima. And if anybody else try to get on the link, let them stay in the back room till I get done. We only want Darvis on the link right now.
When you find authors from different books that saying the same thing, and Numidians,
Did that just say that?
Let that man work.
So watch this. Watch this. So the same dude tried to use my source against me.
But pull your sources up, bro.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Okay. I understand what you're saying. I really do, right? Because I'm used to talking to folks that think just like you. We call them pseudos in these parts.
Moors, let's have some self-respect and discipline.
Now watch how he tried to make it look like we over here being aggressive, but they've been disrespectful the whole while. You notice they talk over me every time I speak. But y'all familiar with that, Kareem and Eric, the mad scientists. Every time Kemetian go to getting in, it get crazy. You know, they don't
do it. Yeah, they do it all the time to you.
They don't never like to let me finish saying what I'm saying. You know. Now watch this. Hold up. I'm gonna have to drop that call real quick to play this.
Moors, come on, Moors. Talking to me. Please let him finish. Bro, this is not interrupt.
Did I raise my voice to call anybody?
But let him roll.
You gotta let him speak, bro.
I'm gonna let him speak.
Elder, let him roll.
I want to see the sources.
Give him time to get into it, Kemetian.
Okay, go ahead.
You can go right back in. You can go right back in after him. Trust me.
But don't make it look like we arguing, because I ain't arguing.
No, it ain't no argument. No,
I'm not talking about disrespecting. So ain't no need for Jay to keep saying, let's have some respect. I just say show the source.
One thing about around
so basically, you know, he was trying to make it look like we was getting aggressive.
Here, right? He's using a technique that bombards.
This is the dude I asked to show the source.
So that you can came to gunplay with us.
Yo, Moors, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Y'all got no discipline, bro.
Yo, mute your mic, Jill.
God damn.
See what I'm saying?
Dulcinea, Novice, Kemetian, y'all can't stop interrupting people.
See what I'm saying?
That's why I'm not a Moor.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? All the while he been interrupting me the whole time y'all done heard me talking. And then he trying to, and I didn't even say nothing then. It was Darvis that said something. And he went off, right? You feel me? And that's when I got off of the panel after he got disrespectful and said, no, I ain't finna get in the ring with this chump. And what made it worse, you're going to see right here. Watch this.
All this trying to go around the corner and beat around the bush and act like here and the more jumping on you, we ain't got no etiquette, bro, you're lying again. But you know, that's them European tactics that you use, and I see you. And you really came out your bag on this one, brother. You showed me that, you know.
I took the gloves out the bag. You right.
No, you showed me you built a different way. You proud of
yeah, we up north, we built different. That's a fact.
You proud.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off this thing.
All right, bro.
I'm cool with that.
Listen,
I'm cool with
I appreciate it.
But now one of y'all have proven me wrong. Yeah. All this trying to go
right.
around the corner and
we almost done with these clips right here, but they get real ugly when we close them out.
We don't fuck with them no more. I said, man, what happened? What you not? That's what the Moors no more.
And I told you I graduated. I told you I graduated. Right?
You say you are graduated. Yeah, and I wish you well in your graduation. I don't want to.
Yeah, but Renegade, this is borderline. You borderline. You are walking.
You ain't no borderline, Queen. Yeah. That's the time you let your husband take your son in the backyard. That's what time it is, Queen.
All right, we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see.
Every now and again, Queen, you have to let your husband take your son to the backyard. He's that age now.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me address that. Let me address that. Let me address that. Let me tell you, seriously though, my kids are in their 30s, right? This queen is 50, right? I'm telling you what it is that I know. Even when my sons grew bigger than their dad,
you can deal with them more. We don't fuck with them no more. I said, man, what happened? You not? That's what the Moors no more.
And I told you I graduated. Right?
See, it's dawning on Darvis. He like, man, what happened with the Moor? What happened? Right?
That man goddamn deal with balance. You a hard correct. That man.
Like, here's what's happening. Right? Here's what I noticed. Here's what I noticed. All the elder people on the panel got a problem. Hold on. Y'all won't even. It's all good. I could take all of y'all, whatever. Y'all can all disagree. I don't give a fuck.
See what I'm saying? They trying to correct him. You see how ignorant he is, E? Do you see this?
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, I was off the panel by that time.
Let me speak, because it's 5 of y'all, and that's one voice. So let me speak.
Now watch this.
If he did not challenge it and went along to get along.
This is his cheerleader right here.
But see that right there, to go along to get along. What Kemetian said was he used the word ambush for a reason. That's because
see this sister here checking the other sister that's cheerleading for it.
Relationship with Renegade outside of this, so he was not expecting that kind of pushback at that very moment. So when he felt like there was that pushback, he said something which made Renegade say something. But you see, Renegade, how it was all a misunderstanding from the very beginning, because you and him have a relationship outside of all of this, outside of us. So some things that you said to him, he did take it personal, because he felt like, well, where's this coming from? But
if he did not challenge it and went along to get along.
No, there's not. But see that right there, to go along to get along. What Kemetian said was he used the word ambush for a reason. That's because he has a relationship with Renegade outside of it.
So okay, right? Watch this.
Just because you have age on you, just because you done did this and did that, you are not above
But it never came off like that though, Nisha. That was taken out of context.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that I'm a lot like Renegade, because I don't just go with that shit. And you know this. I just don't go along with you just telling me some shit and I'm just gonna believe it.
No, y'all just kind of sensitive. That's two different things. Because when you sensitive, you take any little thing. You take any little thing. When you take any little thing and then you blow it up. When you sensitive.
Hold on, sis. That's the personal thing, right? So when we put ourselves out here to get on this internet and knowing the type of arenas that we're in, you got to take all that shit. Just because you
see what I'm saying? So she trying to correct them. So you can see they trying to show these people the errors in their way, but they don't want to listen. Now here go Darvis.
The only problem I see out of this whole shit is that it was the wrong time.
Yes.
Everything everything else you fucking did, ain't nothing wrong with it.
No, because you did it you came there for that.
There you go.
No, but I don't know you. Last time I talked to y'all, boy, he was talking about doing this.
See what I'm saying?
Last time I talked to y'all, boy, he was talking about the same particular dude, Kemetian.
But
the last time on y'all channel, I don't know you or him. I know you, but I don't know if Kemetian or him.
Was trying to get him on the
see
channel.
now open. Hold on.
We've been trying to talk.
See, open knowledge don't want to let Darvis tell the people that this man had already been plotting against me. Now, mind you, we ain't had no beef or none of that, but he plotted to come in here and do this here. So, E, what you think about that there, bro? Yeah, you still there, E? Our sister Karima.
Oh yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah. What you think about that, bro? You know what I mean? This man exposing him now, saying y'all Ben was talking about going up in here doing this here. You feel me? And he exposing him because he knew that I had taught him and he didn't tell him that. You feel me? So now he putting 2 and 2 together. He say, man, y'all been planning this. What you think about that, bro?
Oh yeah. That was, I think, a lot of people just become students just to learn enough, just to try to bring somebody down.
There you go.
Yeah, he was wolf in sheep clothing. He was being a snake.
Exactly. And that's why I won't debate him. He talking about you running. When have y'all ever known me to run, family, from anybody?
Never.
All right, watch this. Now listen to this here, because they're trying to suppress what Darv is saying, and I hope he get that link and come up in here, because they didn't want him to speak. His cousin in here, you know, and you're gonna hear him trying to suppress.
It's got a hot you. We've been trying to text message him, or we've been trying to email him. No, we got email bookstores, bro.
If you not have plans to get them live somewhere.
Hold up. We got.
Can you not tell me about the last time I told you?
I'm the only problem I see out of this.
See that there? So Darv is exposing him, right? They're trying to suppress what Darv is saying, right? Watch this.
For the night.
Oh, I know I wasn't there watching the show. You didn't even see that. I know. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is when I came on with y'all, when you called me and said we going live, you said it's late to come on. When I came on, did we not talk about this dual commission? Give it 100. Let me tell you why. Give it 100, right? Did we not talk about this dual commission?
No,
you got to keep it
1,000. I don't know why he talked about this dude.
Exactly. I'm asking where he was, though, right? Who? And I understand what you.
So you talking about me behind my back, and this brother real, cause he part of y'all, and he exposing you to the world right there. You see how the Most High work, you know?
Yep, I see it.
And I honor Darvis. We don't know each other, but when he heard what was going on, he like, wait, this is some snake stuff. Cause he asked him, man, why you don't deal with the Moors no more? So this is what came in. He like, oh, now I see what y'all got against this dude, and I ain't never did nothing to this dude. I taught it. You feel me? I taught the brother. And this is how he come forth, right? Hold up. I'll get back at our family in a minute.
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that he said
you got half of the story. So you got half of the story. The
story is not irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The story is irrelevant because it does not concern me.
He told you that though. When he told you he had an issue, the show was that night. For the night.
I know I wasn't there watching the show. You didn't even see it. I know.
You didn't even
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is when I came on with y'all, when you called me and said we going live, you said it's late to come on. When I came on, did we not talk about this dual commission? Give it 100. Let me tell you why. 100, right?
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? They trying to suppress the man talking. But I got to salute the brother if he's still there.
That's what I'm saying. All right, this is what I'm saying. All right, now, this is what I was asking. Because you said you were going to do that, you had intent to do. That's what I'm asking. And I asked you, did you? And you said, yeah. Now, this is what I'm saying, right? You may have issues with this man.
No,
all
stop
I'm saying is
like that, bro. Please.
He called him out on it. He don't want him to say it. See how he's showing him that demon that's in him, and he don't want to accept it. But Darvis calling him out.
You tell him to don't say it like that because it sounds kind of it sounds weird.
Yeah, but I didn't mean like I know, but I didn't mean like
no, I know. But I'm just asking Renegade when he says it like that. When he says it like that, it makes you feel some kind of way. And this is
personal. It's not personal for me.
Yeah, thank you. And so that is the whole gist of all of this. Because when you say something and it makes another person feel some type of way, things can go real. It can go to the left really quick. Again, I will just step.
Listen what I'm saying.
Right now, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Cause I'm almost done, family. Here it go again.
Listen what I'm saying.
Not that one. That ain't the one. That ain't the one. It's this one.
But the thing of it is that anybody can become a false teacher and teach false doctrine whenever it is not your belief. But when we build friendships, that's also something altogether different too. And you have to sit here and be able to reach in and kind of mend that, because that's important to show too. It's important for me to see that you are grown in that area of having healthy relationships with other people, just as big as it is for me to see that you can go in real hard.
I wish Truist was here because I did the same thing to Truist. And Truist, when we first met, OTK, you witnessed it. I came and defended OTK, and me and Truist was calling each other bitch ass nigga, this and that. Then now, me and True is cool. And just like 3.
Now you see that right there, and Sister Karima and Brother E know that I don't tolerate that type of language right there. Have y'all ever seen me go in on somebody out there like that right there with that type of lingo?
Nah, not really. Nope.
Now, when they come at me with that type of language, that's when I turn up. Right or wrong, Sister Karima? If somebody
That's
goes,
right.
that's the only time you'll see me turn up, when somebody called me out my name, especially a female dog. I don't talk like that, bro. You get killed behind that type of language down here where I'm from. I ain't used to that. You feel me? So I don't talk to people like that. Down here, they'll tear your whole head. Call somebody right there down here where I'm from and watch what happened to you. You know what I mean? So we don't talk. We got different levels and rules of engagement with respect. You know, and I'm trying to teach him that, right?
Kemetian personality is, he's nice and neat in a package. He is not off the charts because he hang and deal with people who keeps his mind right where he wants it to be. And then you have other people who's off the charts. So again, that's what that discernment and that wisdom come in at with this conscious community. So that way we know what we dealing with ahead of time, and we ain't gotta run into nothing like this.
She trying to tell him that basically that ain't my MO to deal with information like on some nigga type stuff. And she don't really fully know me like that, but I bet you Karima know just what that sister said to be the truth. I'ma always be respectful with the information. You feel me? So she's saying he should know better if he know me than to try to come at me with that type of rah-rah. You know what I mean? But he already had a
she reading to the T.
Yes, she read. You know what I mean? And he had an agenda though. Watch this.
So react and respond to stuff. And so, this is why he felt a little ambushed, even though you may not feel it was ambushed at all. But good and darn well that when Kemetian come, he gonna be passing out leaflets talking about everybody get their life together. And by the time he passed that leaflet to me, I'm gonna sit here and put it in my fireplace and keep me warm with it.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
So she giving it to her. And he know that too about me. He know I'm about you 99 people too. So for him to pull these tactics, I look at him as an agent provocateur.
That's right there. That's it.
You can't make it a teachable moment if you disturb the class.
He didn't disturb the class because Sister Freedom was.
See, the brother Darvis said you can't make it a teachable moment when you disturb the class, because that's what Jay was trying to say. He could have made it a teachable moment. And Darvis checking him, he said, no, you can't make it a teachable moment when you disturb the class.
Already going in. He didn't disturb the class because after that.
Now that's his cheerleader right there.
He didn't disturb the class.
She can't stand the more.
Yeah, but technically it was a disruption because technically Nisha and Jay were at the end of the day in the chat invited to come in a conversation that was already conversation. You didn't start, y'all didn't come in and create the conversation started Wednesday.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, come on.
What my name is? Doshanea. If a Doshanea was going head to head Wednesday about some other shit.
Right.
And so she really, I don't want to say fuel it, but you got to say fuel it because it has,
it's a good segue. Right.
See what I'm saying? He was mad at the Moorish sister Dulcinea, and he's saying that basically that's what put the fuel on the fire, basically.
A lot of people, whether you know it or not, and I'm telling you this personally from what I know, a lot of people wish it was them instead of you. So you got to be careful too of these people sometimes low key coming to knock you off your square because that's the square they want to stand in. Kemetian is not I don't agree with everybody putting him in that boat where he's just some random something, not something. No, you know how hard he's worked. You know what he's earned. You know that goes for any respectable person in our community, which everybody ain't respectable because everybody ain't put in that time. Everybody ain't running in the same types of financial circles. people ain't running inside intellectual circles. It's a lot of shit to be kind of conscious of in this conscious community. A lot of people,
you see what I'm saying?
You know
so she was basically telling him, you know what I mean, he should be honored, you know, to have one teaching him or whatever the case may be. And she said she didn't agree with, you know, how people always, every time I say something, he made it up, pseudo. She can see through the bull jive is basically what she see. Just like he can see through the bull jive. Karima can see through the bull jive. Karima can tell you outside of this, I done had a whole lot of hatred brought toward me. Even when I say I'm here to bring peace, I'm here to unite, bridge the gap, it's always some Negro that come up in there and just want to attack for the sake of attacking. Then when I say get in the ring or prove it, they don't want to do nothing. Am I making this up, family? Brother E, Sister Kareem.
No, you're not. You got into it with Lex over trying to get us together. You got into it with a couple of other people, but yeah, that'd be your main focus.
The main focus,
tear it down.
Right. The main focus is to get us together as a whole, and they like to tear down the bill. You feel me?
Something different. I felt some kind of way. What was it?
Now this Darvis, watch Darvis.
No. Because I found out he taught you. That would change it up. Now I really know you had issue with the man. When I found out y'all boy had that kind of history, that was something different.
See, exactly.
Come on, though. That's a respect thing.
Yes, a respect
you live by
thing.
honor.
And you are blessed. You are blessed, Jay.
You heard what Darvis told him? He said, yeah, I knew you had issue with him, but I didn't know he taught you. He said it's a respect thing. You live by honor. You feel me? You didn't tell him that you had studied. You told him why you didn't like me. And I didn't even know that was going on. Now imagine, let's put this in a scenario. You know, I'm thinking that this dude right here, grade A, you know, and I was praising this young man. Like to my government officials, you know, like I do with all, I praise Sister Karima. She don't know it. You know, I call it, that's a lion. That's a strong, you know, behind y'all back. That's what I'm saying to my Moorish kin. And I did it the same thing with him, bro. Now imagine thinking that this is my guy and we together and all the while he trying to snake me. You feel me? So when he plotting plan, I don't see it coming. Let's put it in the realm of what it is. You feel me? And that's how good people done got took off the planet by individuals that got that scum-like mentality, that cutthroat, stab you in the bite mentality. And I ain't never did nothing to you but try to give you guidance, teach you. We ain't never had no argument prior to this. We ain't even never had no disagreement. So for you to conjure that up, bro, that's demonic. And I heard you a Scorpio, so
yeah, and I agree with Kamisha, because the one thing I can say, you know, how we really first met and conversated, you know, I was, you know, exposing Masons and stuff like that, speaking on Masons, and I spoke on Nobel G. Ali, and you came and you defended him, and I said, you know what, let's do a show. Show me what you're talking about. And he broke it down, and he didn't get mad, he didn't get angry when I did this. He broke it down to a point where I told him out my mouth, I would never speak down on Nobel G. Ali again, because just with the information you showed me. And I'm gonna bring that on this line then one day, the information you showed me about the Nation of Islam and the Moorish and how I got flipped and stuff. But once you showed me that, it let me know how the humbleness, because anybody else would have just argued and fought and got mad at me saying that, because I do it. I've been there plenty of times, and he the one that came and said, "No, you're wrong, brother. Let me show you." And he showed me to a point where I said, "I'm not gonna speak on it no more."
Facts, big brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you did a whole build, and you created a flag, a banner, trying to bring us together.
Yes, sir. That's right. Yes, sir. That's the unity between all us. That's right. The flag that bring us all under one banner, you know, regardless of what you believe or what your ideology is. You know what I mean? He know that. So for him to go like that, right, that's like, you know, our ancestors that done got took off the count. You know what I mean? Watch this.
Renegade, you can't quote out my book and say, "Oh, this is my source."
We got one more after this right here, and we're gonna show you what went down a little bit there
and we're gonna open up the floor.
So you can't do that.
And pardon the body, Sister Freedom.
We got to find it in more.
Pardon the body, Sister Freedom. You know, my phone been on here right here. So we still gonna build with you, but we ironing out these issues because you can see what's going on up in here right now. And you may get some clarity in what we talked about earlier while I'm going through this here. So here we go. This is actually the last clip after the other clip I got to show.
That's the source. Proof. Right. You got to find it in more than one place. Where I came from, somebody just couldn't come and tell you, oh, that person stole something. No, 2 other people had to come and tell you that same story. Then you know, oh, there's some kind of truth in that.
So you see what this guy that's chilling, that's open knowledge saying that. The dude that's right there in that area right there, right? If that's the case, then if Kemetian show you 30 sources and they all saying the same thing, why you rebutting it then? You feel me? Because just because you disagree with a source don't make it wrong. You just disagree with the source. Right or wrong, E?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you just disagree with it. That ain't gonna make it wrong. That's why I keep telling them the general opinion of men would never alter the nature of the truth. You just disagree with it. This is the last one.
As a unified people.
And what I'm really showing on here, y'all can't see it. He putting the Quran that I just told the Moors to go buy. It's the Quran that deal with Tajweed. And open knowledge saying that particular brother is teaching them Arabic. But he came in my class to get the book that he teaching you out of, Open Mind. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that? Because he didn't know nothing about that book until I told the Moors to go get it. And he was on the class. You feel me? So this is crazy. So you stealing information, you know, all the while sitting up under somebody, and you a snake. We're gonna call you Jay the Snake. And then this is what really make it bad. I was gonna engage him in debate, but when I seen the snake, that's where I told him, class dismissed. That's what I said to him on them little posts he was doing. And he got 1 million posts on his little website now, where he steady going in talking about Kemetian did this, Kemetian said that. You feel me? Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about right here. He got 1 million shorts on there, right? Here it go right here. Oh, they done took it off of there. Did he remove it like he said? Because actually he's still posting them up there. But he got 1 million shorts. Hold up. He got 1 million shorts up there where he posting, still being disrespectful. And I'm gonna show you something. This is what I sent him, family, when he said he was gonna take the video down. This is what I sent him. And I was trying to demonstrate a teachable moment at this time since he wanted one. This is after all the stuff he's been doing now, right? This is what I sent to it. And this gonna go back to everything that was stated in that conversation when they was trying to correct him. Watch this. And this is coming from the Moorish Holy Quran, family. Magistrate and subject. Magistrate and subject. This the teachable moment right here. You know, he talking about, I'm gonna take everything down I said, and then came up in that bill last night still doing the same thing. Is that not a snake? Come on, bro. This is what I sent him. It says, O thy favorite son of heaven, whom the sons and men of thy equal have agreed to raise to a sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves. Consider the ends and importance of their trust. And it's far more than the dignity and the height of thy station. What that's saying, if somebody is raising you up and teaching you and giving you insigns, they're giving you the staff of power, knowledge, wisdom, understanding. You see, consider the ends of the importance of the trust. That's far more than the dignity and the height of where you trying to get. You see what I'm saying? What you trying to become. In other words, learn some loyalty. And it says, thou art clothed in purple and seated on a throne. The crown of majesty vested thy temple. That's that knowledge.
The scepter of power is placed in our hand. The hand is symbolic to the mind, due to its ability to shape, mold, to obtain, to retain. You see what I'm saying? So your scepter of power is the one of truth that's being put in your mind, your hand. It says, but not for thyself were these ensigns given. Meaning you wasn't given or being taught by me so you become selfish. You see? It says, not meant from thine own, but for the good of thy kingdom. Meaning everything I tried to teach you is so that you would become great and become a good teacher. Because what I was taught, family, you must first be a good follower in order to become a great leader. You feel me? The glory of a king is the welfare of his people. His power and dominion rests in the hearts of his subjects. That means leadership is won in the hearts of the people, bro. Not cutthroat and conniving acts of trying to place yourself and raise yourself up. You didn't do no different than the biblical narrative when they say Lucifer said, I'm going to exalt my throne above the star of God. I'm going to be like the Most High. You feel me? Then it says, the mind of a great prince is exalted with the grandeur of his station. He evolveth high things and searcheth for business worthy of his power. He calleth together wise men of his kingdom, and he consulted among them with freedom, and he hid the opinions of them all. So I ain't got no problem listening to you, hearing your opinion, what it is you brought forth. I never get mad. You feel me? He looketh among his people with discernment. He discovered the abilities of men, which I was bragging about this young man's ability. You see? And he made me put my whole foot in my mouth, basically, and employed them according to their merits. His magistrates are just, his ministers are wise, and the favorite of his bosom deceiveth him not. But you deceived me, young brother. You tried to anyway. He smileth on the arts, and they flourish. The sciences improve beneath the culture of his hand. With the learned and ingenious, he delighted himself. I was happy to see this young brother coming up, in the classes, even though he was there all the time. Sometime he wasn't, he was there all the time now. I was loving to see this young brother coming into the knowledge. Look at this young brother right here. Teach, brother. All that. He kindleth in their breast emulation. And the glory of his kingdom shall be exalted by their labors, right? It says, the spirit of the merchant who extended commerce, the skill of the farmer who enriches his lands, the ingenuity of the artist, the improvements of the scholar, all these he honoreth with his favor. That means I want to see you be a young scholar. I love giving you what it is that I know, not to lord it over you like I'm, son and you, bro. Because we got to pass the torch on with this information. You feel me? Go into some martial arts and go to trying to challenge your martial art instruction and watch what happens. Challenge your professor that's teaching you in the class and watch what he do to you. You see, it said he planted new colonies. He built strong ships. He opening up rivers for convenience, and he formed labors for safety. See, this is what kings do. They try to build nations. You see what I'm saying? Strong relationship, because that's the real strong ship, the relationship. He formed harbors for safety. His people abound in riches. The strength of his kingdom increases. He frameth his statutes with equity and wisdom. His subjects enjoy the fruit of their labor. In security and happiness consists of the observance of the law. He founded his judgments on the principles of mercy. But in punishment of offenders, he is strict and impartial. And that's why you see me on your behind right now. His ears are open to the complaint of his subjects. He restraineth the hands of their oppressors. That means I'm fighting for my people. I'm fighting for you, young brother. When we talk about, I'm an executive ruler of the Moorish American government. You don't never hear me say, most people don't even know that's who I am because I don't come as that. They just know me as Kemetian. And that's why I told you, brother, I asked him, how many of our people you done raised from the dead? Because throughout my time, bro, the Most High done used me as a vessel, And I done brought a lot of my people out of darkness. I've been doing this when you was a baby, Junior. When you had a pacifier in your mouth. You see? And he delivered them from tyranny, right? His people therefore look up to him as a father with reverence, love. They consider him as a guardian of all they enjoy. And this is not just me being expressed here, but any teacher. This is any teacher that's out there dealing with their people. I'm just making it applicable to the current situation. It says, their affection unto him begetteth in his breast the love of the public. The security of their happiness is the object of his care. No murmurs against him arise in their hearts. The machinations of his enemy endanger not the state, meaning all that plotting or whatever, you know, not with the real people that rocking with Kemetian, or the real people I'm rocking with. You know, ain't nobody gonna plot and overthrow because we solid. But this is what he ran into right here, family, in them sisters that was just talking. It says his subjects are faithful and firm in his cause. They stand in his defense as a wall of brass. The army of a tyrant fleeth before him as chaff before the wind. And that's why a lot of these cats running from Kemetian. Because that wall of brass, when people hear the truth and they know you standing on the truth, they gonna stand with you. Our people ain't ignorant. You can call me pseudo all you want to. One thing people know about Kemetian, if they done been around, he love his people, regardless of what they call themselves. And you can never take that out of the hearts of the people that really know Kemetian. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. Most of the people that try to cross me and I ain't never did nothing to them, don't nothing good happen for them. You can believe that right there. So that's one to grow on. And last but not least, security and peace. Bless the dwelling of his people, in glory and strength encircle his throne forever. So in other words, Kemetian has never sought power. But my elders always put me ahead. And even when I was studying the Bible, family, those who I was dealing with way back then, 13, 14 years old, they put me at the forefront. You feel me? Back then, my elder, they 40, 50 years old. I ain't just started doing this. And as we went on, every situation I came into, the elders always put me out front. When I was chosen to be an imam, I didn't know I was the one being talked to. I'm looking around the brother, I'm talking to you, brother, because he lost favor with the community. He said, I know the young brothers, and this over 25 years ago. He said, I know the young brothers been waiting for this. I was 17 years old at that time. You feel me? And age is one of the factors that make you an imam. And I wasn't old enough in age than the people that was around me, but I know Islam enough back then to where I was considered the most knowledgeable then. It's 25 years later. So I ain't just started doing this. You understand? It just looked like this because we got social media. I don't put myself on no high horse. I always say I come as a man of no reputation, family. You feel me? So what you did again, young brother, is wrong. You need to mend your ways. I ain't telling you to bow down and submit to me and all that type of stuff. All I'm saying is, bro, get your mind together. You know, because like the brother said, Darvis, honor is everything. So, all right, we're going to play a little bit of this to show y'all how this went left. And he was up in here, and we're going to open up the floor because I want to hear from Sister Karima. I want to hear from our brother, you know, mad scientist, and anybody else who want to come up here and deal with this subject matter. We ain't going to derail it and bring no apples and oranges in here. You know, we do that, we're going to kick people off the panel. You know, we want to get this. This is necessary because this shows how our community is being torn apart by this same activity. And so when people trying to learn from us, they sitting there in the audience and they always say a wise man should never argue with a fool, because you can't tell the one with the wisdom from the one that don't have the wisdom. You see? So in most cases, when it get real chaotic, now everybody looking at the man
that may be trying to tell the people to do right, and then they don't know this one here is against one, the opposition, and so they put them both in the same category. Oh, they argue. When it ain't my intent to argue. He the one arguing, not me. I'm trying to teach the people, and he trying to make a nuisance on my post. And in the military, you know what happens when you try to make the nuisance a nuisance on somebody's post? In the NOI, you know what happens when you try to make the nuisance on somebody's post? Or like my chairman say in the Moorish teaching, you don't never let nobody take over your class. You the teacher. You feel me? And we can go throughout many traditions. It's still going to be the same thing. Okay.
You playing it? We can't hear it.
Oh, it stopped playing your the audio?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let me show it right here. I'm gonna reset, put it up there. Because this is actually showing when he got on the panel. Okay, let me share it here. So that audio do be dropping off on here sometime. Because I didn't stop sharing my screen, I don't think. Okay, there we go right there. Here it go right here, Queen.
From the debate, are you kidding
Well,
me?
I'm here right now. Let's get it in.
Ran from the debate.
I'm here
bro.
right
Stop
now.
that.
Let's get it in, young
Stop
man.
that. You
I'm
called
here
me out
right
and
now.
then
Let's
ran.
get it in.
You're a coward, bro.
I'm gonna
And
be
it's on
quiet and let
video.
you go
Everybody
ahead. That's
saw
all
it.
you
All
got
the
to
women
say.
saw it, bro. You a
Where
coward.
the information at, man?
You've been so set up the debate. Let's do it. You called
We
me out.
finna
Let's
do
do
it now. What you talking about? We on the spot. If you
Bro,
a master teacher, you ready
look
now.
at
Hey, nah.
You called me
Hold
out
on.
and
Time
ran
out. Let
for
me say
4
this here,
days.
y'all.
Hey, listen,
Hold on,
man.
y'all. One mic.
Shit.
One mic, y'all. One mic. Hold on. One mic.
Word.
Hey, Renegade Jay, I just want to give you your respect. Hey, can everybody, can y'all mute up because there's an echo? All right, so check it out. This is how we gonna do this here, brother Renegade Jay. I want to want you to introduce yourself to the people now. You know what I'm saying? So I do want to give you your respect on that. Let the people know where you calling from and what's your position. You know what?
Yeah, so I'm at work right now. So if my mic's messed up, it's just because where I'm at.
Nah,
But,
you loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear.
Word. Shout out to everybody. Open and Knowledge is my big homie. So y'all already know what it is. This dude, Kemetian, I jumped on a panel and I challenged his position, and he got sensitive and soft because he thought I was going to agree with him just because I know him from last year. I haven't spoken to this dude in 10 months. So when I get on the panel, he's like, Jay's going to agree with me. But newsflash, I disagree. And I cited his own sources and embarrassed him in front of all the women on the panel. And this dude got mad at me when I was just asking questions, challenged me to a debate. So I said, you know what? You keep begging for it. All right, let's do it. Yo, I don't hear from this dude for like 3-4 days. He's silent. So you know what? I kept my foot on his neck. Now I'm embarrassing you. I'm posting you up. Now this dude want to get on here and start acting like he ain't been running. Bro, you've been running, bro. And everybody
Hey, let me ask you this here,
talk.
Jay. What, Jay? Let me ask you this here. Hold on, Renegade. Let me ask you this, brother. What's your thoughts on Kemetian information? What's your problem with his information?
His information is, to put it simply, is pseudo. When you go in and actually check his work, it contradicts itself. He likes to double talk. He says stuff that's true and stuff that's not true at the same time. So when you check him on it, he's like, I didn't say that. But you play the video back.
Hey, can you give us an example, brother, to be fair to the brother?
So for an example, I'll give you a clear example. He said the Moors ain't sell our people into slavery. Then at the same time, he said all the tribes in Africa were selling each other. Then he goes and said the Mandays are Moors, the Fulas are Moors, everybody is a Moor. So he double talks. He's a double talker.
Now, so I'm glad that he said that, because y'all already seen the history of what was stated. So now you can see how he's trying to convolute the conversation. You pick that up, E? Let me see. What about Sister Karima? He might have stepped off.
Yep, I heard it.
What you say, Louisa?
No, I said what I was just playing right there. He said that I said one thing and said a different thing, so I'm double talking. Didn't I make that point clear in that
information? In the last discussion with the females, you made it very clear, even if, and he's still running with it on another banner.
There you go. And he was in the chat, and I didn't even know that he was in the chat. Yeah, so he jumped in the chat when he seen me live with the other dude. Go ahead.
He was an officer, somebody big. He was a mouthpiece, a big dog in the house of David. He wasn't the man.
Okay, I thought he was fit to say something, but okay. So yeah, let me let it play. Watch this.
Position against him was like, we not Moors. We not all Moors, and I could prove that. That was supposed to be the debate. Are we Moors or not Moors? He ran. Okay.
Right. So now he lying, talking about I ran from him. No, I told him I wasn't going to debate him after I seen he was a snake. You see what I'm saying? Once dude exposed you, I told him I went on one of them shorts. I told him class dismissed. I don't even want to deal with you, dude. You feel me? Kemetian don't run, brother. Trust that. Watch this.
I appreciate that spiel. All right, brother Kemetian. What's your thoughts on what the brother just spoke on?
Hold up.
All right, while we wait till the brother get back with us, Open, what you got for us?
Yeah, can you hear me, bro?
Okay, hold on, Open. Hold up, Open. He back. Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm finna expose this cat right now. Let me share the screen.
Wait, hold on. We ain't gonna do nothing personal though.
It ain't nothing, bro.
Okay,
listen,
all right. Yeah, nothing about it's like personal life.
Top, cat. I'm a man of honor. I don't get up here cussing. None of that. I don't threaten people because I know how I'm built.
Show them how you called me out.
It's straight information right here.
Hey, all right. That's how we rock.
Mute up, young man. Yeah, I was muted up when you spoke. Now watch this right here, Top Cat. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The man was just in my class last week and the week before last. He talking about he ain't spoke to me in 10 months. I'm gonna show you where he was. And now imagine this now. I'm gonna show y'all something. This how these dudes play out here. This is why I don't want to deal with him right here. You know, I'm gonna teach you. I'm finna show the world who you really is, young man. Now he on this class right here, right? Who that is talking, y'all?
Hey, we can't hear nothing. We can't hear the video you playing.
Oh, I got it. Okay, I got to reshare it. I got to reshare it. And okay, let me stop sharing and reshare it with the audio. That's my bad. Let me share this right here real quick. I'm gonna show you. This is why I ain't dealing with that young man.
So why'd you call me out to a debate?
Be quiet.
Why would you call me
while
out?
I'm talking? Be
Hey,
quiet
nah,
while I'm
OG.
talking.
Hey, listen, OG, I can't let you do my
Be
little
quiet
bubble like
while I'm
that,
talking.
bro.
Hold up. No,
You
Yeah,
grown,
look,
man,
look,
and you an elder. Can
look.
carry yourself as
Listen,
an elder.
listen, bro.
You consider
Listen, bro.
yourself a Moor.
Listen, bro.
Carry yourself
Listen,
as
bro.
a Moor, bro.
Listen, bro.
Carry yourself
I
as
don't
a
need
Moor,
you. I
for
don't
real.
need you, brother. I don't need you
Nah,
to tell
bro,
me
but
to
I
carry
can't let
myself.
you do that though. I can't
Bro,
let you.
listen.
One thing in the South,
Don't
we
try to
protect our
stop me
youth,
from
bro.
doing this.
No.
Hey,
Try to
now,
stop.
hold on. Open.
If he was wrong, I wouldn't say shit. But the man
Don't,
only
you
asked you
know
a
he wrong.
question
You
on
know
the
he
show.
wrong.
Hold on, open. Hey,
You
y'all,
asked
let me
him
say
for a
this here.
debate.
Hey, y'all, hold on.
One
One mic, y'all.
This
Hold
what
on.
you gonna see open doing. You know, point guard. You know, he watch him.
And I told him not to debate you. I said,
Hey,
no,
it's
bro.
cool. Check it out.
Don't debate him.
Look, check it out. This is how we gonna do it. Respectfully open. I'll let you get a back fade.
My fault, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good. You know, it's all love, fam.
Yeah.
This
so
what I'm
you
gonna
don't
say.
wanna have
Now hold on. Let me say this here. Now,
Go ahead, bro.
now I understand that's your little homie, but here he gonna have to run his fade.
And I want y'all to notice this here, because Karima had pointed this out a while back. Now notice he asked me to speak, right? Now look at how much time that went by. You know, I ain't even got to speak yet because this is what happened. And then when I'm steady trying to get in there and they take over the narrative and I'm trying to get in there, say Commission cut me off. Stop cutting me off, right? But this is one of them classical examples right here. You're going to see this happen pretty frequently because I'm going to jump through this video because it's real long. I ain't going to let it all play.
Now, if you want a back fade off of it, you can get a back fade off of it.
That's right.
But he gotta line it up though. So Renegade, I know Renegade, he don't sound like he ain't turning down nothing. So he
and I respect that. Hey, Top Cat, when it come down to the knowledge, I know he can handle himself. But when it come down to the disrespect, like you's a little boy and I'm a big dude.
You know I got all that open. We ain't
okay, bet.
Nah,
the youth is the future.
Straight balls. So
he don't know me. He don't know me.
Nah, it's all good. Just stay focused on it, man. We're gonna give y'all the platform right now.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all get some flames in the building for Kemetian and Renegade J. We're gonna let y'all get it off y'all chest right here. So everybody else mute up on the panel and we're gonna let them work.
Yeah, just don't let them cut in, bro. You feel me? That's how they do
it. There's levels to disrespect. He disrespect them by cutting in. So if he telling him to be quiet, then you know what I mean. It is what it is. So at the end of the day, there's no levels. If you disrespect me at a little level, I'm gonna disrespect you at a high level. I don't care. So
let me say
yes, sir.
You just
I'm not home.
Whatever
like
you
he's sharing
let him get it off. It's all good.
Yeah. Like he's sharing the screen. I can't do that. I'm at work right now. You know what I mean? I only chopped in because he called me out. If I get home in half an hour, keep it up and it's stuck, bro. Don't run. Because I'm at a position where I can't share my screen and do what you're doing right now. And you know what's up with me because I've been calling you out after you challenged me. And you ran for 5 days. And now you want to poke your head out the bushes.
We hear you.
Now you want to poke your head out the bushes.
Just
randomly.
Be quiet.
So
be quiet
just let
for a
that
minute
be.
and let me
I'm not
expose
home right
you
now.
to the world. Be quiet and let me expose
you showing a
you
video
to the
from
world.
10 months ago. I have the right to disagree with you, bro.
Check,
I don't have to be a yes
Go
man.
ahead.
I
Can you mute
don't
up,
have to
bro?
be a yes man to you,
Can
bro.
you mute up, bro? Like
Hey, now, Renegade.
I notice I still ain't been able to share my screen yet, right? You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Renegade. All right, now we feel you. So you do appreciate you letting everybody know you're not in a position to actually share a screen. So we got that. We ain't gonna take that from you. That's understood. But we gonna get a brother his time right now. 5 minutes on you, Kemetian, and then Renegade. Respectfully, we gonna give you your 5 minutes. All right, so everybody mute up and let the brother work clean.
Now, mind you, unbeknownst to him, I've been praising this brother behind his back to my people, praising this brother to my brothers and sisters. You feel me? Loyalty is everything.
So this is John. You and him did this a John debate you and him did, or like or just y'all just did
was,
It's gonna be in goddamn.
It's basically showing that he was in the class basically trying to learn.
Okay.
I got numerous, but he was in there like literally 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago he was showing up in in the class, but he never called me out, on no information. You see what I'm saying?
But he just said he ain't dealt with you in over 10 months. Okay.
Right. I'm gonna show y'all.
Yeah, I did see that comment when he said.
I'm gonna show y'all that's a lie too. See, he's a compulsive liar.
But go ahead.
And it should play. I don't know why it ain't playing, but I do know they start covering up my slides after a while, because me and Top Cat gonna get into it when his people start getting disrespectful. Let me see. Play it from my phone, and I'm gonna let them get it, Top Cat. I'm gonna let them get the flow after I explain.
All right.
Because I ain't finna be arguing with him. I just want to play this one clip right here so y'all can hear it and you understand why Kemetian coming like this here. Because he been on my heel 3, 4, 5 times.
Drop the link, please.
In the day.
Drop the link again so I could get on my computer and log in. Someone drop the link, please.
So here we go right here. Let me pull this up right here. So basically, a lot of that stuff
He
that
went on to call me an agent, call me all these names because I didn't agree with his information, bro. He got personal. When I went up there, I didn't say nothing personal, but he called me out in front of everybody, and I said, you know what? I just wanted to finish my statement.
I don't know why that thing.
But because you keep cutting me off, yeah, I'll take your debate. And I'm a nobody, and he felt the need to challenge me and call me out. I didn't call this dude out. Nobody knows who I am. So that lets you know something right there. He felt a certain type of way because of the information I brought to everyone's attention. And it kind of swayed them to look at things differently. All right. So he called me out, and now he started ducking me for like 4 days. He ducked me for 4 days. So
he keeps saying I ducked him for 4 days. This dude is a liar, man. What hieroglyphs, bro? That's a lie. Not the one the European created. You feel me? And so they can't deal with that because they love E. Wallace Bud. They love Alan Gardenia. They love Adolf Ehrman. So I not that one now. Hold up.
5% African.
What I said, African. I said 85%. I'm 85% sub-Saharan West African. And they said my DNA
not
is
Moorish.
black.
Not Moorish. You're 85% African.
I am Moorish, bro. They so ignorant, family. I keep telling these cats that the Hosa and the Fulani are known as Moors, though they call Hosa and Fulani, right? The people of Senegambia and Senegal and Mali are also called Moors, even though they are called Senegambian and Malians. You know that, right, E? I think E might be doing something. But basically, this is known by anybody.
Yeah, you asked me a question, bro?
Yeah, I was talking about the Moors. I was saying that the Malians, the Senegambians, Senegal, the Hosa, the Fulani. Aren't these people known as Moors, bro?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to tell them. That even though these people were called by different names, they were known as Moors. Yeah. So what I did is, I ended up, I'm gonna show it to you in a second. Watch. What you ain't getting is that these groups that are known as Hosa, Mali, Senegambia, bro, they are all called Moors, bro.
Okay, so if I spoke to somebody from there, from Mali, they're gonna tell me they're Moor?
Yes, sir. I got a brother right now.
They're gonna tell me they're Mali.
I got a brother right now that'll tell you who the Moors are. He said just like I said, and he from Africa. He was debating Tahaka Bay, and he said, man, the Moors come from, go all the way back to Kemet. This is what he said. And they came up into this time. I got stuff to prove what I'm saying. I can pull all this up right now.
Hold on. Just give me a second.
If y'all need me to show it.
Give me a second.
Now, this is when they start trying to get in and antagonize.
I'm just saying. Hear me out.
Go ahead, good brother.
Hear me out, brother. Mm-hmm. When these fucking people, because I'm telling you,
now see this how he come on. See the energy. This is third time talking. But look at the energy that he coming with. Watch this.
Motherfuckers done. They done me. All that when you go to court, and I'm telling you, they ain't hearing none of that shit at all. All that.
So now this is the gaslighting time. Now he's saying in the court, cause he done got scammed. You feel me? Yeah, so he feeling some type of way. You see that, right, Sister Kareem? And so now what do I tell you about?
He got personal issues. He's trying to get out there.
Yeah. And so we don't teach that garbage. How many times you done seen me denounce that sovereign citizenship stuff, Karima?
Plenty of times. Like the other guy that you had a discussion with, was trying to bring that argument, but you was going against it.
Right. And this what's happening right here, but he can't get it. Watch.
More shit. None of that. No, hold on. Hear me out.
Bro. I ain't trying to.
No, wait a minute. Well, hold on, brother.
Listen to me, good brother. I'm with you.
No, I'm trying to tell you because I'm going through it now.
I'm with you.
No. Please, sir. Please, sir. No.
Good brother.
No. Hold on.
I'm trying to tell him I agree with him. Where he going, but he blaming me for that. He hate the Moors because he done got deceived by the Moors. This what I be going in on Moors about all the time. Taj, Tariq Bey, a whole bunch of them that ain't teaching right. You know what I mean? Kemetian the one that call them out. Do I not call the Moors out, Karima, and go hard on them?
Yes, you do. You had a debate with
Tahaka Bey. And even though the people at that time was biased and chose Tahaka to win, he know he really lost. And what he did, he lost his mind. Right there in the chat, even though they told him he won. Because he knew he really didn't win. But the main thing is, I done went in on him, Lord Abba, and Lord Abba ain't even no more. He American descendant of slavery. Brainstorm.
Go ahead.
You won't have to say that, bro, if you listen to what I'm saying. I'm with you.
I've been listening to what you saying. They ain't hearing that all that shit you talking about. They ain't hearing it.
But you assuming, bro, listen, you assuming something that I ain't.
I'm trying to tell you, sir, bro, I'm going through it.
You still
right now to this very day. They'll tell you all that shit don't mean nothing. Bro, hold on, bro. Hold on. Please.
He been drinking.
Yeah, he sounds like he on some alcohol, don't he?
Okay, please tell me. Please tell me.
Citizen bull crap. Noble Drew Ali ain't never taught that. That's garbage, bro.
I'm not talking about Noble Drew Ali, but go ahead.
Listen, you got scammed, bro. All that sit down on somebody's land. Don't get I'm in the European, this my jurisdiction. That's garbage, bro. Somebody scam you. I banged.
Okay, how? Now here's my next. Wait. Hold on.
Put me in that category.
No, sir. No.
I don't.
How do I walk in? No, wait a minute. Can I walk in and say I'm a Moor, whatever the fuck you're talking about?
No, you
and
can't.
say, okay, he gone.
You know.
No, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Can I walk in and say I'm a Moor of wherever? And they go, oh, let him go.
No,
because he's a Moor.
That's a myth, bro. That's why I keep telling you.
Hey, look, guys. Hey, A1, you still
ain't gonna happen.
A1, if you in here, man, I want you to come up.
Bro, listen.
If you in the chat, A1.
This is what
that's some bullshit, man.
This is what we teach right here.
I know. Wait.
People come here about slave trips, transatlantic slave trips.
If he's a Moor,
hold on.
If
Let me ask him about the Atlantic slave trade. Did the Moors come over here by Atlantic slave trade?
Question, brother, but let me say this, please let me say this.
How can I get out of this shit? How about that? No, how can I
get
You hear that?
How can I get out of this shit?
He mad at Kemetian because he done let somebody scam him. You know what I mean? I ain't tell you to sit down and squat on nobody land or run up on them people talking about they ain't got no jurisdiction over you. You know, this my land, my honor, and all that foolishness.
Bro, y'all chill out, bro. This is a
Go
show,
ahead.
man. Y'all gotta understand, bro. This is people are listening.
Right.
So when it's going all crazy and wild,
That's what I'm saying.
so what I'm saying is, bro, when the conversation was going and they was building calm, people were actually more people were coming in.
That's
but
right.
People are leaving.
They leaving.
They don't want to hear that bullshit.
They don't want to hear the argument.
Let's chill out, man. Yeah,
that's
what you bringing out.
Let's just have a conversation. But
and I ain't here to
I'm
argue.
keep it real, you my nigga, but it's kind of
you bring that bullshit,
bro.
All right, family,
right?
You disagree,
bro,
but you don't have
bring
to
that
run off the
bullshit,
chat, bro.
Bro, I ain't
that
got on
shit
here
is
told you
interrupting
to
the
sit.
show. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
so
sir.
We all know his stance. We know his
the
stance.
bars here. So that's that we only going by the bars, man. And
Right.
so we're gonna leave it at that. So let's continue the conversation because people leaving out, bro. Because the shit turning into something else.
Yes, hey, Kemetian, did the Moors come here by slave ship?
All right, so
hold
on, time out. Strong Tree and the brother Kemetian are the only people need to be talking right now. Let them have that conversation.
Now watch what happened. Watch what happened. You heard him. We the only people supposed to be talking. Watch this. Yes, sir.
Go
yes,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead.
Hey, Strong Tree, because I wasn't able. I want to say this and leave it alone, bro. We teach this here, bro. We don't teach individual sovereign. Ain't no such thing as individual sovereignty.
Really?
Let me say in my circle, bro, them different Moors. It's a lot of it's a lot of agents out here, bro. I just
they sovereign too.
We just now wasn't he just told it was supposed to be me and Strong Tree talking? Exile some Moors because they were trying
to come on, man. Let's keep it real, man.
We just exiled Moors for trying to teach that doctrine in my circle, bro. There is no such thing as individual sovereignty. What happened to your sovereignty when that European put his gun in your mouth? So what it boiled down to is this. If you ain't got no nation behind you and you hollering you more, you can be right as, your shoes on your feet, right? But it ain't gonna mean nothing if you ain't got a nation behind you. And so we deal with government, bro. I'm part of the Moorish American government, not the Moorish Science Temple, not part of the Moorish Republic. Okay. None of that sovereignty.
Okay, so I got a question for you. If you a real Moor, because the brother then left off the thing because it sounded like he needed help. So if you're a real Moor, like what? Like you didn't explain any kind of laws, anything that you can do to fix your situation. Like it sounds like everything that you were saying, it didn't help the brother because you're talking about you deal with law. Well, I've done with law too. So I don't know anything about what you're talking about. And the brother was asking you, how can you help him fix his situation?
No, he wasn't. He's saying that. He was saying it don't work and trying to blame me like I had something to do with it because he is Moor. And I'm telling him I'm not that type of Moor.
He did ask, well, how can I get out of this shit? And he asked you, can I walk in the courtroom and say
I said
I'm a Moor?
No, right?
Yeah, so then you should tell him his paperwork should precede him.
Right.
His paperwork should let them know that he's a Moor.
He was scammed, Scrubs.
I know, but that's what you.
He was scammed,
but you can't just say
me for that.
But you can't. He wasn't blaming you, but
yes,
you can't just say you got scammed.
He was saying it don't work.
Oh yeah, all of them from you. Like what the hell that got to do? He just changed up the whole little conversation and y'all catering into it. Like what that got to do with commission? Like
there you go.
Hey, y'all could have helped him.
Right. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. They will not let me say nothing. That's why I say I didn't want to go up on the panel. Top Cat tried to act like he was regulating the panel until it really got to going in. You'll see him jump in there, and then he gonna go biased. Watch. He was acting as if I teach that. I'm gonna go a little.
Put up a source.
I was trying to share a source, and then he actually.
What more?
Egypt. Huh? Yeah, they spoke. They had a couple of them.
What language did they speak?
One of them was Amazic, and one was Tefnik script. You seen the movie Black Panther? You seen Black Panther? That script that's going across the screen, that's a Moorish script, good brother, that they use for the movie. So That's one of them. That's Tefnik is what they call it. But that name went across all of those languages. So when you look at the Berber, Arabs called us that. That meant barbarian, bro, because they wasn't going to call us no gods. These Muslims now, the ones that came in, when they first met our people, they were calling themselves gods. So the Arabs, when they went to war, they like, these Negroes ain't no gods. They barbarians. That's why they put the name Berber on us. Real Moors know this history. It say, this name Negro, it does not embrace the free inhabitants of Africa, such as the Egyptians, the Moors, or Negro Asiatics, such as Lascars. If y'all don't know, them Lascars are what are known as Ameranics today. That means the first inhabitants of America, real Aboriginal Native American Indians, so to speak, right? So these are your Arabs over here. These are the Moors way over here. See Mauritania? The root of that name go back to Moor. I want to show you these Native Americans that's Moors, though. That's my thing. That's what I want to show you real quick. I want to show you we one people, family. Look at this right here. This is the most important aspect that we can bring to you here. Now, these are busts from Spain, right? Pay attention to this. We're going beyond the lookership. Look at the headdress in the drawing they have. Y'all Native American, y'all already know what time it is already, just by looking at this. Now, these are in Spain. Here, you can see the same thing from Spain with the feathers coming out their turban, right? This is Montezuma right here. You see? Now, watch this. You see what they was calling them, good brother? Indemorians, right? Now, watch this. Over here, you see them conquering, you know, the European guy that told him. You see him, he's standing on that.
Right.
He might have a head in his hand. I see some blood up there.
I didn't know they was Moors. They Moors? Those are Moors or Mississippians? They're not Mississippians.
Now, Karima, you remember this slideshow right here? This is the one I was going to use against Top Cat, right? Remember I came and showed it and presented it? And it's
yeah, that's why I said I sent it to you in your inbox.
Yep, and this is actually the one right here, what I was showing him, y'all. You know, I was showing all of them. I was showing them that first, we indigenous to the planet. You know, that all of our people, whether they know it or not, when you look at all these pictures, these are actual pictures from different places around the world. You know, from Israel, you know, to Spain, which is the Moors, Europe, Italy, Greece, you know, India, you know, Jerusalem, Arabia, Egypt, and Nubia. You see number of melanated people. This is real artwork from these people, a part of their history, right? So if you see this, then you see why I say we indigenous to the planet. But people like to get caught up into what Israel looked like today in the modern time. You feel me? And that's why they get thrown off of what Spain looked like in the modern time. So while they're trying to argue something that's dealing with modern, I'm talking about what's ancient. You feel me? That's why I say all of them are our children. And it's like, if you going against that and saying, no, you know, them people ain't that people, that you ignorant when you say something like that. Means you can only go further is what the European told you.
Yeah, because I think people argue over the word so much. Like, they just see the word more, but then they ain't seeing that you connecting and it's showing the influence that's going across it. Like, people just ain't gonna have influences and they never had no connection or was around each other. You know what I mean? So it's like they're not looking at the. Once they see more, they get blind to what you're showing and showing the evidence of how these people had this, and how these people all the way across here had the same thing. These people over here, but you're saying they want the same people, and that's what they trying to use that, just using the name more and attacking that instead of, because they see the evidence you're showing, they know they can't debunk that, so they just trying to debunk that part. You know what I mean?
Now check it out, E. On that same note, they say our people black though, over here in the Americas and in Africa. So we could make that same argument if we was trying to be ignorant, right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? But the word black is better than more, even though it came from a European, John Blumenbach. They the ones start calling people black and Mongolians and Austronoids and all that type of stuff, Caucasoids and Mongoloids, you know, so that come from the European. How many times we done told them that? You feel me? But they embrace that.
So I was showing in this part here, you know, how,
like, look at that. How can you not see, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, how can you not see the influence? Like, how can you not see the that you could just look at it?
You see what I'm saying? You caught that, right? And so when I went into it, because I was even breaking down the name Asiatic in here, right? When you get into the map, a lot of people don't know the Egyptians used the word Remet, but that word Remet also was synonymous with Amu, which are Asiatics and everybody. So that was a name that was used for foreigners, but also the Egyptians themselves were also known to a certain degree of using this name. But this is an old map, for example, that deal with Asia, 1598, right? Now I be showing all these dates and they'll be saying, Kemetian, put a date on it, right? I'm like, I'm putting a date right now. And not only that, I'm telling you the name of the map. All you got to do is Google it when I'm putting it up here. And it's going to come up just like I said it, right? And they'll say, that ain't no source. You didn't Google it, did you? You feel me? So like, I put that together with these two maps, because if you look at it, for example, just dealing with the name Asia, right? At one time, they referred to this area as Asia Major, and then you had Asia Minor. You know, but what people don't know is that, look at this map right here. This is actually the Nile Valley. This is the, you know, the rivers, you know, the Nile. You know, this is Asia Major, pardon self. And this is actually America over here, because the further east you go, you end up in the west, basically. People don't know that. You know, if you keep going around the globe and you travel, you're going to end up there, right? So now, it says here, it goes into the history of the Kushites, right? And I don't want to read the whole thing because I don't want to take everything up, but I'll start from here. It say these remaining unmixed, you know, these Kushites of Asia, right? You know, it said they immigrated in the parts of the Red Sea. So Eusebius thinks these remaining unmixed with other races have engrossed the general name of Kushite. So they're telling you that these Asiatic Kushites, right, have become largely mingled with other nations and are now nearly quite absorbed, or as a distant people, a distinct people, pardon self, well nigh extinct. Hence, from the illusion of Jeremiah, the skin of the Ethiopian confirmed and explained by such authorities as Omer and Strabo, Herodotus, Josephus, and Eusebius, we conclude that the Ethiopians were an African branch of Kushites. Now, these my ancestors right here, right? Our ancestors, most of us. But they say I come from the Sudan, right? Who set up first in Asia, right? And we conclude also that these Kushites were Negroes. This is why, and Reggie tried to challenge me on this right here recently. You know, this is why it tells you that they came out of that particular region and migrated, you know, into the land of Cush. But people don't know this. And then they migrated back into the Middle East, as they call it today. But our people were here from the beginning, family. They were indigenous to the planet. It says, I do not recollect that any information is given to us other than the place of the scripture as to the color of the descendants of Ham. But is this sufficient as premises from which to infer that all Ham's posterity are Negroes? It says the inference rather is that all of Ham's descendants, the Cushites, alone are black, because these are singled out by the prophet to illustrate his doctrine of impossibility of the human heart to turn from his wickedness. It says, if the descendants of Mizraim and Canaan were the same color as the Cushite, it is marvelous that Jeremiah should pass them by and introduce an Ethiopian. You know, in other words, you can't tell them apart. You see what I'm saying? Regardless of what name they take on, it's the same people. You know, and this is actually a picture, you know, of Ramesses right here, who they say I share paternal DNA with, right? And we'll get into that in a second. But I was showing them in the Negro law of South Carolina, y'all done seen this before, the status of the Negro, his rights and disabilities. It says, Section 4, the term Negro is confined to slave Africans, the ancient Berbers. Remember I told you that name was given to our people, calling them barbarians, and their descendants.
They're saying this term Negro now is confined to slave Africans, ancient Berbers, and their descendants. It does not embrace the free inhabitants of Africa, such as the Egyptians, Moors, or the Negro Asiatics, the Cushites, and the Lascars, which are actually known as the Indus Valley Civilization, Dravidians. You know, this is what they're saying here, right? These people are not embraced by the name of being slaves. You see? Because they indigenous people. And that's in their law. So now when you come over here, people always talk about the Arabs, you know, was Moors. And they know this the Moors right here. This is where my DNA came from, right over here in this Sudanic region. And a portion of it went over into the Sahel. This is Sahel when you go straight across from here. From Sudan, you know, Nigeria, Chad, Niger, Mauritania, Senegambian, all of that is mentioned in my DNA chart. These are the Moors. They were the one that went up here and conquered Spain. John Henry Clark said it. He said the Moorish invasion was a purely African invasion. He said the Arabs came later. And he said when the Arabs and the Moors started fighting with each other, that's how the European was able to conquer them. You see what I'm saying? So these Moors that were over here, though they became Muslim, they wasn't practicing the same Islam that these Arabs was practicing. They was dealing with what you call, you know, the Umayyad Caliphate. You know, the Moors over here was dealing with Sufism. Sufism come from Kemet. You see? So they were dealing with Moorish Islamic mysticism more than. That's what dominates Africa. You see what I'm saying? So they deal with the mystic teachings of Islam. And that's why Dr. Clark say that the Moors were the ones that took the teachings of Islam and was able to make things great with them. The Arabs ain't never did nothing with them. He said they took the socio-political part of it, and that's where they went into conflict with these Moors. So you would find General Tariq fighting the Arabs, both of them being Muslims, but he ran they behind back over there in Saudi Arabia when they was trying to impose taxes on them. See, that is what they ain't gonna tell you when they disingenuous, though. You feel me? So then you see George Washington right here, right? Y'all seen this before. George Washington didn't tell you that it was reported, right? That he summarized a raging debate on how to perpetuate the slavery of the Moors. Unlawfully tagged black people in 1774 at the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. He said, if we agree to take the fez and the turbans off the Moors' head, remove the sandals from their feet, enforce severe punishments, and to swear a death oath between ourselves religiously and faithfully, not to allow anyone to teach the Moorish children who they really are, or who they really were, it says, or who their forefathers were, and only allow the Moorish children to be taught that they were truly Negroes, black people, and colored folks. 200 years from the day, the Moorish people would not know their nationality, nor the national name of their forefathers. Also, they will not know from which land our ancestors or ancestors that they are descended from. This is George Washington, 1774 at the First Continental Congress, and this was actually an Odd Fellows meeting. Now, I'm going to show you something here when you deal with signs and symbols for the conscious mind and men and women of understanding. Now, this picture here, y'all know where this come from? This actually come from the Grand Lodge of England. And this is actually the flag of Morocco, right? Which is a country that basically was seeded with the principles by our ancestors. Before the Moroccans was there, the Moors were there. You see, the Maori was there. And so here it is, right here in the ceiling of the Grand Lodge. This particular picture was taken, and this is Masonic Lodge. Now look at this casket on the George Washington. A close-up of this casket had this 5-pointed star on it. So who you think is being symbolic in this casket? Now this is the acacia tree, or some people say sycamore. Do you know that this tree is really indigenous to Africa? So this is a sign of who is really in the casket. This is a sign who is really in the casket. It's our people. He is the real Hiram Abiff that was hit in the head and rendered dead, took on the westerly coast, and buried in a shallow grave. And they say he couldn't be raised unless he was raised with the master grip. And the real symbology behind the master grip, meaning that one has the knowledge, the wisdom, and understanding to raise all of our people up at one time. Not a little group over here, a little group over there, a little clique over here, a gang over there. And Noble Drew Ali was able to do that during that time and bring our people together, and look what they did to it. The same thing they did to Hiram Abiff in their ritual. And it goes on and on with everybody that ever had the power to really bring our people together. They died that Hiram Abiff death. And so if you look at this here, you can see that the 5-pointed star is turned upside down. Anytime you see that as an inverted expression,
hey, Kemetian.
Go ahead, brother.
Now, them pyramid, because I see the pyramid now, because I always, when I used to look at the pyramid, then I always, we was always taught that it was triangle, right? I learned, and I learned that it's triangle up top, and actually the tomb is a triangle at the bottom, so it's actually like a diamond shape. Is that why?
Yeah, that's right. It is as much as pyramid at the top, because at the bottom they call that the grotto. That's the reflection chamber, because the pyramid was a chamber of initiation. But when you go beyond that, you got the queen's chamber, and then you got the king's chamber, which, they ain't got no capstone on here. They got George Washington eye looking at you. You see what I'm saying? Because on the dollar bill, it says Honoret Coeptus, Novus Order Seclorum. You see what I'm saying? New World Order. Out of one come many. That's what Honoret Coeptus goes into, right? But then when you look at drawing this star, this also is M-A-S-O-N, Mason. See? Noble Order of the Mystic Shrine. Ancient Noble Order of the Mystic Shrine. You see what I'm saying? Shriners. You see? So when you see this upside down star, though, they say it's a symbol of the goat, riding the goat. It always represents negative energy when you're dealing with this inverted star. That's the star that also represents the goat of Mendes or even Satan. So either you're dealing with love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, or upright star, which represent the God in man, or you dealing with the principles that make you plummet into being a beast. Because we say Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast are the children of Adam and Eve. You see what I'm saying? So the children, the true mother and father of man, is Ish and Isha. That's spirit man and spirit woman. That's our true mother and father. Adam and Eve, is symbolic to those who birth flesh. You feel me? But our ancestors in the ancient time, the first man didn't come from a fleshly aspect. If we go into history, it say he came from the mind of God. So that's the difference. So that first melanin-drenched, melanated man was a thought of God manifested in the flesh. He didn't come through physical reproduction. Huh? But that's a whole nother level. So watch this right here. That's when you get into talking about us being star seeds. So I begin to show a lot of the different cultures around the world, right? The Kushites. So the Indians, the people from India, which are the Hinduist Kushites, get a lot of their stuff from the Medo Kushites. Medo Kushites is the temple of Amun, which is basically coming from the Nubians. So if you look, you see the lion with the head right here, and you see the many arms. This is in Amun-Ra's temple. This is the lion with the body of the serpent. This is the Nagas of Kush. So these Nagas of Kush gave birth to the Nagas of India. See, a lot of people don't know that. See, this is Ashoka. He was known as a Mauryan, which is a Moor. But notice the symbolism. They go to lions in India now. The same lions in the heads that was depicted right here. Already in the temples of the Kushites. So we can see the people of India draw from Kush. Now look at the old pictures of Ashoka. This is what the original Hinduist Kushites look like. Who them look like to you right there, E?
What was the question?
Who these people look like to you? These are the Hinduists, the original Hinduist Kushites of India. Who they look like?
It look like more like Afro-Asiatic.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now watch this. Now this is coming back to dealing with Ashoka. Ashoka, and these are Indus Kushite Valley civilization. You can even see the influence of Kemet right here though, in everything around them. You can see the way they draw it and depict the thing, even though they got their own style. All you got to do, when I be saying this, before you holler pseudo, I'm giving you a primary link to this information. When I put it in there like that, and you Google this, it's going to come up just like I said. But that's why I know half of them don't be listening. King Ashoka was a ruler in India. He was a Buddhist. And his first empire was known as the Mauryan Empire, which equals the Moorish Empire. Look that up. I guarantee it come back like I said. You may not agree with it, but the general opinion of men ain't going to alter the nature of the truth. You can't wish this away. Mauryan means more, M&R. So when they say Kemetian, you trying to say the people of India the Moor. Here it go right here. This empire was a Moorish empire in India. Now, here are these same people, the Indus Kushites, and look at this. The further back you go, see he has on the shinty of Egypt. That's a pharaonic guard right there, family. And not only that, but they got the fez on their head, bro. They got the fez on their head. You see that, brother E?
Yeah, I see it.
Look at that. We can't make this stuff up, man. Come on, man. But you got to go back further. So the reason I put this in here, because a lot of this is dealing with my DNA too. You know, I got certain traces. The Khmer, see that word right there, Khmer, Cambodians. I have a trace of their DNA in me. And I was showing our family, when I'm looking, I can see traces from every portion they mentioned in my DNA that relate to these different things. I'm talking about this particular brother here that they depicted. If you look at the roundness of this, I can see the similarity right there, right? I can see the similarity. Can you see that, brother? The roundness of the structure here, right?
Yeah, I see it with the chin
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, even in the region up here, you can see similarities, right? But this is a totally different individual. You know, this is stuff, but it is not there alone, because when I did it with my mother, I also seen this. You know, this is the Moorish goddess that they took the Statue of Liberty from. See the headdress she got on? This is a real Mozabite queen. But look at her and my mother. Look at that. That's my mother and this sister right here, right? I see similarities between.
Yeah. You can see the features in them.
You can see it, right? So that's because the phenotypes don't lie. You know what I mean? And I ain't got to go into the exotic map that they created, you know, with these different lands here, Madrid and Morocco. And these are actually places that exist in the United States. Palestine, you know, Cuba, you know, these are actual places, you know, that they have that are mentioned in these different spots over here. You feel me? But that's a whole nother measure. So I went here, and they go to Mauryan Empire. Remember, I was just talking about that with Ashoka? And it's showing you over here who they was. It says the inhabitant of India, South Asia, pertaining to India, 1300, right? From the late Indanas, right? From India, applied to the aboriginal native inhabitants of the Americas, right? It says from at least 1553, right? And it goes up in the 1610s, and it basically shows you the different changes that came about, reflecting the Spanish and Portuguese, you know, the use on the mistaken notion that America was the eastern end of Asia. It was also used occasionally in the 18th century and 19th century of the inhabitants of the Philippines, indigenous people of Australia and New Zealand. The old English adjective was Indinx. That's the real word, Indish, coming from them roots. It says red Indian to distinguish the Native American inhabitants of India is first attested in 1831 in British English. Carely, right?
It says, but was not commonly used in North America. Hugh Ross in Wicked Words writes that Indian is unusual, among the ethnic terms for not having much of pejorative value until comparatively recently. A few phrases, most of them U.S. impong honesty or intelligence, such as Indian gift. But they go on talking about this particular name, or what the Indian represented, where that come from. But it goes deeper, right? Because I have another source here. And the European were trying to be derogatory. But they said the term Moor or Moro, literally Moor, is commonly used when referred to the ancient Indians of the valley and the village. A Moro is a heathen, an unbaptized Indian. Expressions like in the time of the Moors, right? So basically, they're even showing you the interchangeable measures of the term Moor in Indian, right? But the whole thing is I was showing Sister Karima the headdress. One thing that never changed with this feather in the fez, or the feather with the turban wrapped around it, right? And then this is where you see Noble Drew Ali demonstrating it coming from the Kushites. Same headdress, same feather. He got the sash on, they got the body sash on, and they actually prostrate. They making salat in a Nubian temple, basically. That's crazy. You know what I mean? This is Noble Drew Ali when he left, too, by the way. When he left the United States and he went to Havana, Cuba. You see that? January 25th, 1928. You see what that say? And Charles Kirkman Bay was with him. For the people think Noble Drew Ali ain't never did nothing for the people and left. He went to the Pan American Conference. And look at what his name was. Drew Ali. Charles Kirkman Bay. You know what I mean? This is an actual board. You see? This is showing where he went. That's the record, right? So watch this. Watch this. We get back to this word Indian. It says, why do Native Americans call themselves Indian? The word Indian came to be used because Christopher Columbus repeatedly expressed the mistaken belief that he had reached the shores of South Asia. Convinced he was correct, Columbus fostered the use of the term Indios, originally person from the Indus Valley. Now you see why I was pointing out what the original Indus Valley people, and I was talking about, connections even going back there. It says to refer to the people of the New World Order. So if we go back to the people I was pointing out up here, Christopher Columbus seen the people that was in the Americas looking like these people of the Indus Valley civilization. You see? And he started calling them Indians based on that these people were called Indian, but they were also known as Moors. I just showed our people that, right? These are different pictures of the Moors, from the 1800s and so forth and so on. You know what I mean? We can't make this stuff up. This is what the original Kushite Arabs look like, family. This is a Kushite. This is a Sabian, basically. So Noble Drew Ali, when he was asked the question, who is God in the holy city of Mecca today to keep the unbelievers away? Angels. What is the modern name for these angels? Asiatics. What is the shade of their skin? Olive. He talking about the Asiatic Kushites that I was talking about earlier. He said, are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes, we all have the same father and mother. When he said olive, olive come in many different hues. But we most know the olive as being the darkest of the dark, or as he say, the ripest of the ripe, to the lightest of the light. So we come in many different shades, right? So right here, signs and symbols for conscious mind and men and women to understand it. Noble Drew Ali asked this question, right? He said, what shall we call him? He said, so often various journalists find trouble in selecting the proper name for the Moorish American. Some say Negro. Another would brand him race man. Still another would call him Afro-American, black, colored, etc. Is it that these people have no proper name? Did they have a national name when first brought to these shores in the early part of the 17th century? If so, what was it? Did not the land from which they were forced have a name? This was Prophet Noble Drew Ali asking this question. Now notice he's standing with his hand on this book. It's a reason he's doing this, because he was familiar with this case. You see Abraham Lincoln standing there, right? So Noble Drew Ali was demonstrating symbolism here. They say this the man that emancipated the people, right? They say he emancipated slaves. That's what they say, right? We know better. Noble Drew Ali demonstrating that he really came to free the people. Now watch what Abraham Lincoln was demonstrating as a lawyer before he became a president. It says, my client is not a Negro. He in court right now. It says, though it is a crime to be a Negro, no crime to be born with black skin, right? But my client is not a Negro. His skin may not be as white as ours, but I say it's not a Negro. Though he may be a Moor. It's Abraham Lincoln talking now, right? Mr. Lincoln interrupted. The Judge Davis saying scarcely, unable to restrain a smile. He said, you mean a Moor, not a Moor. That's what the judge said to him, right? He said, well, Your Honor, Moore and not C.H. Moore, replied Mr. Lincoln. With a sweep of his long arm toward the table where Moore sat, and I sat. He said, I say my client may be a Moor, but he is not a Negro. Abraham Lincoln brought this up for a reason. Because under this law, what did we tell our people? Let me pull it up right here. It's trying to, there it go right there. It told you the difference of who the people was being Moors as opposed to a Negro, didn't it? You see what I'm saying? You see that right there, E?
Yeah, I see it.
You see, you can't get around it. Now watch this. To make it even more cold-blooded, and I'm going to tell you where this come from. This is House, and what his name had audacity to try to use this against, me. Top Cat. This is House Resolution number 75. All you got to do is Google it. This is real information here. So it says, and this is dealing with the actual bill that was passed, a resolution that was passed. It says, in the House of Representatives, April 17, 1933, many sons and daughters of that proud and handsome race, which inspired the architecture of North Africa and carried into Spain the influence of his artistic temperament, have become citizens of this nation. In the city of Philadelphia, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors. Now remember, Noble Drew Ali died in 1929, right? This is in 1933. It says, in the city of Philadelphia, the same city where George Washington was declared take away the nationality of the Moors earlier, right? It says, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who have found here the end of their quest for a home, and of children of those who journeyed here from the plains of Morocco. This society has done much to bring about a thorough absorption of these people of those principles which are necessary to make them good American citizens, right? It says, these Moorish Americans have since been here missed the use of the titles and names and annexations that were so familiar at home, which are used in accordance with the doctrines of the religious faith to which they are adherents. Therefore be it resolved that this house commends the Moorish American Society of Philadelphia for the efficient service it has rendered the nation in bringing about a speedy and thorough Americanization of these former Moors. What this is talking about is bringing the people back into their nationality. It says, and in accordance with the fullest right of the religious independence guaranteed every citizen, we recognize also the right of these people to use the name affixes El, Ali, or Bey, or any other prefix or suffix to which they have hitherto forbeen accustomed to use, or which they may hereafter acquire the right to use. On the question, will the House adopt this resolution? It was adopted. Go look it up, family, if you think I made this up. House Resolution 75. You see, in his argument, Top Cat, well, if they was Moors and it's saying that they came from North Africa, how can they be Indians? Because some of our people were brought here during slavery, and some of our people had already came here. How can I prove this? Because my DNA say that I got DNA that actually deal with indigenous Americans from 23,000 years ago, as well as DNA that deal with the Mali and the Moors of West Africa. So my DNA in the trees and the branches went in both directions. So I'm really, if you want to look at it, I'm actually the primary evidence of that. If my DNA is showing this, I'm the primary evidence of that. You see? So this is what I was showing our family, and I told them this is the book in Ben the Berbers that I was talking about. I said if earlier Arabic category did not quite match the classical notion of the barbarian, more scholars had to find a way of explaining how Berber came to refer to the people that inhabited the Maghreb. The Maghreb is the west coast of Africa, what they like to call Morocco, Mauritania, all of that, or the furthest west. It says for Gabriel Kemp's, Berber became successful because it mapped onto a category that had a broad usage, right? Pardon self. And it says an acceptance prior to the conquest. As he explained it, the Berbers of the Arabs are the Moors of the Romans. According to this understanding, instead of conquering the Berbers, the Arabs conquered the Moors. You see? So we used to using the term Berber, but that's an Arabic term. They was conquering the Moors. And that's why this book say the inventing of the Berbers, because they come in to set the record straight and let you know that the real word was Moors before it was Berbers. And not only that, it says, according to this understanding, instead of conquering the Berbers, the Arabs conquered the Moors. Then they say Latin Mari, Marus, and it's just called them by a new name. So the Latin even adopted this name Mari into their language. The name Mari didn't come from Latin. See, it says this new equation offers an elegant solution to the gap in the evidence, as Latin and Greek sources became scarce after the 6th century and Arabic ones began to appear only in the 8th. It says, in his excellent study of Moors between the 4th century and 7th, Yves Moderain thoroughly examined the use of the category late antique sources. His goal was to determine the role of the populations named Moors, then Berbers, in the evolution of Roman Africa in the 3 centuries preceding the Arab conquest, noting the difficulties inherent in the use of Berber to analyze the pre-Islamic period, because it came during the Islamic period. So in the pre-Islamic period, he commented on the scholarly practice of translating Moor as Berber. So this was the first scholar to start translating the Moorish term as Berber. You see what I'm saying? So once you understand that, then you get to seeing how deep this name Moor go. And you look at the same headdress with them feathers in them. That's in Spain. All this is Spain art. But this is America. They got the same crown on their head, and they was calling them Indian Moorian. See what I'm saying? Indian Moorian. And you see that same one with the feather in his head standing up here with a European basically told them, showing that they done conquered them. And that's what I was showing them. You see the Moors here, you see the feather, you see this E? Look at all that. Come on, bro. How can you get right?
Hey, that's not King Powhatan in the middle, is it? I can't really tell.
That's actually Montezuma.
Oh, okay. Because he looked just like King Powhatan.
Right. And it's caused the way they was dressing.
Yeah.
Notice this is from Italy. But in Italy, they got the same feathers up here. But this is in Italy. They was calling them Blackamoor. This is Native American. Now watch this. This is the source he tried to come in and, oh, that source was written by a dude that write fairy tales and all this foolery, right? But the ancient and modern Britain ain't got to do nothing with no fairy tale. This is actually a historical book, page 374, when he was speaking on the Indians of the West Hemisphere. David Mack Ritchie, he says 1676, The native races of New England were spoken of indifferently as Indians and Moors, meaning they use both terms. It says, and our British Indians are also remembered as Moors. See what I'm saying? Look at this, man. The term Moor was applied to dark-skinned or brown-skinned or reddish-brown-skinned people who were not only indigenous to Europe, but to the West and North Africans. So those of you who don't know, when it talk about the original Europeans, it's what they mean when they say when they talk about the Moors in Europe. Right here. These are the original Moors in Europe right here. These are all the pictures. That's a picture of Moor look just like Bishop Magic Don Juan with the cup in his hand and all. You see that, E?
Yeah, I see it.
Hey, man, brother Don Juan reincarnated, ain't he? You know? So look at this. These are all Moors in Europe, family. Look here. These Moors with Europeans basically being reared up under Moors. We can't make this stuff up, family. It's a Moorish queen right here in Europe. You feel me? These Moors right here. This is real deal, family. Look, this is in Europe. That's why when the European go over there, they can say them niggas slaves. They always been beneath us, but when they go to that country over there where they come from, they see us up there as gods. You feel me? They know who you are. Look at this. All this is Moorish art right here. That's what you're going to see. If you ever go over there to Europe, you're going to see a lot of this stuff. You're going to see statues and everything over there. Look at that. Look at that bust right there, that Moorish bust. Because we were the ones that taught them how to civilize themselves. We the one taught them how to clean themselves. Look at that. Look at all these Moors in this kingly court right here. Look at that. Come on, man. Look at the Moorish crest. And I give honor to our brother Renoka Rashidi because he taught well. There it go again. Y'all be looking at them pimps and laughing at what they be having on, but the ancestors be trying to tell them something. See, he got the cup in his hand. You know, the feather in his head. If you wonder where they get that type of stuff from, and that ain't to promote pimpism, I'm telling you that that's what they demonstrating is coming from the ancestors, the royalty when we was raw, family. And I can go on and on and on with it, but I ain't gonna browbeat the people with that. I'm just letting you know who the original European was before they got there. That's why I say we indigenous to the planet. You can't make this stuff up, family, when it's right there. You know, so that's again dealing with the headdress, the Incas wearing the same thing, the speed through it. And a lot of these pictures can be found in this book, America in the New World. The empires of Mexico and Peru, which was also founded by the Moors. See what I'm saying? And he got the picture of the jaguar up there. See that same headdress. Look at the people of Australia, the Australords, which are aboriginals. Look at the people they say was in America right there. There the Moors go again in that same book. You see them with that fez on? I mean that turban on with that feather up there. You see them, E? Come on, man. And we can just go on and on and on and on with this stuff, man. They go Montezuma again. They go to Moors again. There it go again with D. Moore. You know, they talking about that was called they was promoting tobacco. He go to Battlefield up there in North Carolina right here. Look who they got right there. That's a Moor with a turban on. He got a feather coming up out of it too. Look like he dressed in the whole garb of Prophet Noble Drew Ali over there. You know, so I'm just showing y'all how this stuff came to be. And when we come further up into this area of time, you know, the people kept the culture. This is a modern day Seminole queen right here. You see the Moorish queen right there as well. In Spain again. But this is a Seminole. You know, even the symbols. If y'all seen our flag, this is a Native American symbol right here. Ain't got nothing to do with a shrine. Even the Dahomies demonstrated that same headdress in Africa. You know, even when you deal with our chart on Islamism, where we give honor to all the world system, y'all be talking about Kemetian all over the place. No, Kemetian study all the four sacred schools of thought, and we honor them. You feel me? But look, there the Native Americans go. What they showing? Unity. They're dealing with the same symbol, the four quadrants moving in every direction, ain't they? See, at the center, you got the circle in the center eyes, it's circle 7. This is an Egyptian and a Coptic symbol. You feel me? So when you understand this, now this is my DNA information. It says the first Americans over the past few decades, researchers compared the DNA indigenous Americans to populations from around the world, confirming the genetic link between the native people of Northeast Asia and the Americas. Over 30,000 years ago, distant ancestors of present-day indigenous Americans began to form a distinct genetic population in Siberia. Many generations later, their descendants mixed with another population of East Asian ancestry and eventually reached the Beringa, right? A land bridge that once connected Siberia to Alaska. They likely remained isolated in Beringa until the massive ice sheets covering North America began to recede toward the end of the last ice age in 14,000 to 17,000 years ago, allowing the passage into the Americas. Remember I said the further east you go, you end up in the west? So it says, but these ancient travelers were probably not the first humans to set foot in the Western Hemisphere. There's evidence that humans lived alongside now extinct megafauna in North America as early as 23,000 years ago, if not far earlier. But their genetic relationship to modern day indigenous Americans is unknown. And they are saying this because this is actually from my DNA information. It's saying some of the people out of Sudan crossed all the way up through Saudi Arabia, and they went over here. Some of them went into Madagascar too. You know, but they came over through here and went all the way over into South America. You feel me? So it even goes here. It says Moorish America. This is a newspaper clipping before Prophet Noble Drew Ali was even born. What kind of people live in South America? The Spanish, the Portuguese, but chiefly the descendants of these European races who have intermarried with the Indians. It says other nations have made lesser contributions. Brazil, which is only a few days by steamer from West Africa, is 1/3 Negro, the crudest type of Negro, it says, on the American hemisphere. There's a strong mark of the Moor upon the Spaniard. The Arabic Moor wrote, it says, his customs vary deeply into the life of Spain. The people of Mexico, Cuba might be called Moorish Americans rather than Latin Americans. And Noble Drew Ali taught this. And not only that, Billy Gambella taught this in his DNA breakdown. Because he tell you that the Moors, which is our people, the Cubans, the Puerto Ricans, people of San Salvador, Chileans, they all come from our people indirectly, whether you accept it or not. So it says that the customs and manners and hard experiences in these people of Latin America are more Moorish than Christian, more Muslim, and more Arabic than Spanish. The World Outlook. That's the newspaper this come from. Look that up. You know, this is basically the same thing saying that too about the Moorish Americans. This is the first person to discover, you know, what we call the region over here, the Rio Grande, the Mexico region, you know, the crescent of the Gulf of Mexico. That's Mustafa Zamori. He was a Moor. He ended up becoming an Indian chief too, even though he was killed by some. You see what I'm saying? So it goes into all that same history family, you know, and it shows these are the people they say I come through. You know, the American is actually supposed to be what they call indigenous Americans. I got a percentage of that in my DNA, but my father them always told me that we got Native American in us. So not only do I have Native American in me, but my greatest DNA is actually African. I'm 80%, 85% West African. You see? So it show you all the different tribes over here. You know, and I'm just speeding through this to get past this so I can open up the floor. And like I was showing our sister Karima before, this is in right like 30 miles from me. But if you look at this right here, you would think that this was Africa. You see what I'm saying? You see that, E?
Yeah, that area beautiful.
Yes, sir. That's 30 miles from me. I can shoot a movie about Africa right here, bro. Because when the continents were together, before they separated, Africa would have fitted right over into this area connected to Florida. You see what I'm saying? And that's why you see the same thing on the coast of Florida that look just like the motherland. Look at that. You would think that was Africa. You know, so
oh yeah, you in Florida.
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
I thought you were from like Philly or something, right?
No, I'm from Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm from DMV, and mostly like a lot of Moors I know is in like Philly and Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore. Yeah, that for real. But this is a Seminole too. These Seminoles. But you notice they got the turban on and the feather, just like the Moors and Indians before, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Now this is the Lenape. These are the Lenape Moors. You know good and well them our people right there, bro. And they recognized too by the United States. This is, Moorish prince. They call him Ibrahim, but he was over a Seminole tribe as well. You feel me? And then when you come
matter of fact, I did a show because I was on. I ain't gonna say people platform because I don't know what people deal with, but I was on the people platform, and this dude was trying to say slavery and this and all this. I guess he got mad because I was showing like the African and Native American connection, like you know what I mean, like Gula Geechee, the sim, like how a lot of tribes with Native Americans and Black people actually got together, and that's one of the people I showed was him. You know what I'm saying? And, he's Aboriginal. That's kind of where I stopped dealing with him because they went too overboard with saying slavery didn't happen and Harriet Tubman fake and stuff like that. I'm not gonna allow people to say that. You know what I mean? I come from Virginia, so I come from where this shit started. You know what I mean? So for people to say that shit don't exist, I just can't accept that. You know what I mean? But yeah,
yeah, that's big facts, bro. And see, like I was showing them another portion of my DNA. They say actually has a little percentage of Filipino there. And I was actually comparing my father, to some of the people out of that area. You know what I mean? And I can see, some connection there as well in the phenotype. And these were the people, for those who don't know, many indigenous Filipinos. It's a whole Filipino nation that are known as the indigenous Filipinos. And the Batak and the Mamnawa peoples are descended from the earliest dispersals of modern humans out of Africa. However, most Filipinos can trace their ancestry to a much more recent and widespread migration of Southeast Asian seafarers related to indigenous people of Taiwan. And you're going to see my father in his older age, you're going to see an Asiatic look in him. Look at my father in his old age, bro. That's my old boy right there. Can't you see it in him, bro?
Oh yeah, I see it.
You see what I'm saying? And if you look at the Filipino people, bro, the ones that look like us, that's how most of them look. And my uncle and them too. You see my uncle right there? These are all my uncles, and they real natives. They wear cowboy boots and all that right there. Race horses and all that there. You feel me? And then my aunties. They deal with quartet music and everything. So when it comes to dealing with that, bro, and this is where I actually was going to kill them at right here, bro. This is what kill everything, because they try to say Moors is not a race of people. And this is what I was telling them last night. This is, Unc swear by his CDC. He always talking about the CDC, right? So when you look at this, it says code system concept name, Moor, right? Concepts status, and they get a date of the information, but it says code system name, race, and ethnicity. More, right? So when you click on this, it's showing you everything up under that code. It says Abenaki, absentee, Acoma, Afghanistani, African American. It's going on the Indian names and African Americans all up under the code that's dealing with the Moors, right? It got the Seminoles and all of them up on there. Alabama Creek Indians. And this is who your boy say he descend from. Top Cat, Alabama Casarte. So that means he don't know it, but he under the Moorish category too. It say I had Alawite in me, right?
Yeah, I'm on the Powhatan.
See what I'm saying? And they got them all up in here. That's what I'm saying. So the problem is that if it's showing the name Moor and it's leading to all these different people, these are all known Indian tribes, bro. This ain't no made up tribes. You see what I'm saying? If all of them falling under that, let's go back to the first one I did. If all of them come up under that, when I hit that race and ethnicity, it take you there. I'm gonna go back. It got another tab up here. Eastern tribes. When you pull up the Eastern tribes, look at what it pull up again, bro. American Indian, right? Click on that and go into the American Indian. It's gonna go to talk about the Apaches and everybody else. It's gonna keep going and tell you about the Creek. And it's going in alphabetical order with all these different tribes too, by the way. And then when you get back over here again and keep looking, you're gonna see tribe that's familiar. But watch this. This is the body bag right here, E. When you go into the fullness of what's being said here, you still see the same name Moor right here, right? And it's gonna tell you what these things are dedicated to. When you pull up all this stuff and what this information really represent in this CDC document, for those who are not believers and need to be made believers, watch this. I'm gonna go right back where I was in the beginning, and it gives you code system details. It says the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, has prepared a code set for use in coding race and ethnicity data. So you see what that's saying, Brother E, right?
Yeah, I see it.
It says this code set is based on current federal standards for classifying data on race and ethnicity, specifically the minimum race and ethnicity categories defined by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, and more detailed set of race and ethnicity categories maintained by the U.S. Bureau of Census, right? It says the main purpose of the code set is to facilitate the use of federal standards for classifying data on race and ethnicity. When these data are exchanged, stored, retrieved, or analyzed in electronic form, right? At the same time, the code set can be applied to paper-based record systems to the extent that these systems are used to collect, maintain, and report data on race and ethnicity in accordance with the current federal standards. And they telling you this is dealing with census and everything, family. So those who tell you Moors is not a race or ethnicity, or it's not a racial or ethnic group, well, tell the CDC that then. Game over for those who still trying to get up here and deny that the Moors are people. And last but not least, this is the last thing I'm gonna show right here. And we're gonna open up the flow, for anybody that want to come up here if they want to do that. The naysayers, hypocrites, whoever they think they are. Now, I done gave you the history around it dealing with this word Moor and Mari already. So we know Jim James talk about the people of Mauritania. Because they say, how you going to say the Moors was in Kemet too, Kemetian? Jim James, the elder that died for putting this information out here, because he violated the oath. He was part of the Boule. He broke the code and started teaching who the real people was, so he died a Masonic death. They killed them people. In the 8th century AD,
The Moors, native of Mauritania and North Africa, invaded Spain and took with them the Egyptian culture, which they had preserved. So where did the Moors get the Egyptian culture from? Huh? Knowledge in the ancient days was centralized. It belonged to a common parenting system. Wisdom teachings, the Sabbath teachings, or mysteries of Egypt, which the Greeks used to call Sophia. As such, the people of North Africa were the neighbors of the Egyptians and became the custodians of Egyptian culture, which they spread through considerable portions of Africa, Asia Minor, and Europe. During their occupation of Spain, the Moors displayed with considerable credit the grandeur in African culture and civilization. The schools and libraries which they established became famous throughout the medieval world. Now, have I put any sources up here, E, for anything that I said?
What you said?
I said, have I put any sources up here for this stuff that I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I already know. I already know you go to. I already know where you go to get those sources and how you do your sources.
Yeah, you know. And so when you look at it, they don't know that. When you look at, I already showed this earlier, but they don't know when you look at the original so-called Roman Negroes. You know, your Sicilians and all that, right there, family. We was there. That's why they call the Italians Roman niggas. To be straightforward with you know. So this word Mari is deep. Because in one aspect, Mari deals with the breath or the spark of life. You know, it deals with the ethereal essence, you know, of the non-visible and intangible matter. This basically represents spirit. People always saying, what's the definition of the name More? Here's one expression that says spirit. If we go into the Hebrew language, when they said, let there be light, Ori, it comes forth from the word Mari, which means light being. So if you compare that Hebrew definition to this English definition that they given of Mari, we see spirit and light as one thing. So that's the real definition. That's why the word Mari also meant to the natives Moorish gods. You see what I'm saying? And the Arabs came to change that. So here's Jared Massey right here in the Book of Beginnings. He tell you who these people was. He says, Meroe in Ethiopia was due north from the equator, but reckoning from Central Africa, from Habesh, Abyssinia, we shall find the land of ancient Mari, Mauritania, howsoever the district was bounded at different times, was always to the northwest of our center, which travels from the equator down to Lower Egypt. Thus we have a Mari for the country of northwest in Africa, answering to the Mari, the name of northwest, as Mauru. This shifts the duality of Meru or Meru from north, the south, and north to the west, just as it was shifted when the hinder part was called Kemt, as a place of going down instead of north. This name for the land lying northwest of the African center, always reckoning from the south, would deposit the names of Mari land, Mamarica, a duplicated form of Morocco, as the Mari or Moors went further north into Spain. Zephon, it says, from these and other data may be drawn the inference that the Mari people were self-named. That means they named themselves. Didn't nobody else name them. Ain't no Greeks name them, no Romans name them, so that's a lie. So the Mari people were self-named as immigrants who came from the northwest, one from which is Maru, the Egyptian Meru, Mero, or Mehru. It's talking about the Nubians, family. You see, the Mari name is that of the later Moors of a land under the Tropic Council of northwest of the equator, as well as of Ethiopia. So when I tell you the Moors are of Kemet and of Cush and all that right there, family, the word Mari or the M and R root can be traced all the way back to Kemet. You can't trace the word black back there. You can try to describe or give a description, but you ain't gonna trace that word black back to no land in Africa, because there's no word over there that is called black. You may try to take a word like Kemet and talk about the black land, but that ain't talking about no black man. That's talking about the land. You feel me?
So it says the tropic camps in northwest of the equator, as well as Ethiopia, typical birthplace, the name of the Moors found on Egyptian monuments. Egyptian monuments is written Mari, or Moori. The original Mari dwelt in the northwestern line between the Atlantic and Mediterranean. Their name is identifiable with that of the Mari, whose traditions drive them from the northwest. Right? And so these are the Moors, the Mari. You know, we could keep going on and on with this, but we don't have to go no further. We got sources upon sources upon sources, and they all saying the same thing, bro. They letting you know who the Moors was, who the Mari was. So, I mean, how many times do I have to go back over this with people? Why do people keep coming asking me this question when I keep showing them the same thing over and over again? And then when it says it's found on the tombs of Egypt, there it go right there, Mar, Amen, right? See what I'm saying? Amen Ra. Come on, man. Like, goodness gracious. There you go, there go your Hebrew word, Mari, which was derived from the Egyptian Mari, meaning brilliance. Since the Egyptian version of the word refers to the sun, it would seem likely that the Hebrew word Maud for season was derived from the movements of the same sun. This is from Eden in Egypt by Ralph Ellis. That's another source. Go look it up. See what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, it don't get no plainer in this family. I can keep going over and over, but we still know we're gonna have people that try to be in opposition. You know, when you talk about the Puttites, the Libyans, you see they got that feather in their head, don't you? That's because they got Cushitic origins too. You know, and we can go on and on and on. Look at it. This is a whole slideshow, but I ain't got to keep doing that. So what I'm gonna do at this particular time, I got other slides if I have to pull them up to spank somebody too, by the way. And furthermore, y'all got to get ancient sources. Here's one from 1787. This is my last one. The ancient Mauritania, from which the word Moor, it says, which we write Moor is derived, the proper country of the Moors. See what I'm saying? Again, this is from 1787 for those who want the source, Adam Anderson, a historical and chronological deduction on commerce from the earliest accounts. So I just showed you the name of the Moors all over the place, family. You know, India, everywhere you can look. What more do I need to say at this particular point? You know, so I don't really have to keep going back and forth. I'm going to stop sharing the screen right here, you know, and that's what it is. So I open up the floor now. Sister Karima, what you think after all that being said? Do I have to keep arguing this point over and over again? Is it even necessary for me to do it?
I mean, you don't have to keep on shutting them down. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And they go my goddess, my sister Dulcinea. Come on in here, Queen.
Peace and love, everyone.
Peace and love.
Peace.
Yes,
well,
sir.
I was going to ask if I can share my screen. I have something pulled up that just really shows the mindset of our people, and that it doesn't matter if they know that this means freedom. They don't care that it means freedom because they're against these names, they're against this history, anything that attaches, and they don't the components that attach to religion that they don't understand. They're just like against it. And that's all you can really say. So even if the history shows everything and outlines everything for us, some people are just going to be against this right now.
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen, Queen. We want to see you go put in that work.
Okay, I'm sharing it now, and tell me if you guys can hear it.
It's new stuff, and it's
yeah, we can hear it.
Okay.
It's addressed the commission. So I was rewinding. I was kind of like, yeah, appreciate you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I want to go back to that Prince Among Slaves, right? Because I think the confusion with this will bring some light, right? Because I read that, I mean, not read it, but I looked at that docudrama over and over again, right? So Prince Among Slaves, right? So that brother was taken from he was a Malinke prince, was he not?
In the movie, they say that, but that's not true with the real.
Okay, wait. No.
I just read the papers.
I'm gonna get to the look.
Yeah, I just
whatever
read
it
the
said,
papers.
whatever it
Were
said.
you here when I read the papers? Were you here when I read the papers?
No, I didn't. But I'm gonna bring something back because I'm an American Indian. No doubt.
Yeah, I respect that.
So
I'm saying the Moors and the Indians were one people. I'm not saying the Moors are superior over the Indians. I'm saying they were one people.
Well, I'm gonna bring it to you. I'm gonna bring something to you that might be that's saying that they was not, and where he was not. Now, in the docudrama, whether it's true or not, because we don't know what's true or if it wasn't true, because we was not there.
I got the actual papers, good brother.
Okay,
that's
but
where the truth comes from.
Hold on, brother.
These are actual papers from the committee that freed the brother. I got them.
Hold on, brother.
Say nothing about no Malinke.
Hold on, brother. You ain't
I just read it to them before you got here. You say you didn't see it.
Hold on, brother. I'm gonna bring something to the panel, not to you, but this is addressed to you because you brought it up.
They seen what I read, so they know it ain't no Malinke.
Okay. So they're saying he wasn't a Malinke prince. Okay, so let's get past that, right? In the docudrama, right, when he was supposed to be a slave, there was 3 instances in there. One, he married an American Indian, did he not?
That's what they did in the movie. That's right.
Okay, what does she look like?
Like the average American Indian?
Oh, a melanated woman, was she not?
Like the average American Indian?
Okay, so that's a yes. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Now, when he was an apprentice, when he was in the place where they was doing all the newspapers, and then he saw a book, an Islamic book, or whatever, a Bible or something, and he started reading it. The guy that was his that he was serving up under, right? Thought he was what? Thought he was a Moor. Right?
Wonder why?
Okay, wait a minute. It's yes or no questions, brother. Look,
I'm just listening to you.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, some grown men.
Go ahead. I ain't
so
cutting
let's
your
go
bill.
on some grown men. Let's get us some grown men.
Bro, I ain't cutting your bill.
All right, for sure.
I'm just basically agreeing with you.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I ain't gonna try to sidestep you like my name is Barry Sanders. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't sidestepping
all right,
you.
so I ain't gonna juke you. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is this.
I'm supporting you. I'm agreeing with you. If something wrong with that,
brother.
then something wrong with me.
All strength, man. Yes or no, though. All right. So my thing is this. He thought he was a Moor. So my thing is he got up on this information, right? So my thing is he took that as an advantage to set himself free. And then
he was able.
Okay, wait, brother.
Go ahead.
Look, brother. You're not talking to a student right now.
Cutting yourself,
all right, let's go. I'm not cutting. I want to hear this.
Go ahead.
You need to get to it, right? Right. So here's the thing, right? When he wrote, John Adams at that time, right, was the president, correct? Okay. So when he wrote John Adams, based on that, right, it says in the docudrama he dressed himself up like a Moor, but he was not a Moor. He used his language as an instance to say that he was a Moor. Right, but he was not. But once he got up on that information, he went through all throughout America to wake people up to how people could set themselves free and so on and so forth based on what he was doing.
So do you see like clearly here that it doesn't matter if they know that this is how you set yourself free. It doesn't matter if they're like, oh, the Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, that's what we need to do. Even saying in the history that someone knew Arabic, learned that could free us, and then used it to his advantage. He's saying he wasn't Moor because we can't trace someone in his lineage actually saying Moor. So why should we use Moor, even though that freed him? Am I the only one that thinks that's a little crazy to be like, know that this person studied, they used this for their freedom, and then to turn around and say, well, he wasn't really a Moor though, so that doesn't matter.
Well, in the end, that's what they're gonna talk about in the end of that conversation. They're gonna be saying that, yeah, the Moors do got what they can do, that stuff they be saying. They're gonna admit it when I leave the chat, you know, just what you saying. And it's crazy, like you say, asinine. Basically, to admit it.
That's what it is.
You hear that, Kareem?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, they're gonna admit it and condemn it at the same time. And who they was referring to is the Prince Among Slaves family. There's a movie, but there's also a docudrama. A lot of people don't know that, right? So actually, I've been trying to find the original movie, but they took it. You can't really find it nowhere. And it's a reason for that. But I'm gonna show you who our sister was just pointing out, our sister Dulcinea. And listen to this now. Watch this. Because y'all already seen the history I done gave y'all about the Moors and talking about Hiram Abiff and George Washington and everything. I'm going to just show this last little picture, and I showed it to them, but they want to deny it. So he was trying to debunk my source with the docudrama. Now, how many times, Sister Karima, Brother E, and Sister Dulcinea, we done seen a European depict somebody's story and add stuff to it and dilute the story? You know what I mean? We can go to looking at just a New Edition movie, you know, dealing with the life of Whitney Houston or whatever. You know, they're going to put stuff in there to try to Tupac movie, Malcolm X.
Yeah, they got a Shaka Zulu movie coming out with the white
man, I seen that today. Oh my God. Are you kidding me, Karima? That European Shaka Zulu, Arab Shaka Zulu, please stop the madness. You know, that must, I ain't gonna say what I finna, I'm gonna call him Hempty. In ancient Kemet, what I was just finna say, I ain't gonna talk about them, the people, but they call him Hempty. We're gonna use, that's the code word, because the algorithms won't get it. You know, but y'all look up the Hempty word in ancient Kemet. You know, some people would think it nice if I said it in the English. But anyway, so I want to show y'all this real quick to confirm what our queen was just saying, Sister Dulcinea. You know, because we got to stop this constant conflict. Because like I say, these guys are actually racist. And your boy Top Cat gonna say it. You know, because I called him racist against the Moor. He said, yeah, I am racist. You know, and they went off on Marcus Garvey and John Henry Clark. They just dogged our elders last night. That's what really let me know they way out there, family. You don't talk about our elders like that. You may not agree with them, but ain't no way in the world you gonna disrespect them elders like that and think something good gonna come to you.
Well, one thing I think of why they always come against John Henry Clark is because he's the first one that gave us this information and he collected it so unbiasedly. So it didn't matter how he felt about the King James version of the Bible at the time. He just being real of the migration patterns, what was happening, and what people were called. And that was just that. But because they're trying to debunk that now, they have to use him as far as to lift themselves up and say, hey, yeah, you know, I had all this information first, but then say that he's pseudo now.
Facts. And see, that's the whole thing. And that's why I keep telling them. And they did the same thing to Sheikh Anta Diop. You know, but if you really pay attention, that elder used etymology. You know, he used anthropology. He used all the different sciences to do what he did. You know, and that's etymology is the key though. Most of this knowledge I have, I was able to trace back just through the language, family. You feel me? It says at a large and respectable meeting held in Masonic Hall on the 15th institution. It says the undersigned were appointed a committee to solicit aid from the citizens to enable the Moorish Prince Abdul Rahman to redeem his family from slavery, that he might return with them to his native country. Now, Sister Karima, I never showed this one to you right here, but it don't get no plainer than this one here. 1828, October the 16th. He redeemed his family
You sharing your screen?
Yeah, oh yeah, there you go. I'm always doing it. Okay, hold up. I don't know where that joke. There it go right here. I did turn it off. I remember it now. But here it go right here. Sorry about that, family. Okay, here it go right here. Okay. So it says, and I go on, it basically said that he redeemed his family from slavery. You know, and this is a Moorish prince. And this is the actual papers dealing with his freedom. And that's what I was telling him. I'm like, bro, the papers don't say what that docudrama is saying. So who you gonna take, the docudrama or the actual papers that's dealing with it? And for those who want this paper, all you got to do is go here. If you want to know what Kemetian find a lot of these good books, you know, dealing with these ancient sources, because they go way back when, go to Google Books. And all you got to do is just type in this. You can find any source that you want. See, this is from what year? I want y'all to see that year before we go into it right there. 1828. Click on the book, family. They be saying Kemetian made that up. Boy, if I've been back there doing the 1800 and 1700, y'all give me too much credit. Unless y'all saying I reincarnated or something. Make it make sense now. Right? So this is the actual paper. And he was going against that, talking about the docudrama, because it fit the narrative that he trying to spin. So it says, published by order of the committee appointed to solicit subscriptions in New York to aid in redeeming the family of the prince from slavery. And they redeemed him by saying that he was a Moor. Now, Brother E, if you still right here.
Yeah, I'm right here.
You seen the movie Amistad, right?
Yeah, I seen Amistad.
What name did they free the slaves under?
Oh, you know what? I can't remember that.
And I asked the brother, they freed him under Moore.
Okay, because you know what? I think I remember that. I swear I think I remember it because I think that's one of the first time I really seen it in like history. When I really seen it, I think that I remember them saying it was one. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
So you see what the sister, that part she played when the brother was talking about, oh, this is no Drew Ali took the whole playbook from this, and this is why the Moors try to free themselves under the Moorish name.
Yeah.
Because the name Moor, I just showed you, it attach you to the land. That's the difference between this word and black. It attach you to the land. Like the Native Americans try to say they got the land, they got portions of the land. You see what I'm saying? And they on the federal governance. Every Indian tribe and Native American tribe either on the state governance or the federal governance of the United States. So they still subject to the jurisdiction of the United. That include Top Cat and all them cats that was up there on the panel. You see? But on the aspect of dealing with the Moors, this name Moor is what attach our people to the whole land. You see? And when our people raise up and embrace it holistically, together as one, that's when you will have the power that you use. So this ain't got nothing to do with being religious. Even though we teach, the four schools of thought, we don't teach, the Muslim better than this and the Hebrew better. No, we teach from all the sacred books. You see what I'm saying? When we go in our questionnaire, in the question, that we ask in regards to dealing with that, we tell you we teach from all the sacred books of truth, all books of truth. So when you see Kemetian teaching, you wonder why he teaching out of Piscean records or what y'all call the Bible. We ain't talking about the English version. We go back to the original state. But we can correct what has been incorrect if we start translating our own books. But we're not talking about religion. We're talking simply about a name that attached us as a people to this land. Once you embrace that, you can still be the Israelite you are. You can still be the whatever you call yourself, but at least come together and embrace the name that attach you to the land. Not a piece of the land, but all of the land. And that's why Kemetian took part in being a part of the Moorish American government instead of being a part of the religious corporation Moorish Science Temple. Nothing against the Moorish Science Temple, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali established it. But what he said, I'm going to lead a European here long enough to teach you Moors how to run a government. So if he said that, and that was his intent, then that means Moors should have built a government by now. My chairman was the only one that could comprehend that. A lot of our people think that just saying you Moor and being part of a religious corporation is it. That's how it started, but that ain't how the prophet intended for us to end up. You see what I'm saying? So we teach government over here, but we honor all books. Only reason you hear Kemetian teaching on the religious, telling you about the spiritual, because I'm trying to bridge the gap and show you we won there. I don't teach and say, oh, the Moors better than this book bigger than. No, bro, because I understand what unite the books. But as long as we got that religious racism, we ain't gonna unite there either. But this name here, Moor, ain't got nothing to do with religion. It has to do with the name that attach you to the land. And if you just hate hear the name Moorish, then count yourself and say, man, I'm racist. You feel me? Because you hating somebody because they use the name Moor. You ain't no different than a European that hate our people because they say they black. Am I right or wrong, people on the panel?
That's right to me.
You know, so the hatred got to stop. You know, so yeah, but this is the actual book for the people that want to get it, that I got the source from. For those who say Kemetian made it up. Boy, y'all be giving me a whole lot of credit. I didn't know I can make so much stuff up. You know, Kemetian crops out these things and put them together in collages so that y'all get a better insight of it.
Oh yeah, trust me. I don't see the process of what he do. Trust me, he go to sources. He get it straight out books and of scholarship. So trust me.
And give them the source, and they still be saying, "What a source at, Kemetian." I'm like, is this person?
They can't go against your information. So the first thing they call out is pseudo.
Yeah, pseudo, and I be showing it right there to them. Pseudo. Now let's go. They like to hear the English. I'm gonna get this right here just for good measure. This is the English dictionary. Look at the origin on the word Moor right here. They say it mean dark, right? But even in Germany, you see that root that's there? Moor, Mari, Moor, Moro, Mora, Moor. This is how these words change. But they'll say I made this up too, even though it came out of the dictionary. Kemetian made this up. Come on, bro. Y'all got to stop lying to yourself. You got that much hatred in you to where you going to deny the truth even when it's in front of you? Look at that. Another name. This is another source. So when you go to seeing multiple sources like this family saying the same thing, and they coming from different authors, that's what make Kemetian come to a conclusion. And I got way more than that. I got 15, 20 sources saying the same thing from different scholars. Everybody
and the way people are, if people thought that you was really that much of a pseudo, everybody would be trying to debate you. Let's be for real. You know what I mean?
And that's another thing, because when I tell them get in the ring or prove it, they running. Look at this. This is a Latin dictionary from 1872 right here, page 370. But I ain't giving no sources now. Mari, Moors, the Mauritanians, inhabitants of Mauritania, a Moor. Man, it goes on and on and on. It tell you country of Africa. Come on, man, stop playing with me. This is the last time I'm gonna address this too. Everybody see this right here. Don't come asking me about no origin or no Moors no more. Because I'm gonna basically ignore you from this point on. Because this is what y'all use to try to stop me from building. I can have an intention to build on something dealing with government, and the first thing y'all will do, try to derail the conversation on arguing about the origin of the name Moor, and y'all don't even know the origin is. You feel me? Straw man argument tactics, gaslight. You know, and it's disrespectful to the audience that really want to learn. When they doing that, audience, to those of y'all that really want to learn, they really disrespecting y'all because they think y'all ignorant enough They really insulting y'all intelligence. They want y'all to believe after everything I'm showing y'all up here, you see that this is a lie. And then most of them will never, if you look, they won't present nothing to prove their claim. You say, where your source at, brother? They're just talking. Ain't none of these people you see that be coming toward me pulling no information up. They're just running their beat and talking about opinion. And they like to do it when the bill is over and come in. Well, I think the Moors this and the Moors come from Spain, and then you ain't pulling no sources up there. Wikipedia is where they mostly go. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, family. Go ahead, family. These people got me fired up over
here. Yeah, and I agree. And you know, people, we do got to stop. Because you know, I was one of the people back in the day that used to be like, "Oh, the Moors helped the slave people," and you know, once you start really studying history, you understand, man, this was a money move. This was a lot of people, a lot of nations was in this. You know, from Moors to their own African people to Native American people to Europeans to like everybody. Not everybody, but certain people, certain places, because it wasn't all the Moors, it wasn't all Africans, it wasn't all natives. There's certain people that benefited off of the slave trade and slavery. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people benefited off of all the way to the Demoni tribe. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. So and it been going on before the slave trade. It been selling and making money off of people and off of indigenous servants and like these things of ancient times. And I think what happens is, you know, people only look at history like one way. People not, you know, once you really become a historian, you start seeing different aspects or different views of how history is taught, and history is taught in a small box of how people look at stuff, and it's not expanded. Just like when you talk about the slave trade, they'll say, "Oh, America was made this, and how could they have plantation?" But if you really go into places like Jamestown, they tell you that the slavery really started in the late 1700s. It tells you this. It tells you that who was the indigenous servants for them, that they was bringing poor people from Europe and having Native Americans as indigenous servants before they bring Africans over here. So y'all gotta stop listening to these people that like these Aboriginal, right? Because I'm sorry, I used to deal with these people, and I can't deal with that no more because they're pushing government agendas. They already, like where I'm from, they taking CRT out of school. They're trying to tell you they're taking slavery out of school. They'll tell you that we voluntarily gave ourselves to slavery. They're trying to take famous black people, including Martin Luther King. They're trying to take this out the history books, meaning your children's not going to learn about these people. They're trying to take Harriet Tubman out. They're trying to take Indian, the Native American history out of schools. So your children not going to know about this stuff. So I'd be damned if I'm gonna let our people start teaching the same shit that they are taking out, and you're pushing the same shit. That's why when I got on with Kanye West about this shit, talking about we wanted to be slaves or voluntary slave, whatever he was talking about, there's some dumb shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's you're pushing their agenda. And y'all better start paying attention because sooner or later, man, it's going to be hard to learn this history. It's going to be hard to find out what's going on and about Jim Crow and about COINTELPRO and about the sharecropping and all that. They trying to get rid of that stuff, man. Your kids ain't going to know shit about it. And, you know what I mean? It's going to be on our generation for them. Yeah, that's all I want to say about that.
And that's big facts, bro. They gonna watch. They gonna, when that thing get real big, they gonna be banning this stuff on it. They gonna remove a lot of this stuff from the archives on the internet too. They gonna start probably outlawing books and calling them contraband, family.
Yeah.
And so then you better build your library up. They'll probably be going on witch hunts and everything, trying to find out who got books and who got information at a certain time. Y'all think that ain't the real? If you notice any nation that was destroyed with our people, what did they destroy first? The library. They destroyed the library. They knew they couldn't conquer Kemet until they destroyed the library. You feel me? They knew they couldn't conquer Africa and West Africa until they destroyed Timbuktu. You feel me? So that's crazy. Go ahead, family.
Yeah. You heard about the CRT doing stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, critical race theory.
You know who pushing it? This fool down here in Florida, DeSantis.
Yeah. They already banned it. They already banned it from here. So it's like, because they saying that people, don't want to see their grandparents and see what people did in history, and it's like that's how you heal. You got to face it. You got to face what your people did. There's a plantation right now where I forgot his name. Is it Thomas Jefferson? It's one of them, and his descendants and the slave descendants all got together at a plantation and actually build together and heal. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying everybody gonna do that, but I'm saying that you got to face the evil that happened, even if it's in your family.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
Thomas Jefferson had a Quran.
Yeah.
So he was really practicing Islam low key, but that's the one they swear on. When the Muslims swear in the government, they swear in on his Quran.
Yeah.
But he was down here in right like 20 miles from me in Monticello, Thomas Jefferson. That's why they call it Jefferson County out there. He got a lot of descendants or whatever, because he loved mixing in with our queens, back then. So, there's a lot going on behind the scene that our people don't know. It's a lot being overturned. I want to give honors to our sister Dulcinea, because she a descendant of Rosewood, right, bro?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
yeah, she might need to come and bring some of that history up on here. I heard about it, but I don't know it's like, really detailed. I know about what happened.
I just watched the movie.
Yeah. I seen the movie.
3 nights ago, and that dude was up there talking about I was a Mason.
Yeah, but you know what? I was about to say that I was like, dude, I wonder if people realized that they was Masons, that the people who
yeah, they say they still shot him up.
Yeah.
And they killed all the, it was crazy. Like, I was a Mason. I'm a Mason. He was eyes swole, bloody, can barely talk. That's terrible. You know what I mean? And there was a bunch of mob just running around killing people.
Yeah, the dudes that created Black Wall Street was Mason.
Yeah. All those connections with them different groups. Matter of fact, yep.
I don't want to, I don't want to go too far what I believe could have happened, but I'm a conspiracy. So once I hear it, Masons around anything, I start thinking a different way.
But that's what it be though, bro. A lot of times, because people don't know that the Boule was created to infiltrate any organization that was successful.
Yeah.
And once they infiltrate them organizations, then they take over. And that's what they were trying to do with the Moorish Science Temple. That's why Noble Drew Ali was killed.
Yeah.
They be talking about Noble Drew Ali was a Mason. Noble Drew Ali was not a Mason. He was an Egyptian Adept.
Yeah.
He was a Mason daddy. You see what I'm saying? So Masons learned from the Moors, and unfortunately, they took what they learned from the Moors to conquer them. Even in the realm of warfare, what they call fire sticks, that was created by the Moors. The European took the knowledge of gunpowder, and next thing you know, they were using it to oppress the same people that taught it to them.
Yeah, this like I showed the LL Cool J. I don't know if it's his grandfather or great grandfather. One of them is a famous boxer, like old school boxer, and
he was a Moor.
And he was a Moor. Like I have a book, and when you read it under it says, like when they introduce him, it says his name, but then it says the Moor.
Yes, sir.
Like when you watch the movie Night when Martin Luther King, Martin Lawrence, they call him the Moor.
He was the Moor.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like they give you because people think they movies but these movies have put real stuff in it. It just they make it so entertainment that people will skip over part of that, over top of that part. So, you know what I'm saying? Right. But when you start really studying stuff like the Moors, and then you start hearing it everywhere, you're like, damn, these people's called Moors. They call these people Moors. Moors is over here. You start hearing
with Richard Pryor. When he went in the pyramid and he looked around.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, you talking about when they sealed him in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he talking about he found all that stuff. Yeah, you lock him off in there.
He said, I can't wait to get this out. Actually, they start sneaking out the door.
Yeah, man, that's real.
But you know, Richard Pryor was a Mason too.
Yeah, he was in the law.
Yeah, and that's why I say I don't like the way they portrayed them, because they portray these people like Moors not stupid, even though we don't agree with certain things about them. Moors people are not. I mean, Mason. As a matter of fact, Richard Pryor was a Mason. What I'm about to say, Mason people are not dumb. You see what I'm saying? So, but they try to make it seem like he was just some dumb, cracked out nigga when he wasn't. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I said the Mason thing goes way deeper. I mean, I could name Richard Pryor to motherfucking Webster to Shaquille O'Neal to like that shit is like ever like my next door neighbor was amazing. My cousin uncle is amazing. My first cousin is amazing. Like it's all over the place. You see what I'm saying? So it's real
That's
deeper than what people think it is.
right, and that's why we wonder they done been around that much, and we say that's what we asking our people. That's why we say an organization can't save us because Masons is one of the biggest one among our people all the way in Africa, bro. They got Masons in Africa, Prince Hall.
Yeah.
All that power you supposed to have, but you still ain't built no government. You still ain't built no nation because you feel like you benefiting from the government you under.
Yeah.
So you got to become the new slave master.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I want to read this right here to our family from the Book of Fire, the Exhuming of a Nation. I please ask y'all to get this if you can get a chance. I want y'all to check this book out. This was written by my chairman. I'm gonna show you the copy of it. The Exhuming of a Nation, right? Let me share the screen real quick. And he gonna give it to you just like it is. I'm telling you, people don't know because he be exposing the Masons in here too. Watch this. Okay, it says the exhuming. An exhume family has to do with exhuming a body. You know, when anytime they exhume a body, you know, after it's been buried for a long period, is because they may have found that some foul play was done. You know, where one was considered dead under a certain motive. You know, and it's evidence that been found. Now this is them. They hijacked my chairman book and put that price on it. He don't sell it for that much. It's actually $49, but they actually selling it without his permission too. By the way, they used to have Prophet Noble Drew Ali name up there as the author, so they selling his books for that amount, and he ain't getting nothing from that family. Doing that without his permission. He got a lawsuit against them pending right now. Look at that foolishness. $300. He ain't getting a dime of that money right there, family. None of that. And this coming from a lot of dirty Moors that's really selling his book, though. We know what's going on. They taking the book and they pressing it up and selling it anonymously. So anyway, I'm going to go into the book, though. He said, proclaim, proclaim, proclaim. The word proclaim ranks highest among the hundreds of master and legal words introduced by to the Moorish by Noble Drew Ali. No other so-called NBC leader, that means Negro, black, and color, NBC leader in the history of the U.S. has introduced this master word to the fallen sons and daughters of Moorish descent. Proclaim is a very powerful word and is inseparable from from the holy fourth principle of Moorish Americans, which is freedom. It says, yes, proclaiming is retroactive independence, freedom. Claim is the root in the word proclaim. The root is preceded by the prefix pro, as most legal words are from the Latin language. Prefix or pro meaning forward, bring into existence, before, outside of, profane is also Latin, right? It says the pro or prefix demonstrates a strong support of and is the opposite of the prefix anti. Pro also is a form verbs that denote forward movement or status, proceed, progress, advancement, promote, purpose. Claim means to demand by or as if by virtue of a right, as a right as due. It says it is to assert or maintain as a fact, to claim an estate by inheritance. It says Black Law Dictionary claim to demand. It says as one's own, as one's right to assert, to urge, to insist, a cause of action. As for the word proclaim, Black's Law Dictionary defines proclaim to promulgate, to announce, to publish by governmental authority intelligence of public acts or transactions or other matters important to be known by the people. To give wide publicity, to disclose proclamation is the act of publicly proclaiming a formal declaration giving notice of a governmental act that has been done or is to be done.
the act of causing some governmental matters to be published or made generally known. The above, it says, dissection and definition of the words identify themselves. This proper / correct naming of them is called their nationality. The nationality is usually the entire character, history, land, and life of a people, expressed in a single name. Chinese, Turkish, Mexican, etc. The United States has laws for a person with acquired nationality after birth to become entitled to the rights and privileges of its U.S. citizenship. 8 U.S.C.A. and 14 and 1, right? Et sequence, right? It says et sequence. It says they have treaties, which are the supreme laws of the land, right? Which designate groups are made citizens, as Louisiana Purchase, right? Or by a law of Congress for annexation of entire lands called states, e.g., Texas, Hawaii, Alaska, etc. So-called blacks are totally unaware of why they are the only people not subject to the scrutiny of the U.S. Department of Immigration and Naturalization Service, or why they are systematically excluded from the strict inquiries of nationality as applied to all other people, why all other nations have naturalization ceremonies, not them. The two options provided in the citizenship clauses of the 14th Amendment were written to both. It says, have the lawful jurisdiction of the Moorish persons born then marked by the certified state labels of black, Negro, and color, called birth certificates, to allow for all other members of humanity to be nationalized according to the free national name of their forefathers. This illusionist amendment deceived the unconscious Moorish into thinking they are American citizens, and therefore nationality is not important. Yet every nation on the earth has their identity except them. Proclaim brings to light the process of proclaiming a thing. It says an issue, right? Rooted strongly in government. The assertion of one's right to bring into existence a cause of action, to demand that which is one's own, to promulgate, put into law by government authority, the publication of that which is proclaimed. This is the enactment of the word proclaim. When anyone proclaims what is rightfully his or hers, it usually is accompanied with its history and inheritance or inalienability. It says to proclaim one's nationality. It says before the face of a government is not new, but indeed an ancient civilized custom. Every nation reserves the right of law within its constitutional body of laws to demand the proclamation of identification of its citizens and aliens. The term who goes there is not confined to military century, but governments as a whole. The census, voters registration, vital statistics, immigration departments, birth certificates, driver's license, job applications, government agencies, and even check cashing entities, etc., all ask for one to proclaim one's race or nationality. As a special note, the question box labeled white, black, or other are illegal and ex post facto to the U.S. Constitution and perpetuate the crimes of denationalization. For those who don't know what denationalization is, it's a crime against humanity when you strip somebody of their nationality and call them what you want to call them. Just like a dog, Butch, Fido, you know, what the other name was, Lassie. So anyway, it said there's no white or black or other people attached to the human family. In fact, the 13th Amendment abolished the institution of slavery. It says with it went black slaves, the white slave owners, and other, who also the box mark other is designed to separate the true citizens apart from the unconscious underclass segment. Anyone who checks the other box always writes in his or her free national name, nationality. Yet to place the true question of what is your nationality would wake up the ex-slaves and those titled themselves white, God, with the next question, what is my nationality? Hell, I'm so mixed up, I don't know what I am. So nevertheless, the Holy Prophet warned, I love my people and I desire their unity and mind back to their own free national and divine standards, because day by day they have been violating the national and constitutional laws of their government by claiming names and principles that are unconstitutional. Them the words of Noble Drew Ali. Since 1865, the use of slave labels have been unconstitutional. Then in 1913, Noble Drew Ali brought the Moorish Americans their own government. So what in the hell were the colored riots of 1919, the Black Wall Street massacre of 1921, the Negro sit-ins of the 1950s, the Black Caucus of the 1970s, or African American, it says, of the 1990s? It says these are names and principles that delude to slavery. These are the earnest but meaningless identities proclaimed by those who are of Moorish descent. This is why 135 years of efforts have yielded nothing on the credit side of a nation for the freed people of 1865. It says, and I'm going to close with this little last portion. It says, the master adept goes on to say, if Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, it is no more than right that law should be enforced upon all other American citizens alike. And so he was just basically going into the history of those particular measures. And you know, he been on this mission for a long time, and that's where he brought the government at right there. You know, he was showing that Noble Drew Ali, when he established the MST of A, when you deal with the Constitution, it was set up as a government unbeknownst to the Moors, but they can't operate as a government under the religious corporation. And so he had created this right here back then and brought it to their attention, and the Moors set the chairman up and had him locked up and everything. You know, and he wrote this book, you know, and he had to send this stuff out on toilet paper, paper napkins, you know, and his wives, who were master scribes, took all this stuff and compiled it. 700 pages of straight fire, burning up falsehood, root and branch. This is the first and only autobiography of Noble Drew Ali. And every European now that's writing about the Moors, they quote this book. So whether you want to accept it or not, the Europeans ain't only quoting it, but they promoting it. They promoting this book, you know. And so in this book, he shout out everybody. See Malik Zulu Shabazz, New Black Panther Party. In the insight of this, he basically honors everybody in here, all of our people to come together. So with that being said, I just wanted to say that. But y'all got to get this book, The Zooming of a Nation, family. 700 pages of straight fire. That's why we call it the Book of Fire. All right. Yes, sir. What you think about that, Sister Karima?
That was fire.
Yeah, man. And why do we identify with the name Negro, Black, and Color, and we hold on to that? You know, like that's really us. Cause we ain't seen no Negro land yet. I ain't seen no flag called no Negro land with no flags attached to it. Or I seen a black flag, but that's on a roach can. You know, I'm just saying. But ain't no such thing as black land either, though, is it? I ain't seen it yet. But we know Chinese people got their own flag of China, don't we? We know Russians got their own flag of Russia, don't they? Show me a Negro flag, black flag, or a colored people flag, and their Constitution, their Grand National Seal. Show it to me. It don't exist. That's crazy. and they fighting to be property based.
But honestly, I think this goes back to what the brother mad scientist was saying with the CRT, and just we really need to evaluate why we're putting our children into CRT rather than being like upset with what they're implementing at their schools. One of the top reasons I think we're like this and we're stuck in that is because the indoctrination we've all gotten through the schooling system. And one way we can beat that is us educating our children for ourselves.
And I agree. That's why I homeschooled my son.
Yeah,
and
I teach my son as well.
Yeah, you know they give you grants to people. I know down here, you know, when I homeschooling him, he was given like I think like $10,000, right? Not in money, but like everything you need, like he could get phones, TVs, and all that right there, and education materials. So they would send it out and renew it, you know, and all the things that he need, you know, to basically be able to teach them. And I'm thinking that's a good loophole why we can do it for people to start teaching, you know, and you can homeschool those sisters that like to deal with what they call sitting or babysitting or whatever you want to call it, and you can teach the students, you know, while you basically have them in your presence, you know, and then ones will basically be learning things. Then we can get to a level to where we can actually build a school, brick and mortar. You know, once we establish land and find the places. That's the thing we haven't did yet. Our people are too comfortable being under slavery. When they see people out there literally trying to kill us, we see people out there shooting our people down in the street. You know, I used to say it's gonna take our people to die for our people to wake up, and then I seen our people getting killed, and that still didn't wake them up. I was like, man, I don't even know if some of our people can be woke up.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's crazy. And then try to justify. We done got so bad off to where we justify clan philosophy. Anytime you hear somebody talking about, if you don't like it here in Africa, I mean, America, go back to Africa. That's clan philosophy.
Yeah, I hear black people saying that shit.
Yeah, that's clan philosophy. So if we were to tell the European to go back to where they come from, where could they go? You see what I'm saying? So we own this land, people, and we are very brilliant, great people. We are knowledgeable people. We sharp, but we use our information to attack each other. We use our information to tear each other down as a people. And then we wonder why we can't build nothing. Because we already tore the bridge down. And y'all know when wars start amongst us as a people, they don't stop. Why you think you still got gang banging going on? You see? So that's all I got to say. You know, and we did this to expose those in our community that are misleading our people, you know, including Top Cat and the rest of them, because they got real crazy in the end of that particular measure. Y'all can go see it. It was like 9 hours long, looked like it. So that's why I didn't go all the way into everything. But at the end of the day, they was basically like, we don't want no Moors up in here, get up out of here. Sister Dulcinea was there. You know, that's what it ended up becoming, even though they were trying. You remember, didn't you hear him? Weren't you in there when he said that he was racist? Dulcinea.
Yes, I was there.
Yeah, and I said, you know, I am racist. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, that's what I say. Let me get on up out of here. I ain't finna sit in here and be calm and humble in no place where I ain't want it. And I told him, if you didn't want us in here, I want me in here, then why invite me to your platform, bro?
And the sad thing is they have a lot of great information, but they're just like biased on it. Like even Indios and being like in God is the original Indian as far as where that derives. So it's like Indios is Spanish. So there we go. We see the Spanish origin of Indian. So I don't understand why they, well, I do understand. It's more so just they've developed this thought process that it's Indian and it's nothing else. So they can't take any other information that goes against it. And they feel like Africans being over here and even mixing with Native Americans makes it like it invalidates their claim to the land.
I mean, it's from me being around that circle. It's a hatred of being African. It's a hatred of being a slave because they want to believe that they want to believe that that shit didn't happen. So they try to race it themselves to where, but they not understanding that they disrespecting their own ancestors by saying this stuff. You know what I mean? So it's a hatred of these things, and they're trying to create a whole nother history around it. But like I tell people, I love slave history because it teaches us the shit we went through and that what our ancestors still did. And we in this we're not in a great condition, but we're in a way better condition than our peoples were because they sacrificed themselves to get us to this point, and we gotta respect that. And we like people talk about like I hear people say if I was back in the day, that's why we not our ancestors. You damn right you're not your ancestors. You couldn't even walk in half of these people's shoes, man. Y'all couldn't even walk in Harriet Tubman's shoes, but you want to disrespect her. You see what I'm saying? If you read her story and see the stuff she went through, and she still went and saved her people, she still went and had to shoot her own people down just so they wouldn't go back and snitch. She had to do a lot of stuff. You see what I'm saying? The dude that made the peanuts, they castrated him. They cut his manhood off just because when you hear him talk, he sounds like a woman, but he still invented some of the greatest stuff in America, and that's the stuff we got to still brother. We got so much black inventors from slaves all the way up was inventing stuff while we was on the plantation. It just showed the greatness of how we was, even though the conditions we was in. And I just don't like it because it's these people are taking it as no, I'm not gonna show you we a victim, so I'm just gonna make it seem like it didn't happen. And it's the hatred for even thinking that they're African. And like I said, I'm from Virginia. We don't talk a lot of African stuff. Like when you talk to my peoples and you hear them, man, the first thing they're gonna say is we Indians. We come from the plantation. I mean, we come from Powhatan. I'm Pamunkey. I'm Matsapani. I'm Chickahominy. You know what I mean? So my whole life, we don't know about no African stuff. We don't talk the African stuff, but that the slave history and African history is all around us. We just ignore it like it doesn't exist because we don't want because we hate that time of our life and we want to make sure that we try to make it disappear, but we not understanding it's so much great stuff that's in that type of history that that help our people out. Learning ancient history is cool, but for you, if you want to know the condition you is in America today, if you want to know why certain things are happening to our people, how they keep systematically destroying us and using us against each other, you got to go into slave history because it goes show you how they used overseers and black overseers to make us hate each other. How they use yellow how they use lighter skinned slaves and made them hate the darker skinned slaves and the older and the younger. All this stuff was systematically playing since slavery, and we are still having that effect today. And the only way you're going to understand the condition is understand that if it get erased, people just gonna be asking, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Not understanding the history of it. Like my mom was spitting in her face, called Nate everything in school, just tried to go to school, the school that I went to when at that time when she was going, they didn't even want her in that school. So she sacrificed getting spit in the face, being called nigga, being stuff thrown at her just for me to even go into a school. And so I appreciate everything that I can do now to this day, even though I know we still oppressed. I still appreciate it because of my ancestors. And that's why all us got to really look at it. That's how I see it.
Facts. It don't get no plainer than that. Well, yeah, we done went hard for 5 hours, and we don't want to hold our family up all night, but we definitely on the manifest, and I want to give honor to y'all that love unity. Because when we come together and we really able to uplift this boot of oppression that this beast done put on us, man, it's going to be trouble. And it's destined for this to happen. It's just going to take the people that want to do the work to get the job done. You know, boots on the ground. That's what I close this thing up with. But we got to be able to recognize the neo-colonialists, the Negroes that's willing to be sold and brought, the one that's willing to sell our people into slavery. Go ahead, Sister Dulcinea.
No problem. I was just listening, but I just wanted to agree with you, mad scientist, and everything that you were saying. It's just spot on. Exactly. I think what happened is the basis of the argument started with us being like, hey, the numbers are not all adding up because everything isn't just we came from over there and just all on the transatlantic slave trade. We just came all at once. We were first showing all the history that we were migrating before the transatlantic slave trade and before Columbus, but then they put in these detractors and people in our organizations to kind of validate the information by saying, oh, now the transatlantic slave trade is not even real. Because that just starts arguments, and that's unnecessary when we were just saying, hey, we came here before Columbus did and we can prove it.
Yeah. I agree. Like I'm more of a commission. I agree with both. I agree with our ancestors were here and people came out the boat. Like I said, where I'm from, Virginia, I've probably been to the 6, 7 slave trails from Fredericksburg to Charlottesville to Jamestown to Yorktown to, I seen the first people of the Virginia Company of London, the first settlement. I went to the first settlement down here. I went to the biggest jail holding cell. That actually most slaves came to Virginia, and New Orleans was the number one, but we was number two to where the slaves actually came to and was spread it out. But what I try to tell people is the problem is, like I said, people put everything in a box. So when you actually read in Virginia, you read about the slavery, a lot of that stuff didn't happen until the 1700s. And see, because we hear about them coming over here in the 1600s and them in South America in the 1500s, we look at it like this stuff been going on here in America for 400 years. Where it happened it started in South America first, and Brazil has the most black people off the boat than anybody. So when it comes to the North America, they brought a lot of people, Africans from South America to America. They didn't bring them straight just from Africa. A lot of them went to South America. They came from South America to Africa. Now, what I do tell people is the numbers I believe are exaggerated. Like people talking about 100 million, stuff like that. I believe is exaggerated as far as coming to America. Because once you go, like I said, when you go to Jamestown, you look at the 1700s. In the 1700s, there was only 5,000 African slaves in Virginia. You know what I'm saying? So you got to add that up to them still got to fight the natives off. They still got to take land. They still got to buy land. They still got to do all this stuff. So, really that slave trade that people talking about in North America really happened late 1700, early 1800s. So I'm going to say maybe a little bit over 100 years. Not no 300-400 years that people talking about like South America. It was probably like 100 years. But it became so bad because Europe ended up ending slavery in 1800. So when America kept doing it to 1865, it became kidnapping. So that's where this kidnapping thing comes from. But people take it and make it seem like they just was going African and stealing people when they were buying people from certain tribes and they were trading with them to actually benefit and beat other tribes. So a lot of that stuff just a lot of people just mix a lot of that stuff in together. They mix a lot of South American history in with North American history. But it's a good build though, and I got to go to work in the morning. So
yeah. We finna lay it down, and when you get a chance to, I want y'all to go check this out too. It's just I'm gonna show you something. It ain't a bunch of reading, but it wasn't strange that I met this man. I talk about him all the time. Kane Fisher. They got a documentary on their life. They even made a movie about their family because they found his daddy found all them ships. I was telling them about the Henrietta Marie, and they had a couple of different ships he found. Everywhere Mel Fisher dropped his anchor family, he was from Key West. He found some treasures. And so they end up becoming a target by the government. And Kane was out there on the ship. If you go on there online, you see they got the movie about it. They killed his brother The government sent pirates out there because they, on the land you're dealing with maritime law and they ain't got no control over it. And so when they was going to war in the courts with it, and they seen they couldn't touch him, some pirates came out there one night and shot the ship up with AK-47. This is what he told me directly. And he said that the ship sunk and his brother drowned it. They jumped out and jumped into the water. But this was all them going back and forth with the government. But these are all treasures down there in the museum. They locked Kane up to a few years ago. He was set up. They tried to make it look like he was stealing out his father's museum. But his father died looking for the lost city of Atlantis. But everywhere he dropped his anchor, he found something. This is what Kane told me about. He said his father found the shackles and the chains, from babies to adults in there, bro. On the Henrietta, and he found a couple of ships. Matter of fact, that area what I was showing y'all, what I was saying looked like Africa, that's where them ships actually flowed up through. You know what I mean? So this is actually like straight proof of the slave trade in and of itself. You know what I mean? Can't nobody deny that because them relics are right there. And these are the actual relics. And so I just wanted to point that out. But like I said, you can go in there and Google it. I'm going to show you real quick how you can do this. Go to YouTube and just simply type this in. And Kane was diving with his daddy as a young seed.
Oh, right. So yeah, you basically speaking to the people who say that they never found no boats, basically.
Yeah. See, that's Kane Fisher right there. I mean, Mel Fisher. It's got history of it because it got a whole documentary, on National Geographic and all that. He found the Atocha as well. A lot of these ships that was written about in history, he found.
Now, let me ask you because there's an argument amongst the scholars and stuff. Some saying that it was slave ships, and some saying that it was actually cargo ships that they just put people on. Which one when you look at this, were they actually slave ships or?
Well, some of these ships they were sailing, but some of them were slave ships.
Okay.
They go right there. They ears right here. They talking about the ear. Now the one who running this that stuff now, that place, Kane Fisher, the one that died with him forever, but his other son that took control, he didn't even care nothing about the diving. So he basically betrayed his brother. He betrayed Kane. See, that's the one. That's the one that wasn't really involved in it. He wasn't diving with his daddy. Kane was the one that was diving with
it. I mean, just listen to the name. Yeah, I mean, he ain't saying nothing, but. I think it's Is you trying to play the volume because it's not playing nothing?
No, it ain't playing. But I'm just showing you where it's at. You ain't really got to. You can go into it on your own time, but like it's plenty of information on it. But he definitely found that's the movie right there too, right there. Dreams of Gold. But it tell you how it gonna show you the shooting when they went in there and killed his brother. But I know this guy. That's the first man told me the man with the gold make the rules. You know what I mean?
Okay. And what's the name again?
The name of it is Dreams of Gold.
Dreams of Gold.
That's the gold he found on the ship. Because he was trying to get me to invest in it. Like you can invest in that gold bullion. He said the more ancient it is, the more it's worth. So the gold's value is in its antiquity value.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's where I learned about gold from. That's his daddy right there. That's Mel Fisher. Like I say, he died looking for the lost city of Atlantis. Yeah, so all is well though. It's been a good bill, and I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, and lastly, I want to say too that when y'all study Christopher Columbus and stuff, y'all please go before Christopher Columbus. Go to a man named Cortez Hernandez, and he went to Mexico, and he one of the people that actually inspired Christopher Columbus, and he took over the Aztecs, and nobody really speaks on him because I tell people that Christopher Columbus knew exactly where he was going because ain't no way you coming all the way to Mexico and you didn't see no. I don't believe you not going to see America or none of these other islands. So, I believe that these people know exactly where they was going to. So y'all study on Hernan. What is it? Cortez Hernandez. He took it's. I think it's Hernandez conquers the Aztec Empire. Y'all look up that book.
Yes, and that's so true that they knew before. And I think what happens too is that we just have to be honest, of our full history. Some of it is good, some of it is bad, and the bad portions of it really is what attracted them to be like, oh, look, they're doing this, they're having this trade, we can be able to do it too. We should be able to participate. And then they made it even worse than before because they attacked, like you said, the libraries first and said, let's strip them of what they know of themselves and then do it to them. But we know, unfortunately, slavery existed way before them, and that the trades and all the ships and merchants, that's our people.
Oh yeah, for sure. I got to build you one day, sis. I ain't never built a sis before, but we gonna build one day. Peace out
She
to y'all.
sure. In my closing statement, I'll say this: what we got to think like is remember when our ancestor was on the bottom of them ships. It didn't matter whether you was Fulani. It didn't matter whether you was Hosa. It didn't matter whether you was Nigerian or where you came from. I can guarantee you, though they didn't know each other, the ones that were brought, the only thing they had on their mind was a unanimous will to be free. And that's how we got to start looking at things. Like we still on the bottom of the ship. And we need to have a unanimous will to be free without saying, oh, you are more and you are this and you are that. You feel me? And all is well. So I want to give honors to the queens
But
on the
before you leave, I just wanted to make this one more comment. Babylon Dawn. Nobody on here said Christopher Columbus went to America. Okay, I clearly said I'm from Virginia and I went to Jamestown, and it's called Virginia Company of London. Okay, so I just want to make that correct so you won't think that we said he came to America. So
I got you. All is well. What's going on, brother Babylon Don? We get ready to shut it down. What's going on, brother? Oh, is a brother there? Brother Babylon
Yeah,
Don?
my bad, brother Kamisha, man. I had to turn down my all this stuff going on in the background before I come on, and you have to tell me to do it. Feel me?
All,
But how you doing, bro?
all is well. How about yourself, good brother?
Hey, I'm doing my best. Hey, peace to the panel and peace to the goddess Karima. You know what I'm talking
peace,
about?
peace.
Hey, yeah. I just want to say peace, sister Dustin. Hey, I just wanted to say that, man, like I think I asked the question in the chat. But one of the questions, Brother Commission, or one of the things that I was talking to the guy Sabio about, I don't know if you know him, psychological shackle breakers, but I was speaking to him about whether America was named after what they call America today was named after Amerigo Vespucci. And I kind of wanted to know what you felt about it, but I'll tell you how I feel about it first. I don't think it was named after Amerigo Vespucci. I have done research and found out like a man named Richard Amerique who financed a guy named Cabot, an Italian who first sailed here and reached South America. Christopher Columbus never ever reached South America, nor North America, nor Mexico, according to my records. Now, Christopher Columbus actually made it as far as the Bahamas and Cuba and some of the islands. These are things I heard. We can go back and forth on that and people can pull out their documents. But nevertheless, that when they did name, now it was a German man in 1507 named Walsmuller, right? Who said that he drew a map. He was a cartographer. Dang, my phone ringing. Sorry about that, but he was a cartographer, and he drew a map, and he drew a map of what he called the Indies, what Christopher Columbus then was calling the Indies at the time, which they thought was a part of India or Asia. So they didn't even know that they was even on this side of the world, or that they was in the fourth quadrant of the world, called the New World or the Newfound Lands, right? So they didn't know. So basically, Walsmuller created this cartographic map, and he sent, and they got this map. They pulled it out, I think, in 2003, the United States, and now they're using the map, and they call it the birth certificate for the United States. Now, this map, brother Commission, this map mentions the word America, and Walsmuller himself says that basically, not his words, but basically, in honor of the fact that Amerigo Vespucci recognized that it was not the Indies, but it was a new world. It was a new continent that Columbus had went to when he reached the islands. And in subsequent trips after so-called Columbus, is is up for grabs even in history whether Amerigo Vespucci really made those trips. But it said that he did see the Cabot guy on his way to South America, that he saw Cabot leaving America. Now, Cabot is not somebody we could just overlook because Cabot and his ship is the first people to ever walk, or according to them, is the first person to walk and sail to four continents, leaving Europe and making it to Africa, Asia, and America. So they was called, they walked on four continents. So Cabot is a certified sailor. And like I said, the guy who financed him under King Louis the 16th was a guy named Richard Amarique. Now look at the word Amarique, and you can see that it's similar to the word America. It's spelled Ameryke, Amarique. So now you got Americo Vespucci that they say America was named after. So I just wanted to know from you after hearing all of that, because I don't think that America is named after Christopher Columbus after all of that. I mean, after Amerigo Vespucci. But I do hear you saying, and I agree, but I do hear you saying Amaru, Maru, America, and different words like that. So I'm saying, do those words predate, and does that predate the Spanish and them naming this place America? Do you have any records or anything that could show us, not now, but in the future? Because I know you got a vast library of PowerPoint and all that stuff. And I know you got books and stuff. So do you have, on the topic that I'm speaking to you on, do you have any references that I could use, that I could show, that is other, sources that people call this land America or something like that before this? Now, the thing that I did omit, because I know I got people listening, I just want to be, I, I just want to be clear on one thing, that I'm aware that America, like I was saying, the America would be named for the whole continent. And that would have happened, according to them, by Walsmuller in 1507. But from me, by Cabot before that, like in 1504. Okay? So that would have been already the name for the continent, America. But so when they say that the United States of America is named after Amerigo Vespucci, that's wrong, because the continent is actually would be named after those voyages, what he was making. That would be the continents of South America, Central America, North America, Latin America, including Canada. So that would be the Americas. So that's would be what they would be saying would be eponymously named after Amerigo Vespucci or this guy Richard Amerique. Either one we want to choose, but that would be their avenue. So I'm saying is the avenue that you're talking about from Amerique, America, all of that. Does that have anything to do with this? And is it older reference to the name of the continent? And it's been 269 years for those who listening between the difference of between what we're talking about when Amerigo Vespucci and Richard Amerique, when America, the continent, was named America after these people eponymously, and then 269 years later, so-called in 1776, you got the founding fathers, so-called, naming the place the United States of America. But that was already after the continent was already named America, and the continent was named after so-called Amerigo Vespucci or Richard Amerique, and the continent was already being called America. That's a German word. You can look it up. Walsmüller was a German who did the cartographic map and wrote the name America that they get this from. So I'm saying now that we proved that America, the continent, is named after Vespucci, not the United States. And the United States was founded by the fathers, and they added on of America because they wanted to, and later added that it was because of America being named Amerigo Vespucci. Now, so is Amerique, and all of that? Is that older? Is there a reference, brother Commission?
Okay, I heard both of those things in different areas, right? When they speak of it, but if you look at the root in the word, a lot of people don't know that among the Native American, it was a lot of Arabic here. And Sister Dulcinea talk about this all the time. And we find out, that the word Amir, in Arabic means commander. You see what I'm saying? Or ruler and so forth and so on. If you look up the definition that they give for the word America itself, when you look up, it says, what is the meaning of the name America? It says the name America is primarily a gender neutral name of the English origin that means home ruler, and the same roots from the word emiri, emery. So Amir is at the root, but then, they throw that Vespucci thing in there. And I seen the one that you're speaking of, as well. But when I go into the root, if I were to go back before those languages, the Latin or the Spanish, and go back to the Native American that was dealing with Arabic, I see the word Amir there. And then, they added the Ika, just like they added on the end of Africa, so to speak. You know what I mean? And so that's where I would go into dealing with it. But most of the time, they're gonna push that narrative, of that Emergio verse Pucci. I can also see the root of the word actually mir, because it speaks of the Amaru even in the time of Mesopotamia. Mir represented the land even in ancient Kemet. Tameri, Mir. You see what I'm saying? And so America tried to build itself off of Kemet. That's why you see the pyramid on the dollar bill, and the bald eagle, which is their form.
Yeah, that's a fact.
In Heru. So they are literally trying, and also hiding from behind the number one, you will find the owl, which is also known according to being Mir. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of symbolism there. And a lot of people don't know behind the pyramid of Giza, there's a place called the Northwest Cemetery. See, I was supposed to do a presentation on that, on on Sarnetta's show, but I never brought it forth, dealing with the actual secret histories or whatever, And this cemetery that's in Egypt, they call it the Cemetery of the West, the Northwest Cemetery. It's shaped just like America. You know how the states are? If you were to put the states up on a flag, you know, and then you put them up there like American flag where they have them with the stars, and then you got all the different not countries, but states, you know, because we call them countries. You know what I mean? They got a cemetery shaped just like that in Kemet. It's shaped like America, and they call it the Northwest Cemetery. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show it to you briefly. I'm gonna show you the slide that I'm talking about.
No, that ain't crazy at all, brother. Commission, keep teaching though. I love it. That ain't crazy at all. That's right up my alley. That's exactly what I was gonna bring to the table. Some stuff along those lines, but not this. So I really love this. So please pull that up. And I was telling them about the shape of the so-called Rosetta Stone and how when we look at all of the stones like that, they tend to all be shaped in the same way. That's not just broken. They shaped in the same way. And on another night, brother, when we talk in private, I'll tell you what that shape is. Like you telling me about this American cemetery in the Northwest. I'm with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna listen though. I got something to tell you though about that West after we get done shortly.
Yeah, I'll show it to you real quick right here. I'm gonna show it to you right now. Let me share the screen here. This is a presentation I ain't did. I was supposed to present this, but I be having so many measures I be dealing with, and I'm gonna still probably go into it. It's actually dealing with breaking the Roman seal, you know, and I was gonna get into revealing some real so-called secrets in here that they hide from the people. You know, like I was showing, you know, that in America, you know, they adopted this Roman seal that they come up with, you know, the eagle, you know, they adopted that in the place of the symbol of Heru. You know what I mean?
Facts, big facts.
And I'm gonna come over here real quick because I'm telling you, I'm finna expose them. And I was telling the people recently, you know, even dealing with the continent, you talking about old maps. This is the map of a Kubalon. If you notice, it's Africa look like it's upside down, don't it? So now, then this map was created by the Moors.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? We was talking about Al Maghrib and all that right there. That's basically what they call Mauritania, you know, now. But see, Egypt, when they say this is Upper Egypt here, and this is Lower Egypt, it makes sense when you're looking at this map being upside down. But this was right side up to them back then. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
so,
so brother Kamisha, one of the things I was saying is that so can we pull up some records though of the like this map of the Moors selling to America from from Al Maghrib, from Mauritania, from Morocco, from Marrakesh. Cause all like look at the word Marrakesh, look at the word Morocco, look at the word Marrakesh, just like you've been saying all night. Is there some records that we could get our hands on? Because we know we were the first sailors, we the original navigators. We right there leaving Africa. So I'm saying, don't it stand the reason that that's where the word America would come from, and not from Amerigo Vespucci, and not from Amari?
yep, that's what I'm getting at. And so actually, bro, it was actually when you go back to dealing with Mansa Musa, you know, and Bubakari, it's records of them saying they come from you got to read the histories and look up the name when you get a chance. Look up Abubakari and Mansa Musa and them coming to America. The records are out there, you know. So basically, those were the Moors. You know what I mean? So they were the ones. But like I was saying, they name, you know, this is special map, and actually the term Akubalon means the Garden of Eden. Go look that up. It'll tell you that the Moors did it. But I want to show you this cemetery real quick. You know, what I intended to show you, but I want to show you some secrets that they've been keeping. See, for example, this is the Byzantine Empire seal and the Roman Empire seal. But when you look at the 33rd degree crescent masonry, you see it's the same thing, basically. You see that? And it's a reason why. Now watch this. We already know America came up with their concept too. This is when they.
Hey, brother,
This is.
commission.
Mhm.
I see everything you showing me, bro. I'm just got myself on mute, but I'm looking at everything you showing me, and I agree.
Okay, okay, yes, sir. And so when you get into, the Great Seal, and the chairman, he was talking about that, but I ain't gonna go into reading that. I just want to show you this Northwest Cemetery. You see it right here behind the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. You see it? So
Yes.
we looking at it from an aerial view. You see what I'm saying? But look at that and think about the map that you see as the United States. You can actually
Yes.
superimpose the map of the United States over that. So when you look now at this symbol as being their remix, then think about who's buried in the cemetery behind the pyramid.
Facts on facts, brother.
Our people. You feel me? But this is the area view now.
I get.
I'm gonna show you something else cold-blooded about this thing in Kemet too, right? Looking at it from an aerial view.
Okay.
If you look at it,
You gonna be in touch on what I gotta touch on in Kemet. Let's see. Go
you
ahead,
see,
brother, commission.
you see
Teach,
how it's
bro.
set up? It's set up, and you can look at this, bro. You can actually see how the computer chip and the motherboards are structured. But this is Kemet from the top now. And look at the way that they
Oh,
structure the motherboard. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at all of
facts
that,
on facts.
you can see this now. But watch this. Watch this. This is what I was showing y'all earlier. I was talking about in the ceiling of the Grand Lodge. They got every religious symbol up there. See what I'm saying? All of these signs and symbols that they hiding from the people. See, up there they got the Prop 46 problem of Euclid. You got Solomon and Hiram. All this stuff here hidden. But guess what? Check this out. Everything they got, they stole from our people, bro. You see what that is right there? This is in amongst the people of Nubia. Look at that. That's a dead body, body mummified up there on the neck being carried. And you see the concept that look like the stars and stripes, don't it? And then when you come here,
Oh yeah, you talking about the flood?
yes,
Yeah,
sir. You see it?
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
all of that, even the colors, bro, they stole from our people. And it gets
Facts. The
so
white crown, the red crown, and the blue crown.
facts. Now watch this.
The ATF, the Deshret, and the Peshet.
Facts. You see what I'm saying? So this is all Masonic symbolism. Like I told you, who you think in the casket? It's our people. You the original man. So when you look, right, when people be going off on the moors and you got the Shriners wearing these head dresses and they basically mocking the Moors. Look at these feds.
And it's
Islam,
and it's
Allah,
crazy because
yeah,
every year where I'm from we have parades where they wear these hats and
facts,
they drive these little go kart things.
facts. You look at them. Islam, Allah, Mecca, Kaaba, Ali, Muhammad, Muslim, Egyptian, Medina, Al Quran. Now watch this. I say Muslim if you don't accept the European will. Look at them.
Yep, they
Whole
look
group of
just yep they
Europeans.
dress just like that. They be driving the little small go karts and they be at the parades.
Facts. Now look
They have
what's
it every
cold.
year.
This is cold blooded though. This is the most recent found Shriners organization among our people. You see what they got on the front of the feds, right? Ali.
Yeah.
You know where they founded this one at, brother E?
Wally.
Yeah, where they founded this particular Shriners organization at. You know what city they founded it in?
Let me see. Let me look at them. Mm. I ain't gonna say Virginia because that's where I'm from. But where they?
Close.
Oh,
North
Philip,
Carolina.
North Carolina. Okay.
North Carolina. The place where Prophet Noble Drew Ali was born. You think that's by chance that they just founded this 2-3 years ago and they named it Ali by chance?
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how they move though,
Yeah.
family. That's how they move. That's what I'm getting at. You feel
So,
me?
So, brother Commission, before we get too far from that cemetery scene that you were telling me
Yes,
about,
sir. Yes,
that
sir.
northwest scene,
Yes, sir.
I like that, brother. I like that. I like that correlation, right? I know
Yeah.
they're gonna say about us, but I still like it. So,
Yeah.
what I want to say was, now you mentioned that home ruler, right?
That's right. That,
But
that whole
I know we can, we could talk about that home ruler or home worker. But also on the Library of Congress website, they also list the word America to mean land of the West. Did you know that,
there you
bro?
go. There we
I'm
go.
gonna go.
Yep. But they say the same thing about even the root dealing with the Mauritanians and the Moroccan concept, of the furthest west. I want you to see something too, Babylon. You know what this
That
is?
that's my exact point. Okay,
You
go
know
ahead. Yeah.
you know what that is right there? Can anybody tell me what these
It looked
is?
like a hold on, let me look. That should look like a courtroom, but
One is a courtroom and the
Yeah.
other
I've
one
Yeah.
been in
is
there
a
a couple times, so I know the courtroom look like.
It's the blue lodge.
one of them is the lodge, right? And the other is the courtroom. So what I'm showing you, every time we end up going into the European court, we symbolically or ritually being dealt with like Hiram Abiff.
Mm,
When
that's
the
deep.
judge sit in the courtroom, he's sitting in the east end.
Yep,
When the worshipful master in the lodge sitting in the lodge, he's sitting in the east end.
yep. I mean,
So
let's be for real. The judges are basic to them. So, you know what I mean?
yeah, so when they bang that gavel, that's just like Hiram Abiff being hit in the head with that set mark.
Yeah.
See, the law represent the rule. So they say he was hit to his throat with the rule. Hiram Abiff. That's how they use that tool. These tools supposed to be used to build character, but they use them as murder weapons in the Masonic, story. So the rule represent the law, meaning that they lay down the law to the extent that you can't speak. Nothing that you say ain't no power in it. You feel me? So
Yeah.
ritually, our people, the brothers, are dying the death of Hiram Abiff every time they go in the courtroom and don't
Mm,
even know it. So this my last measure here, brother, dealing with that word in the root. So from the Kemetian level, we find the word mir, right? M&R, mir. It equals
Yeah.
mayor and chief or magistrate, right? Ruler,
It all
right?
I agree, and it also means pyramid. The word
Yeah,
mirror is pyramid.
it means
But go
pyramid.
ahead,
That's
I'm
right.
listening.
That's right. And so it says Mirnut, right? Means governor of the town, right? This is in the Kemetic. Then it said Mirheturt means overseer of the six courts of justice. Mirkat, director of the public work or clerk of the works. This is all dealing with some people that's governing the people, right? So when you go into the definition and the etymology of the word mayor, in connection to the word mirror in Kemet, you find mayor means principal officer of the municipality, chief magistrate of a city borough. Maire, mirror, right? Old French maire, you see how it's changing city, town, and government. Originally greater, superior. Latin, major, major. Comparative magnus, great, large, big of size, abundant quantity, great, considerable of value, strong, powerful of force, of persons, elder age, also figuratively, great, mighty, grand, important, from pi, magno, from root meg, great. Now look at the alternative forms of this name. Mary, Mayu, Mar, Meru, Mir, Mehir, Mir, Mir, in the actual word mir. This is all coming into the English language, and it can be traced all the way back to the Kemetic word mir, and they mean the same thing, governor or mayor. See, this is how you deal with etymology. So once you are able to do that, that's why I say through the land, you can trace it back by tracing the etymology back. And so in the root of the word America, you find Amir, which means to
Can you hear me,
command.
brother Commission?
Yes, sir. And a commander is one who is the home ruler. And so you can see a connection between the etymology and chief magistrate. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna go out and come back in, bro. If you'll let me, I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now we're gonna shut this thing down.
Hey, let me share something for like this is a 2 minute video. Then I'm gonna head out. I just because this go about what you saying. So I just want people to see this about how they take a lot of stuff from Egypt and then put it into America.
Mm-hmm.
Share that. Can y'all see it? Oh, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you see it? All right, hold on.
Wait, let me close mine down first. I thought I was looking at you. I was looking at mine.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Hold on, let me see if I gotta wait for it. Can you share this real quick?
Oh,
Kareem.
Karuma got it live. Yeah.
It's like a little 2 minute video that I just did. I don't know. I'm about to share right here. Can y'all see it? Yeah.
I'll just show you, you know what I'm saying, when the Bible says that we will be brought into Egypt again, showing that these people made basically America off of masonry, which comes from Egypt. All right, let's get to it. Memphis is a god manifested. Historically analyzing of the term Memphis, a town in Memphis was founded by the seventh president Andrew Jackson. The name of the city of Memphis traces its roots to the city of Egypt and is indicative of Andrew Jackson's connection to Freemasonry. Andrew Jackson was known to have owned hundreds of slaves starting with 9 and later amount to 300. Andrew Jackson was later involved in the killing of Charles Dickinson, in which the president was uninjured from a gun duel. The name Andrew comes from the defined meaning government authority. All right. Andrew and his constituents founded the city Memphis on May 22nd, 1819, which housed the Memphis Pyramid, known as the Great American Pyramid. Look at it. So, I'm just letting you see that. And the Bible is correct. It says we will be put in Egypt again. Because these people based off America, off of Freemasonry, which comes out of Egypt.
Yeah, that's a little short that I just wanted to show. That's for people because I heard people just be saying that Egypt is in America and because of the pyramid and all this stuff. So I'm just showing them exactly where it came from and that it was not an ancient thing that was already here. It actually was created by a Freemason.
Big facts. Yes, sir. But yeah, we're gonna definitely build again, family. This was a good build, man. And we got some level ground. Like I said, I ain't going back and forth with these cats on this history no more, because it's redundant. I'm trying to build with my people, So I want to give honors to the queens on the panel. Sister Karima for being the lioness that she is. One of the most unbiased queens and most definitely know how to, hold it down when she in the midst of a bunch of hard legs, so to speak.
Yeah.
She don't even play. Our sister Dulcinea don't play neither. She a strong sister as well, and at the same time, they very honorable sisters, when they in the presence of those who are worthy of the honor, so we got to give honors to queens like that because them the type of sisters, that need to be here on the manifest to raise the young goddesses up, you know what I mean? And so honors to yourself, King, brother Eda Mad Scientist, our good brother Babylon Don. It's love for all that. And the ones in the chat too. We give honors to you. We see y'all out there. It's all love, family. It's time for us to build and use our talents to come together.
Thank you.
Yep, and peace, man. They just hit me up with like, yeah, man, I need you to host Kemetian coming on. So I'm like, yeah, that's my brother, man. I'm like, anytime he ever want me to come do something, I'm coming. You know what I mean? Every time we do something is a great build. So peace, brother.
Yes, sir. And the love is mutual, family. You feel me? Anytime you need me, I'm here too. Peace and love. All right.
Hey, peace to the brothers, man. Peace, brother Kemetian.
Yes, sir. Peace, brother Babylon.
Peace, Babylon.
And peace, Sister Karima. Thank you for allowing me to
Peace,
come
Karima. Peace, Dulcinea.
Peace to you, mad scientist, and to you, Kemetian, of course, and thank you for all your teachings. It's really superior. I know people are going to come against it, but unless they can have some sources to really refute it, it's some hard evidence to come against.
Facts. So we give honors to y'all and peace and love for y'all wisdom, because us together, oh man, we showed enough some trouble. Peace and love.
Peace out.
Love your family.
Y'all too, man.
Thank you again, Karima.
You're welcome. Please, anytime.
Peace and love.
Peace, guys. Karina.
Peace, Pamela.